And do you want to kick it off, Jasmine, about who you are, what you're working on right now?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jasmine Aguiar. I'm the president of the working group. We are a license management firm out of LA, and we currently oversee 12 licenses in the state of California. All of them are in very different stages of licensing. Some have reached the annual provisional stages, where others are still at the municipal level. Also, I am a social equity applicant for the city of LA, and I was awarded 2 licenses in phase 2. One was for distribution, and the other one is for transport. I did ask the city to allow me to divide those 2 licenses because I grew up in a family-owned business in the city of LA, and we did retail, small grocery stores. Then my family transitioned into commercial real estate and commercial transportation, which is why I chose to go the transport route. And based on how the state of California has rolled out transportation and distribution licenses, we've been able to really niche market the transport side of the cannabis industry, not really focusing on distribution to retail stores, more of transport of products between licenses for bulk further processing. I'm also a board member of the Minority Cannabis Business Association. The Minority Cannabis Business Association is a national trade organization with a focus on policy development at a municipal, state, and federal level with a social equity lens. We've drafted social equity municipal ordinance, which is being rolled out in various cities within the state of California. Our model state bill has been co-signed by the state of California. However, it hasn't been adopted, which is very interesting because of the landscape that we have. And our federal work is still a work in progress given the limitations that we have. But it is a really good organization, and it gave me a way to segment the advocacy work that I was doing because as a social equity applicant, I was always segmented into that category and didn't really have the bandwidth that I needed at a city level to have a strong voice. MCBA allowed me to have that national backing and come into city council with my chest out and say, hey, listen, we already wrote this out. All we have to do now is implement it. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, so my name is Whitney Beatty, and I came to the cannabis space in an untraditional route. I actually grew up in Detroit in the 80s, and Nancy Reagan told me to say no to drugs, so I did. I did not have experience with cannabis in high school or really in college. I came out here, got my master's degree in film. I was working in the entertainment industry, and that's a little bit stressful. And I found myself sitting at my desk one day, and my heart started racing, and I started sweating, and I thought I was having a heart attack. And I got into my car, and I drove to UCLA Medical Center, and I parked my car where the ambulances are and left the keys in there, because if I'm dying, do I really care if my car gets stolen? I don't think so. And so I went in and I told them I was having a heart attack, and they said, no, you're having an anxiety attack. And that changed my life, because that diagnosis of anxiety meant that they put me on a lot of medications, which I realized I did not like. And an offhand comment, a doctor said to me, well, why don't you try cannabis? And I was like, what are you saying? You know, but what it did is it made me do my research. I learned about the plant, I learned about the medicinal benefits, and I also did a deep dive as to why I felt the way that I did about the plant previously. You know, and from everything from the war on drugs to Harry Anslinger and the reason why we have prohibition in the first place. And it really attracted me to the industry and to the space and to the opportunities there, and I started a company called Apothecary. We do high-end storage for cannabis consumers. The easiest way to explain that is if you keep your wine in a wine fridge, you keep liquor in a bar, you keep cigars in humidors, but most people keep high-end cannabis in a shoebox under their beds. And that did not make sense to me. So I sell beautiful locking humidity storage for cannabis. And also as stepping into this space, I thought that it's equally important for me to advocate for other people who are coming in behind me, especially women and women of color. And so I'm a board member for Supernova Women. We work hard to encourage women of color to come into this area and be stakeholders in this space. We love to see people coming in as business owners. I'm also a Los Angeles social equity applicant for Phase 3, Round 1 dispensary license. So I've got a little bit of everything going on.
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Lassner, Director of Community Affairs at Ease. Also didn't go a normal route to cannabis. I liked cannabis as much as the next college student, but it wasn't necessarily a life passion. I came through it through politics. I did a bunch of campaigns, ended up working for the mayor of DC, and then really my trajectory, my theme of my career has been around community affairs or community building, community organizing. And then went to Lyft and started their community affairs program, and was looking at sort of what is the next interesting political landscape in California, and it was really around cannabis. And so got involved with Ease and started their community affairs program, and really have been working within communities that we already are in, already are in, and ones that we're looking to go to understand the issues in those communities and understand questions or concerns that people have, and make sure that they have a point of contact within our organization to understand what we do. And Ease, I can give you a little quick synopsis of what we are, is we are a software platform. We work with dispensaries they can plug into our software and then distribute cannabis to consumers and patients. And get sort of all the back end work. So our community affairs team really works within these communities to make sure that people understand what we do, but we also are there to listen to their concerns and help address them and help them advocate for themselves, people in those communities.
All right, and we've got Lori, perfect timing. Yeah. We were going down the panel of introducing ourselves and our background and something exciting that we're working on right now.
Good morning, everybody, and I apologize for my tardiness. It's bad when the Uber driver said this is unusual traffic for LA, and I'm like, wow. So anyway, thank you for having me. So I'm Lori Ajax. I'm the chief of the Bureau of Cannabis Control, and my story is fairly simple. I started in this role just about 3.5 years ago. The state was tasked with setting up the state regulatory system for both. Well, at first it was just medicinal, and then adult use got added on when Prop 64 passed. So that's what we've been doing for the last 3 years, is establishing the requirements, the regulations for our licensees. And then on January 1st, we started issuing the first temporary licenses. We are in almost 2 years of implementation, and there's no more temporary licenses, by the way. So we have everybody in provisionals and annual licenses. The Bureau specifically, we regulate the latter half of the supply chain. You've got Food and Ag that regulate the cultivators, Public Health that regulate the manufacturers, and the Bureau regulates the distributors, the testing laboratories, the micro businesses, and the retail licensees, and those special cannabis events that we're starting to see more of around the state. So that's what we've been busy, making sure getting people licensed, and of course we're also in charge of overseeing enforcement of our licensees, and also working with our sworn law enforcement partner at Department of Consumer Affairs on the unlicensed market.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for joining. And, I think we're 2 years into cannabis regulation. A lot of us have been in this industry for a lot longer. And a lot of the times we think of success as just like this 45-degree angle of like, yes, I'm just going to make my way there and it's going to be great. But what we've learned in the cannabis industry, that it's not that way. It's not even like the iceberg analogy. It's just like all of this movement and changing and being able to pivot. And so when you all think about these last 2 years, or even your time in the cannabis space, what kind of strategic insight have you been able to gather and that you could provide with our audience? Jasmine, do you want to start?
I think one of the things that have benefited myself is I had experience in the state of Colorado. So that allowed me to go through a transitional period into a legal market already. I've already been through this. I've seen the struggles of transitioning into that market from a ancillary service perspective, consulting as a community, right? Because there really wasn't education to our community as well. So one of the things that I always like to share is be frugal through your process. There is no need for you to have to spend millions of dollars on building out any business. You are a small business. Like any other small business in any other industry, you're going to have startup struggles. Those startup struggles come with unsteady regulation that continuously challenges you every single day. And your assets, your resources are spread out very thinly. Growing up in a family-owned business ethic, we did not expand if we did not have the revenue to do it. I just have that embedded in me. So we haven't done an expansive expansion within our cannabis businesses because we don't have the resources or the money to do it. And raising capital has been very expensive. And what I mean by that is that because of, and I'm gonna put myself in the social equity shoes right now versus a non-social equity applicant, the other licenses, the 10 licenses that our firm oversees, don't have the same problems with raising capital that I do individually as a person, as a social equity applicant, because of the perception that's out there. Investors automatically think that they deserve 49% or sometimes 67% of my business because I'm a social equity applicant. That's very different to my Northern California licenses who were able to raise millions of dollars for minimal equity. So one of those challenges has been staying afloat using minimal money, right? And another thing that has really helped is staying within that small operating budget allows you to stay consistent with changes in the industry. There's losses that are still being had as you conduct transactions because this is new to everyone. Banking is still an issue, so that cash flow is not always available. So you might have millions of dollars in investment, but that doesn't mean it's liquid money that you can use. So operating within the mindset of being frugal allows you to use your resources that are at hand and be creative with those resources as you try to conduct business throughout the industry.
Excellent. And everyone else, what are your thoughts just on over these last few years in the cannabis space, just how it's played out and your thoughts on, any strategic insight you could provide?
I think that over the last 2-3 years, the thing that I learned most and really stuck with me is the ability to pivot. I think that becomes utterly important in an industry like this that is moving as quickly as we are. And that goes on both sides of the coin. For the government to be able to make changes when they see things that are not working. A good example of that is the work that's being done right now in Oakland in order to lower taxes to make businesses more sustainable for the people up there. We need to be able to make changes in order to make this system actually work. And on the other side, for businesses, a lot of us who were here before legalization have gone through a hell of a 2 years. I've seen so many great operators and great business people end up out of business because of, overregulation and problems with compliance and not being able to stay in this industry. And so I think it's important that as a CEO and as a business owner in this space that we're ready to pivot. We're ready to keep our eyes constantly on where the market is going, how the market is changing, and making sure that we are constantly reevaluating the business opportunities that we have in front of us. We cannot, in this market, sit on your hands and just drive straight out into nowhere because you'll end up alone. So I think that pivoting is the key.
Yeah. I think California was such a unique environment. Coming in and trying to regulate it was a challenge I can't even imagine that Lori and her team had to do. 20 years of a medical market, decades-long legacy industry. So there was no model, and even though there was Colorado and Washington, it wasn't the same as here. And so I think with such a big market, bringing people together to align on priorities and strategically think about how to accomplish goals has been somewhat of a challenge, but one I think we're sort of getting to a good place where people are sort of coming together in this industry, big players and small players. We see coalitions, VapeGate, for instance, which is, the potential of regulations that could come down against vaporizers that has the industry very concerned right now. We see this happening in Massachusetts and some other states, and I think that people are really coming together in this industry, whether they have other priorities or whatever, but this is such a big issue. And so LCCS is a group that we just joined at EASE, which is Legal Cannabis for Consumer Safety, that is going to be working on hopefully setting up real good regulations that will allow for safe vaporizers that are legal while making sure that the illegal ones that are causing damage and harm are not in the system. And then there's also Californians for Equal Access, which is another coalition of folks that have come together to make sure that people in California have legal access to safe products, and so they aren't going to the legal market. And so I think that we're starting to see sort of a unifying of priorities and really focusing on some of these big issues at hand.
Yeah, I think government is similar to some of what you're going through, probably maybe in a different way, but we have struggled too for the last 2 years, really trying to make sure, it's like anything in small business, if something doesn't work, you fix it, and the same with government, and trying to move fast enough for the industry, because we too, if something's not work, it doesn't make sense to continue it, and I think we are already looking at our regulations and being strategic on what needs to be changed now and what we should be working on. Of course, the priority changes constantly, as these ladies have said, but it's the same. When we hire, we probably have we're continuing trying to hire good people, and we are looking for people that are there to help the industry, that are enthusiastic. But one of the things I tell perspective, and by the way, we do second interviews with everybody. They all go through a first round, and then they come with our interview with me, and I always say, if you're here and you just want to come in and here's your inbox and you just finish that inbox and the priority never changes, this is the wrong position for you, because every day the priority may change. We may have you working on this, and we're going to have you pivot. So I loved what you said about being nimble, being pivot. The same with government. We've got to do that. I think we've just got to learn to do it maybe more quickly. Right? Is that what everybody's saying? And we have our own struggles, and I'm just going to tell you, it's perseverance. Even at the government level, it's perseverance. I always feel that being a good leader is always asking questions, and I figure whether you're in the cannabis industry and you're trying to make it, ask questions, don't listen to rumors, educate, and I think it's important for the education is on all parts of the supply chain, because if you're a retailer, it's important to know what your distributor's doing and how they're setting up their contracts and how they're dealing with the laboratory, and I think just there's a lot of education that I still think needs to go on, and I think there's a lot of folks out there that just want to scare everybody, and I always say, ask the question. We want to hear from you. We want to hear, I'd love to hear, I'm happy to hear the good, but I also want to hear what's not working, and I think as long as we continue as the government and we engage you in having that dialogue with us, I think that formula worked from the beginning, and we have to continue even when people are hurting. That's not when you shut down the conversation with the government. Even if you don't agree with us, don't shut down that conversation, because that's important to keep that going, to make the changes that need to be made.
Excellent. Perseverance, being nimble, frugal, adjusting in community. I like it. So what about challenges? You know, I think that any leader faces a huge amount of challenge, whether it's fundraising for a business or trying to kind of navigate where they're going next. And Whitney and I were talking about your fundraising, and I'd like you to kick off the question of what's the biggest challenge that you've faced in the cannabis space, and what have you been doing to overcome it?
The biggest challenge by far has been fundraising, by far. And it's extremely stressful in general. It's hard to raise money as an entrepreneur, full stop. But when you add other things on, like being a female and being a minority, it becomes even more difficult. If you look at the numbers, they're very clear. VC dollars, about 2% of those are going to women, and about 0.0006% are going to female founders of color, which makes it extremely hard to raise money. And this stage of the game, it's paramount that entrepreneurs are able to bring cash into their businesses, because we're seeing more money flooding into the space than ever before. And I think that, it also speaks to the idea that, we used to be an industry that was over, was it 38% was female-led businesses, and that number continues to plummet. And one of those reasons is because we're not finding that cash in order to be able to compete with other people. As these male-led businesses, end up raising $5 million, $10 million, $20 million, my business, who's raised $250,000, cannot compete with that. And so what do? I fundraise anyway. That's what I do. I go out there and I beat on all the doors. I was able to raise a seed round for my company that was a mix of, I went through a business accelerator, the Canopy Business Accelerator. I raised at the ArcView Group. I won their Quick Pitch Prize in 2015 and won $50,000 from them. I've raised money from, small family funds. I've raised money from angel investors. And I think that the difficulties come on a couple different sides. It'll be easy for me to say that it's, all race-based, but I don't think that that's necessarily it. I think that issues come from the fact that when you don't have high net worth people in your network, it becomes hard to find who to pitch. Who do I talk to? Who can I even go to be able to raise that money from? My friends and family round was my family, but my family did not have, $10,000, $20,000 to give me. My family had $500 and $1,000 and $5,000, and still to this day, that money is the heaviest on my head, because I know that money was given out of what they did not have. And so that becomes important, to me. So it's being able to build those relationships and also understand what this process is as people are coming into this space. A lot of people haven't raised money, so being able to understand what's required in a pitch deck, what kind of KPIs are people looking for, making sure that you're raising money at the right time in your business. If you just have a logo and a dream, maybe now's not the best time to sit down with an angel investor. And being able to talk to them at the right time. And I also think that a lot of it becomes, angel investors in particular, who are most likely to invest in in entrepreneurs like me at this stage, tend to be older white men. And they tend to invest in people that remind them of themselves. And few of them see themselves as a 40-year-old single mother who's black. I don't know why. But I have to work harder to make sure that they understand that I have the drive, that I have an opportunity for them, that I'm not here begging for anything. I'm giving you an opportunity to stand up with me in this business, that I already quit my job, sold my house, and put everything on the line in order to build this business. This is an opportunity, and if you're not going to take it, the next one will. And that's kind of the attitude you have to, come at this with. It's really important that you have that confidence, that you have those numbers, that you've done your due diligence, so you can stand up in the room with, whoever is in front of you, and explain why, you deserve that cash.
Excellent. Any other challenges you ladies would like to share?
I think there's a ton of challenges. Banking is obviously a huge one still, that this is still a federally illegal product is a huge one. And I would say that, going back to sort of my point earlier, is that getting people together as a community organizer, obviously that's always what I think about, is how do we pick these things that are extremely hard, fundraising, banking, and get people together to focus on these issues so we can change them. And I think that there is a tremendous amount of issues, both federally and locally, that we need to do that for.
I think for us, really, we're looking at how can we issue more licenses to have more businesses across the state, not having these big areas that don't have cannabis regulation. So I think the local issue has been an issue for us because we can't issue a license if the local jurisdiction does not approve of the business or the license being there. And I think really working on that front, and we talk about it a lot, but this is one thing where we could, I think, where the industry and the state aligns. How do we get good information out to the local jurisdictions? How do we make sure that they're listening to us, not necessarily, because I think there's a lot of fear from the part of locals because they're hearing from other people that maybe have other interests, but they may not have we live cannabis 24/7 whether and I find that sometimes we think everybody understands the issues like we do, and they just don't, because you got to realize the locals are dealing with other issues too, with whether it's housing issues, homelessness, and so it's how do you get in front of them and make this a priority for them, because I really feel that we do need more jurisdictions to open up so we can issue those licenses. And of course, I think that just opens up the challenge of the unlicensed activities that are happening in a lot of these banned areas. And, I feel like we start to make progress on that front of going after, you see a lot, we're serving a lot of search warrants, all of that, but when these businesses just can open up the next day after you put all that work, it can be deflating. It's like fundraising and getting rejected. It's like, I can't even imagine what it would be to they ought to make the state fundraise first. Imagine that. Boy, that would be a challenge. So I would say those are probably, and those issues almost go hand in hand. I mean, I think we could all give a laundry list of all the challenges, but I think it's how you handle those challenges. I've had to learn that you can't take everything on at once. You've really got to prioritize, and I'm really thinking for the Bureau, what can we do short term that's going to make our licensed population more successful, and then what can we do long term, and how do we again, I'm going to say, how do we work together with you, because again, when we're dealing with the state, what's good for LA isn't necessarily good for Sacramento, and how do we work on that prioritizing those issues with the industry and saying, hey, maybe this can wait, but these three things need to happen fairly soon, and we concentrate our resources there.
Jasmine, did you want to add anything?
Ditto.
Excellent. All right. So let's talk about women leadership. So I think it was in 2015, there were more women leaders than any other industry in the United States, right? So I think it made up about 38% of C-level executives were women. And that number has declined. Then it's risen a little bit and it's declined. And so I want to talk about I kind of want to open the discussion up for equitable roles for women and equitable pay. So Sarah, if you want to kick it off, what are your thoughts on ways that organizations can sponsor and have that dialogue with, what is true equitable pay? How can we elevate women in the workplace?
Yeah. I think it's going to be a little bit cliche, but I think honestly, sponsoring networking events is something that we take very seriously. And I 2 years ago, if you would have said that to me, I would have rolled my eyes that those networking is helpful. But honestly, I've seen it so much in this industry really make some really amazing progress. I've seen women brands get connected with women investors. I've seen people who are struggling to get through the regulatory process meet the right person that can help them. And so I honestly think that sponsoring those kinds of events where women can get together and really meet each other and help each other is such an important thing. We do it at Ease as much as we can, and LA has a ton of these events, Cannabis. We've also sponsored She Can and Females to the Front, and all of these events are just such an amazing opportunity. So as an individual, you should go. As an organization, you should sponsor those events. Mm-hmm. And then beyond that, I think also putting your money where your mouth is, not just in sponsorships, but also investing in women. We just, yesterday, actually, we launched an accelerator program for social equity licensees. Actually, a huge number, I think it's 70-ish% of them were women-owned businesses. And so we, along with investor partners, are giving out $50,000 grants to 10 of these licensees, and then they're going through a mentorship and training program and help fundraising program. And so organizations and businesses should do more of those kinds of events as well.
And when I mean sponsor, I don't necessarily mean dollars. I'm just
No.
curious because it is, I mean, especially if you're an entrepreneur, you don't have a lot of ways for mentorship. You have to kind of create your own mentorship. But I am curious if you guys have any other insight, if you ladies have any other insight on other ways that we can help elevate, either if it's an entrepreneur or woman, or if it's somebody in an organization that, let's say is an entry-level position, like what other things can people in the cannabis space be doing?
I definitely encourage everyone to reach out to Women Grow. I started with Women Grow in 2014. I was our first employee. And I was doing consulting work in Colorado, and I was able to bridge that gap between what the community in Colorado needed and use that curriculum in Spanish. So it took a lot of work from my end to be able to translate and do the outreach work through the organization. And back in 2014, the interest was tremendous, and it was more than what we could handle as an organization, and it grew out of control fairly quickly. The company has gone through a lot of changes since then, and there is still some chapters that haven't been able to get back and running because regulation in those certain areas didn't really support a chapter for women there, right? And there was a lot of backlash. So, however, there's still a presence, and the LA chapter has recently come back. It's based out of the downtown LA area. However, Women Grow is a national organization, and it has roots in various cities across the United States. It has a massive network. Social media is a great place for women to reach out to other women. I constantly do it. That's how I met 420 Attorneys, was through social media. Really just reaching out and saying hello to people. I think also being intentional with that reach out, because there are women that are very busy in the industry, and we do want to connect, we do want to empower, but our resources and time are very limited. So be intentional with that communication so you both get what you want out of that relationship.
All right, next question or anything else? Okay, I think we're good. All right, we've talked a lot about social equity, and so there's a few more questions that we have, and we've got about 15 minutes. So maybe we can do some speed round in some of this stuff, because I want to get to some of the meat. But when we think about social equity, it seems like it's really pioneered in California, or at least the concept of it has been. And so what is social equity to all of you, if you could define that, and what can we do to also elevate social equity? Instead of just like, oh, it's a social equity licensing, like what does it truly mean?
I mean, I think that the concept of social equity is the idea that, communities of color have been disproportionately disenfranchised by a war on drugs, and in legalization deserve prioritization in regards to licensing. That, is I think what the concept. The reality becomes much different, much different. So I'm a huge supporter of social equity in general. I think it's very important that we're having these conversations before legalization across the country. I think that one of the issues is that how it's implemented in every city and every state becomes very different. As somebody who is a phase 3, round 1 person who is on a map in limbo right now, as MedMen enjoys their year 3, I think it's important that that prioritization moves forward forward, and that we are able to process licenses across the board. I mean, not just 100, but there are a lot of people in line and in queue and who have been waiting. And I think that that becomes really important. I think the other side of that is that there's this idea that social equity means black and brown. And I don't know that that is the case. That's not legally the case. You know, these licenses are not going to black and brown people. These are all decided on zip codes. And so there's all, you know, as a business owner on the ancillary side, you know, I've had people say, oh, you're social equity business. Well, on the ancillary side, I'm just a black business owner. You know, that's not social equity. It's the idea that we all deserve to be here across the board. And I think also, I think when we're talking social equity, we need to talk about what we're doing for the communities that were disproportionately disenfranchised. The people who don't want to own licenses. My grandmother doesn't want a license. She wants her community helped. She wants, you know, those resources back into those streets. You know, for me as a dispensary owner, I want to be able to, you know, talk to people of color, especially the older generation, who is hugely afraid of cannabis because of what happened in our communities from the war on drugs. And I think that those are the things that we need to think about and talk about.
I think to piggyback on that, it's really a community program, right? Not everyone that checks off a box should be operating a cannabis business if you are not an entrepreneur. It's very difficult to operate. However, that opens up an arena for predatory practices that investors who aren't able, because the social equity program is now a stipulation for you to own a license, you have to have a social equity applicant. Let me go find someone that just checks off this box. And that's not the intent of the program. In the city of Los Angeles, we have diversity and we have interest. There was about 800 licenses that were submitted in phase 3 for retail licenses. Only 100 will be issued. What happens to all that other interest that's there? Some of people that are entrepreneurs that should be operating in the industry are left in the sidelines because of other people that just check off this box and want to collect a check. So I've been heavily working on the social equity program through the city of LA since 2016, when we started legalizing in the state of California. And that wasn't my intent. My intent was not to leave out the people that have been working in the industry for so many years. However, I do think that my community deserves reparations. My community deserves to heal. And healing has many definitions depending on who you're speaking to, right? There's still people in jail that I grew up with for doing the things that I'm doing now legally, right? So what about them? Then people are released from prison and there is no reentry programs into society that allows them to have a livable wage, to have day-to-day activities within our community. There's children, there's still gang violence. I mean, even thinking about the current issues that Lori explained on a government level that are affecting the our communities, from homelessness to dropout rates. California is a fruitful state. Los Angeles is a fruitful city. We make money, we produce revenue. However, that revenue is not invested into our communities properly. And I think that as quickly as we want to move through this process to get licenses and to get operating, it didn't take us 2 years to get through this drug war. It's generations. So it's going to take us generations to undo the hurt that has driven these communities. And I think it starts with having those honest conversations, being politically active as a community member. You need to know who is representing you at city council, what are they advocating for, and what are current tax dollars being used for in communities already. Then you throw in massive promises of generational wealth through the cannabis industry. Well, let's streamline those processes now.
That was great. Anything else to add, or shall we move to the next?
I was just going to say, we did have the opportunity to announce the $10 million for equity funds that went to 10 local jurisdictions across the state last month. So that was a big step for California. The Bureau was happy to finally get it out because everybody was anxiously awaiting for it to get out. And I think what we're looking forward to, because the governor did commit to just under 30 million next fiscal year also, so there's going to be a lot of opportunity for other jurisdiction. I think what was going to be valuable for us is to see how these jurisdictions are utilizing that money, looking at seeing what's working and what's not, because it's like anything in the grant applications. I mean, there's a variety of methods that the local jurisdictions are going to use to determine who gets the money, and I think it'll be upon the Bureau to really look at how they're spending the money, how it's working, so we make better informed decisions on future equity programs. And I think especially seeing what's working, and then hopefully encouraging not only other jurisdictions to have cannabis regulations, but to establish local equity programs in their own jurisdiction. We already, saw that from the beginning of this year to when we announced the final awardees. We had a lot more jurisdictions interested in setting up programs, and so I'm really anxious to. I really think California is leading the charge. I don't know that we know everything we need to know, and I think I totally agree with you. It's not just about, it's about the communities and that reinvestment, but I think this is a really good thing for California to show the rest of the nation what we're doing surrounding that. Because when I go to some of these state conferences, they weren't even Washington, they weren't thinking about social equity this early on. They're thinking about it now because California is doing, and I think that is a good thing.
Well, we're trailblazing. And this actually leads to my next question is, a lot of people are looking to California. A lot of European nations are looking to California of how we're regulating. Jasmine, you're working in Mexico. Canada definitely is looking into California. They're investing a lot into California. And so when you think about, right now, cannabis is still federally illegal. This is always the fun thing. I'm wait, it's not fun. It's the one thing of realization, we're dealing with something that's still federally illegal. And with the vape crisis and with all of this transition, I'm curious if you guys could shed in some light, as there's so much spotlight onto our nation, onto our state, of what should the cannabis industry as a whole, what type of leadership should we be thinking about as the industry in itself? What could we all in this room be thinking about to take away? As as it's still federally illegal, we're going through this vape crisis, which is, a little bit different on each of your angles of how you would deal with that. And then even the polls in Canada, cannabis is ranked one of the lowest industries. It's, it's almost just a little bit above tobacco. It's 19% consumer favor is, yeah. So we're dealing with kind of how do we communicate as our industry to people that aren't in this room, that people are unaware of what's going on, that for us to thrive and to really continue to grow and continue our marathon into legalization, full regularization on the federal level, what is it that we all should be thinking about that we're not doing right now? I like to ask questions.
I think considering yourself an advocate of the cannabis industry from the moment you step in, you're in. That's it. Welcome. And you are now an extension of us, right? You're an extension of our struggles, of our education, of our success. So please wear that hat proudly and consider yourself worthy of having that conversation with the next person. And word of mouth, especially in the Latino community, is so important because it's so much easier to have a one-on-one conversation with someone than it is to go and have a full-on panel discussion and be impactful, right? So I think that everyone who is in this room can now go and continue educating, whether it is on a personal level or through your profession. There is definitely, enough resources for us to piggyback off of. There's enough information on Google. There's constant articles. Educate, read, and be a voice.
I think for me, it's about being able to evaluate what's working here, what's not working here, and being able to be useful as we see legalization spreading to other states. I think one of the things that was significant out of Illinois going legal, I had the opportunity to talk to their governor's office, and they wanted to know as an applicant, what works for you, what's not working for you, what are your pain points, and be able to share that information, allow them to refine their program further. It's being able to constantly be able to self-evaluate and be able to spread an even better opportunity to the next state and to the next person. And to piggyback a little bit off of what Jasmine said, I think that as advocates, and I agree that coming into the space, you do need to be an advocate, but you also have to respect the history, respect the people that came before, respect the people that laid the groundwork, the people that allowed this industry to flourish to begin with, and having that knowledge and information, I think, is really powerful. It allows us to make sure that we're clear on our history before we get on the road.
I would agree with what you both just said about advocacy. Obviously, something that I think is critically important and something that California has actually done fairly well, I think. When we looked at the draft regulations that came out, there was definitely some issues. White labeling, for instance, of brands was in there, a restriction on white labeling, and public comment flooded in about this issue, and it ended up not in the regulations. Mm-hmm. And so having responsive people that are willing to listen to public comment and take public comment is critical. And I think that as we look at other states that are doing this and other countries, that they should also take that from us.
So I think, really what sets us apart is how different we are than the other states and other country. I had the opportunity to go to Canada in September, and I'd heard so many great things about it. And it was great up there, don't get me wrong, but they're having a lot of the same issues we are having and more. I don't think there's a perfect system out there yet. My goal when I started this journey 3 years ago, I wanted to have a model cannabis regulatory system. I don't know if we're there yet on the model, but I think if anybody's going to do it, it is going to be California because of all of you in this room and really being okay. For so long, everybody would say, well, what did you learn from different states? And yeah, we learned a lot of things, but because of our supply chain is a lot more complicated than other states, because we all have different statutes, it's hard to compare. Mm-hmm. But one thing I will say is, when you look at a Colorado, it's the comparison of just the city of LA. On just the scope of how large we are as a state, geographic diversity between north and south. It's pretty incredible that you guys are here in this room, right here, right now, listening to us. And I just think it goes to how California, the perseverance, as I said, it's you guys have persevered, and I know it's been really, really tough. And I think as long as we do that and stay strong, I do think we're going to become a model. And again, I go back to, I heard we over-regulate, with locals and the state. But where maybe we didn't overregulate is maybe with the laboratory testing. We're finding now that with the vape pen crisis, we haven't been finding the contaminated pens are mainly coming from the unlicensed market. So maybe we did get that part right, but maybe there's other areas where, you're right, we probably really, why are you involved in what time we're gonna close or whatnot, right? Let that be a local jurisdiction. So I think now we're better equipped to know what changes we need to make. We just constantly, you're trying to always, and you guys are with your business too, what's coming next? And I feel like we don't know what's around the corner, but I think we're getting better at dealing with what's coming at us. And I really think how we're handling this vape pen issue in California, we're like right on it. And I think we can handle anything that comes to us and be that model.
Yeah. So nobody has a crystal ball. We're heading into a whole new decade in like less than 2 months, which is just crazy, 2020. Where do you see the California cannabis industry in the next 5 years? Whoever wants to start with that one.
What's that, 2020?
So next 5 years we'd be in 2025. Hopefully there's been some federal regulation that's been passed.
Let's hope so.
I guess
Maybe
more
some
from like
banking?
not necessarily like a regulation lens, but I think like where do you see it? Like this is like we're at the we've made some significant strides. Like Lowell's Cafe opened in West Hollywood, the first cannabis cafe. I'm like, legally, how did this even happen? You know, like there's all of these things that we're making history. So what kind of history are we going to be making in the next 5 years? Like what products do you anticipate? Like, this is an open-ended question to end before we go to our Q&A.
It's my hope that we find some stability. You know, this market has been so rapidly changing. It's kind of like we let open the floodgates, and people have been washed away so much that I'm hoping that, you know, we're seeing more businesses with roots. We're seeing a lot of layoffs in the last couple of months. It's been really hard times in this space, and so to be able to have some you know, market stability, some you know, more familiarity with the regulations and the things that are coming down the pipe that allow people to do more forward planning things. That's what I'm hoping, and I'm hoping we're doing that in the face of you know, federal legalization, so we can sleep a little bit better at night.
I would just add that I think 3 years ago people thought this was going to be a green rush and that we'd all be rich. Obviously, that's not where we are, and I think we're sort of surviving or just hanging on, and I really hope in the next 5 years it does become an industry that is thriving.
I think you're going to have tasting rooms like you do for wineries, right? There's going to be, cannabis tasting rooms, all that sort of things. I think you're going to see more, you know, the intersection between food and cannabis. I think you're going to see probably all that in the next 5 years. What I would love to see is the ability to direct ship to other states, right? I mean, I think that would be so huge. It'd be like for the wine industry, what it is to them to be able to ship directly to other states. And for cannabis to be able to do that in 5 years would be huge, because I think there's nothing better than California cannabis, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I agree with Lori. I think that from the transport side, I'm very excited to cross those lines. Even, you know, right now we're really not allowed to do any massive transportation within the state, and DOT is not really interested in turning that page just yet. But here in 5 years, maybe we do have the first commercial transportation, and I look forward to that.
Yeah, it's exciting. Well, I would love to open it up. We have some time for the audience if you have any questions. Yes, Susan. Hi.
Yeah, so a couple, and you bring up a good point. I just did the California Medical Association presentation, and they pretty much grilled me on the same thing. So a couple of things. The governor did sign, I think it's AB 34, the Compassionate Use Act, and that it doesn't really bring back collective necessarily, but what it does do is it allows. Right now, the Bureau in their regulations allow retailers to give free cannabis to medical patients, but a lot of that time, they're not. There's no incentive for those above them in the supply chain to provide cannabis. So what it does is, at this point, it allows like a cultivator or manufacturer to designate cannabis at the beginning. So if a cultivator wants to have a certain strain that he's going to designate to a certain patient population, they can, and then they get tax breaks through the supply chain. And then that retailer's allowed to work with organizations to get that free cannabis to, patients that need it. So there is that. We're in the middle of trying to implement that, especially in our track and trace system, so we can identify that going forward, and then we can actually get some data from it. The other thing that we're tasked with doing is that we're required under the MAUCRSA to do a feasibility study on nonprofit licenses, and that's due on January 1st of 2020. And so we are working with UC Davis, and they're doing a study to see if we should have some kind of nonprofit. What's the feasibility of having a nonprofit license, sort of like what you've discussed. And so look for that to come out. I'm not sure what direction it is yet, because they've interviewed a lot of people. They're gathering a lot of data, economic data, all sorts of things. So we are thinking about it, and so that's something to look for. And I'm just going to say this. I agree with you. I get this a lot. You got bud tenders that aren't really trained, and they're telling people, hey, try this, try that. And if people are having a bad experience because they got bad information from a bud tender, that's not good for the industry at all. And so I'm going to tell you, whatever we can do to help us, because we don't have doctors that work at the Bureau. We're not like, how do we establish some kind of training for these bud tenders, or do we even want them giving this advice? Maybe we need to look at, do we restrict that? How do we provide them the information they need? I'm not sure what that looked like, but I'd love help with that from anybody that would be willing.
Yeah, Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Ashford. I'm with EASE. I have a question about local bans on vapes. We're starting to see LA County is considering one. Contra Costa County just approved a very broad vape ban on just the technology itself. Anything that comes in a vape is now banned. And obviously it's early days of this, but I'm curious, sort of the state's perspective on local bans of vapes at this point.
Well, I don't know that I can give you the administration's perspective on that. I think it's difficult right now. It's like cannabis regulation. You have a patchwork throughout the state, and now we're going to have a patchwork where areas that are banned and not banned. Even for us to keep up with this is difficult, but I can't even imagine if you're like a licensee and you got to figure out who's doing it and who's not. I think we need to have I would love to see a more, like we're taking the state and the locals are having a similar approach. And I think until we have more information, and we are starting to get some information from CDC, and we have a better idea of how we can prevent this. I think you just got jurisdictions that are worried. They're worried about their citizens, and I understand that too. And so again, I'm not sure how to solve that, but hopefully as more data comes in, the cities and counties and the state, we're making really informed decisions on this vaping crisis. But I am going to say I'm really proud of the fact that I think the licensees here have all been, to know that we can at least stay in our public campaign that here's, if you go to the licensed market, these aren't the people that are getting sick for the
Yeah.
most part. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you. Well, everyone, we are out of time, so thank you all so much for sharing your expertise, and thank you all for listening, and I wish you the best day, and become leaders if you already are not. You all are. Thank you so much.
All right, Alistair, grab a seat. It's us. Good morning again. We're going from an all-women's panel to an all-male panel. This is gender balance, but hopefully it'll be an all-women's audience, so it'll work out.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah.
The Lord Shiva.
All right, gang. The New Deal, Victor has legislated shorter panels. We have only 45 minutes to dispose of the wellness culture of cannabis, and there's a lot to cover. We're missing a panel member.
It is. And the first panel.
Yeah? Does that work? If you can hear me, clap once. Remember that one? Welcome. All right, good. So my name is Marty Perlmutter. That's all you need to know about me. We have some extraordinary people in our all-male panel. We have the late arrival, Dean Waters from Flowertown. And we have two gods of branding on the stage.
Thank you.
Alistair Lennox flew in from Brooklyn to talk to us about serious branding and PR. And we have a mystery guest way down to the end. Oh, screwing up the male balance on this thing. No, that's okay. Bruce Margolin, many of you know, he was the founder of Normal here in LA. He is a fighter for a number of really crucial things that he'll talk to us about. One being the cosmic herb and not commercializing the soul out of it. And also for equity matters, and not just the standard equity issues, but the deep rights questions concerning pot, like the small matter of you can't consume it anywhere in Los Angeles County. It's legal, but you can't consume it. Please introduce yourself.
Me, Mom?
No, not you, the woman.
Oh, the woman. The only one up here. My name is Karen Clark, and I'm the owner of Mosaic Wellness.
Do it again.
My name is Karen Clark. Still doesn't work. My name is Karen Clark, and I'm the owner of Mosaic Wellness, a CBD studio in Studio City.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hello, folks. My name is Bruce Margolin. Thank you for the introduction there. I appreciate it very much. And now that we have a nice small crowd, which I'm glad about, so we can talk more intimately. I have some things to share with you that I typically wouldn't do in a big forum. So today will be special, I think.
Alistair, say hello.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name's Alistair. Thanks for the nice introduction. I'm not a god of branding, maybe a demigod.
It's clearly a demigod, right?
You said flown in from Brooklyn, clearly British, but live in New York City. And my passion is creating and building national and international brands. So that's what I'll be kind of adding to today.
Note that, underline that, national and international. This is not mom and pop, so think about the dimensions of where we're going. We all know about that. Dean, please.
My name's Dean Waters, CEO of Flowertown. Flowertown's an educational platform curating experiences for the new consumer, and we also have a creative agency helping brands and retailers approach the market differently when it comes to getting consumers to move the purchase.
Great. And since things usually quiet down at the end, why don't we give this fantastic panel a little love on this morning of impeachment? All right. Dean, you start. And by the way we do this, the way we have to do it in order to honor the 45 minutes, and the mean person in the back who's already had her hands up, that one, let's do 5 minutes apiece of what we do, why it matters, and then we'll have a colloquy for a few minutes, and then we'll open it, so we have plenty of time for questions.
You know, the microphones are echoing a lot. It's very hard to hear you even from here.
I'll yell at you. I'll stand behind you.
Could you guys hear when we're speaking?
5 minutes apiece.
No?
Colloquy.
Yes?
Questions. And we only have 40 minutes left. Let's roll.
Okay, so what do? We, I think we all know it's a marathon, right, in cannabis, and listening to the previous panel, even looking at the next 5 years, we believe at Flowertown, and I'm sure everybody in the industry believes, that it all has to start with education. Consumers need to be smart, need to be able to walk into dispensaries, whether it's medical or recreational, knowing what they're looking for. At Flowertown, it's a constant build. We're going down the path right now of localizing our experiences. So Flowertown Chicago is launching. I've been in Illinois most of early in the week of talking to the multi-state operators in ways that we can help and do things differently. I've been in media and marketing in Los Angeles for about 30 years, started in the cable industry, then I started a content marketing company, partnered with Mark Burnett for 10 years, started Flowertown last year, March of 18, a whole new team, a lot of creatives that I've respected most of my career that have expertise on the strategy side, CPG marketing, retail marketing, and ways that we just bring a lot of best practices to the marketplace. Our focus right now is education. There was a woman earlier that mentioned, about medical recommendations and patients walking to dispensaries and not depending on bud tenders. Our goal at Flowertown is to curate those conversations via our platform and have experts that can step in and join that conversation. And we're releasing a lot of one-on-one campaigns. We're working with brands in California to release educational campaigns. We believe that education is marketing right now because there's such a lack of it. The state of California has a very small budget that probably couldn't do well in the city of Fresno, right? It's very expensive to market and it takes real money and you're looking at real barriers to market that we're finding. Flowertown is a consumer brand. We're not plant touching, we're not a retailer, but we're a voice for the consumer. We're a curator. We want to be good housekeeping. We're Zagat, we're not Yelp, we're a little bit more premium. We're not letting every dispensary into our directory, we're not letting every brand into our directory. We want to own a segment of the population. We don't want to be 21 plus. We're focused on adults 35 to 54. So we believe we'll be aspirational young people, and that demo's catering to their parents, like my mom, who's 79 years old, who is starting to incorporate cannabis into her life, and and starting to eliminate certain meds within her regimen. So it's we can't do it alone at Flowertown. We're trying to curate a front of people to do it together because it does cost a lot of money. And you need some brands that truly understand the importance of marketing. Certainly in the state of California, commoditization's happening. Brands matter. Consumers think there's this brand called CBD, and there's not a brand called CBD. We're inserting ourselves in the middle of the vape crisis. We're going to release some documentary videos that show what a legal oil brand looks like, from the plant to filling a cartridge, and what consumers should look like, what consumers should look for with consuming legal oils. It would be obviously a tragedy for a ban in California. There's a lot of companies that are trying to survive, that invested a lot of money, that are planning on releasing products. If that happened, it would be devastating. So how do we get ahead of it? How do we, again, it's a unique time in history to insert yourself into an industry that has a lack of sophistication, a lack of marketing, a lack of storytelling. We also have a unique storytelling infrastructure with my previous company called Vimby, which is still up and running in Burbank, Flowertown's in Playa Vista, but Vimby's locally based in 80 domestic markets and 6 regions internationally, with production crews, casting, producing, you name it. So we're going to start helping brands tell stories. Every brand should be a publisher. Every brand should be telling stories in a way that's relevant and sincere and authentic to this new consumer. So at Flowertown we're really focused. It sounds like I'm trying to boil the ocean, but we're not. It is a methodical process. And does advertising to the new consumer work for a brand right now? We don't think so. We think the brand needs a filter, and that's where Flowertown plays that role of being a third party, making a recommendation, getting the consumer comfortable that somebody's not trying to sell them something as a bud tender would inside of a store. They're going to recommend products they like, people that might be their friends. They're not always thinking about the best interest of the consumer, and that's not for everybody. That's not nice to say, because there are some great bud tenders, but there's also turnover, and there's issues at that level. But our biggest focus is how do we move consumers to purchase. 80% plus have 21 plus have still not walked into a dispensary to make a purchase. And that's massive. And the legal market in California is hurting because the black market's thriving. And how do you change that? How do you support everybody that did it right, everybody that put their life on the line, everybody that's worked a decade to get to this point? And it's unfair. So again, as an industry, we're working on bringing people together to create budgets, to do things differently, and to really, take that niche conversation and make it mainstream.
Great. Sarah and Demigod, and incorporate wellness into one of your sentences.
Thank you for the moniker. That'll stick. Yeah, I'm a designer and I work for a global branding and design consultancy called Fitch, and our kind of philosophy is that we're designing the future, and we've been doing that for decades, and through those decades, different trends, different products and services sort of come and go, and clearly the last few years I've got very excited and involved in the green rush from a US perspective, and I'm very interested in how, as we said a few minutes ago, how we create national brands and retail networks around that, and quality retail networks. So I'm not so involved in the mom and pops side of that. Clearly, legislation is super complex, state to state and county to county, which is not my area of expertise. So just broadly, pulling back, it's like creating new brands that you're set for growth. There's clearly a lot of stigma in the industry, and you kind of referenced there's some real bad shit going on in the world that gets associated. So how do you sort of cut through that? I have sort of 3 or 4 building blocks, if you like, tenets of any sort of cannabis brand building. The first is professionalism, and it's kind of clearly zagging away from a lot of the heritage. So when a new dispensaries are designed and opened, how do they have more of a not a corporate, but a very professional vibe in how they position themselves, which is obviously the look and feel of the interiors, clearly the quality of the staff and how they engage, the style of communication, and also just like the quality of the fit out says we are a professional player. And the last few days I've been down in Venice and Kinney area, and there's some brilliant stalls there with very high quality retail design. So professionalism is like one of the tenets of that. Flower Town here, just talking about education is marketing, I think was your phrase. And I'm a massive believer of there's just so much there's arguably more misinformation than there is true information out there. And how do we get through that? So new brands and dispensaries, retail points need to be brilliant in sort of educating first. And I think one way to do that is through being transparent. And again, as a cross-reference, storytelling. I was just listening and watching fantastic ladies on the panel before us, and they were talking around, does the cannabis industry follow where the wine industry has gone, or coffee? We've all talked about this, but I think there's something fantastic how the coffee industry, just in my lifespan, has gone from terrible dried coffee to a high art with provenance stories, and the theatre of the delivery is extraordinary, and a lot of that is, to be honest, brand and marketing BS, but that's what the world that we've created around it. So I'm really excited around telling fantastic sort of provenance stories of where the products come from and its true journey. And the fourth, and I wouldn't say the most important, but as a brand guy, creating a distinctive brand, and a distinctive brand is different to being a different brand. I think a lot of people are like, well, if those are my competitors, I'm just going to do something slightly different. And as Fitch, we're all around how do you create a distinctive brand that stirs emotion. So it needs to have a point of view, it needs to have a stance, it needs to have an energy, a conversation that beyond is purely the product or the people or the place that it's from. So those sort of things, professionalism, education, transparency, brand distinctiveness is kind of my point of view.
From Olympus, from your ear to God's mouth. No. So speaking of emotion, Bruce, talk to us about the environment around some of the content of what. Yeah.
Stand up.
Yeah, fine. You're a lawyer. Stand up. If you can pull that out.
Hello. Does it work now or no? Hello. Good. There's a lot of echo in here. Is it echoing for you folks too? I can't hear anything up here. It's bad, isn't it? How about there? If I put it further away? Thank you. Well, good morning. I was invited here at the kind of last moment. I think my daughter Allison was supposed to speak, and I'm replacing her. She's a wonderful attorney and very educated, very articulate, but instead I've been taking her place. So I used to be Bruce Margolin, now I'm Allison's father, okay? Nevertheless, I represent an organization called NORMAL, the National Organization to Reform the Marijuana Laws. We have began this organization in 1970, and I in Los Angeles started the chapter in 1973, and have been on board ever since. I've been down for the cause for those 53 years now, or whatever it's been, 47. And I was concerned about the legalization of marijuana because I was concerned, and still am concerned, about the loss of the culture. Now, what does that mean? Well, in the olden days, back in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s, we go out to our homeboy and sit around, smoke some herb with some friends, and discuss the effects of it, the experience about it, and we would experience the intimacy of smoking weed together. Well, and then when we started the legalization, of course, we've been down for that for, like I say, 47 years. And unfortunately, when Prop 64 came along, it was not done by anybody on the ground. It was done in Sacramento. And Sacramento made their own rules. They didn't talk to anybody that were activists over the years. And we ended up with this very complicated, very difficult to get into the business, took away the cottage industry, and it's really sad what's happened here. Nevertheless, we're not giving up because we feel we represent NORMAL, the consumer. And the consumer is the one that's getting screwed here in a number of different ways, okay? These folks talking about these different strains, et cetera, it doesn't mean anything until people can gather together to discuss those matters. And unfortunately, we're not having enough what's called on-site consumption locations in the city of Los Angeles that are coming out, but throughout the state. What I mean by that, right now, you cannot smoke weed any place up other than in a residence that you would own or lease, and the landlord doesn't complain about it. You live in an apartment or a condominium or on the street, you have no place to smoke. It's kind of a trick. And I argue with the city council about the importance of on-site consumption licenses. And I said, we invite people from all over the country to come to Los Angeles and to participate with experiencing this sacred herb. And they come here on vacation, they're going to go home on probation because they're going to end up with a ticket on the street or some other problem. It's very unfair and unjust. So why is it so important to have on-site consumption licenses? It's because it's important that people communicate together. It's really important that we have a place. You can talk about your strains all day long, but until I can sit down with 4 or 5 people that maybe taking a toke or a joke or a smoke of it and tell us how it acted on to themselves or how it affected their condition, we're not getting much here. We're not having the opportunity to what's called gossiping. Gossiping, what societies are built on, is gossiping, the ability to speak about things in an intimate place. So, I am very concerned about the loss of the cottage industry and the loss of opportunities to assemble together and be together. And so I've been working on the on-site consumption licensing in the city of Los Angeles. It's going to be coming out with them. West Hollywood is in the middle of it. You might have heard that last session about all the troubles we're having. Everything's built behind the dollars, and the dollars are what keep things going. And even the on-site consumption locations can't afford to go into business because they can't get enough investors to be able to make the money to be able to put out the product and put out the thing. So that's another problem. But nevertheless, what I want to talk about is that when I was concerned about this issue about what's going to happen to the industry, I was invited to an event up in Malibu Mountains by the Humboldt Growers Club or something like that. And I spoke to the people up there. They brought down their products. And I realized after speaking to them, they really believed in what they were offering, okay? They believe in the sacredness of this magical substance given to us by the divine. And that inspired me. But I'm still stressing over the fact that so many of us are unable to communicate together, be together in a place that's comfortable like they used to have up in San Francisco. We had the Buyers Club, as you know, by Dennis Perone, first invented the first Buyers Club was for patients, particularly those who were suffering from HIV, to discuss their use of herb, each other's conditions, et cetera, et cetera. So if the opportunity comes for you to be able to express yourself in some form or otherwise about the importance of on-site consumption locations, please do that. It's important to our community. It's important to this whole environment. Now, I also talk about the spiritual use of the sacred herb. And I'm just going to throw this out to you just for fun because one of my friends were here today and she mentioned to me that she'd come over to the house and really appreciate the storyline that I give about what I believe about how important marijuana is and what it is. You know, we all know it's been going around for 50,000 years or whatever it's been. People have been using it. There's plenty of anecdotal and historical proof that it's been used for thousands of years in all societies. But particularly in India, they consider marijuana to be sacred. They consider it to be a sacrament. They say that marijuana is the prasad of the Lord Shiva. Now, Lord Shiva is one of the three aspects of the lords or kings of the gods of India. There's Brahma, the creator. There's Vishnu, the preserver.
Bruce, you
and
can't
Shiva,
do the
destroyer.
whole panoply. There are too many gods in India.
Too long?
Wait, yeah.
How long have
we
you
have
been?
30 seconds to wrap this, and we're going to go into colloquy. Then you can go
I was,
into
I was trying to keep up with these guys. I thought I was doing good.
Well, it's hard. It's lifestyle versus God, you know.
Okay, well, anyway, bottom line is, so what happens when you smoke weed, and what Lord Shiva does is it destroys the ego. And when you take the token joke at midnight smoke with your friends, you notice there's an atmosphere that people are not so self-identified, and therefore they have an experience of being intimate with each other. This is the kind of place, the kind of things we need together to have those kind of environments for people to better share the sacred herb and blessed by the Lord Shiva. So I'll end with this word. Om Namah Shivaya.
Amen.
Hail the
Om
Lord
Namah
Shiva.
Shivaya. Okay, on to our next. Please.
Hello again, Karen Clark from Mosaic Wellness in Studio City. We are a premium CBD store and a wellness studio. I created Mosaic Wellness out of a desire to help the community find wellness, not just from cannabis or CBD, but also because I truly believe that to get well, you don't need to just take a pill to fix your ill. And I don't think that you need to just take one thing to get better. I think that there's a whole array of lifestyle changes that need to be made. So we have a studio behind our CBD store that provides meditation classes, Reiki with sound healing, yoga classes, and they're all small, intimate groups so that you can not get lost sitting in a big, huge yoga studio. You actually have to talk to somebody. And my staff are all trained in some form or another. I have an ex-drug and alcohol counselor who's my manager. I myself, I'm a certified health coach. We have Reiki masters, yoga instructors, and these are the people who are in the store helping people. And we also have a long line of not just premium CBD products, but also just regular wellness products that are limited ingredient to help people find wellness and get better. And I entered this space because I've been in the cannabis industry for the last 8 years I was the VP of sales for distribution for a number of years before licensing even happened. I've helped write SOPs for licenses. I've helped with consulting for people who are looking to get their licenses prior to licensing and helping with getting their affairs in order so that they could follow the regulations and guidelines. And I also work with a company, because we can't just have one job in cannabis, right? We have to have like 5 in order to make our living and pay our bills and have a mortgage. So I'm the lead cannabis trainer for a company called Cannabis Trainers out of Colorado. And we do responsible vendor program for retail and delivery and distribution companies that the regulations require by the municipalities. That's typically, where the regulations call for a responsible vendor program for the retail environments. And then the state of California, through the Department of Public Health, requires food safety classes for all manufacturers of cannabis goods, whether it's a topical, a vape cartridge, an edible, a tincture. You all have to be food safety certified through an ANSI program, which is the food safety program that I can certify your manufacturers with. So those are the 2 areas in which I fall under for cannabis. And one of the things that that I truly hold on to is exactly what the first gentleman, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Dean, is education. When I first started into this space about 8 years ago, I kind of had my own distribution company going on accident. I was repping vapes and topicals into dispensaries, and that was before there was any kind of distribution at all. And I heard this one very young bud tender tell a very obviously ill woman that was looking for cannabis to treat her illness. And I believe it was a cancer patient, just because of the way she looked. And this young woman gave her a 1,500 milligram blackout brownie with no instruction at all on how to consume this. And I left all my goodies sitting in the foyer of the dispensary and walked out into the parking lot and asked the woman how she was planning on consuming that. And she said she was going to sit in that parking lot and eat that brownie. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. So right then was my foyer into the need for education, and that's just always kind of who I've been anyways. I've been coaching and guiding people for my entire career, and this just kind of fell right into my lap, and I love the cannabis industry. One of my best friends was told, go find cannabis and start smoking it. Actually, he said, go find weed and start smoking it, about 9 years ago when she was diagnosed with cancer, and it gave her 2.5 years more than she was given to live. And we've never looked back.
Wonderful.
So that's where I am, and I love helping people find wellness through cannabis. And one of the things that we find for people walking into my store is that they don't want to walk into a dispensary to get some of the products that we have. They're afraid, they've never been in a dispensary before, they're intimidated, and they walk into my store and it smells amazing because Lord knows what we've been burning in there today. And my staff is just really, really aware of listening to what people have to say, and we've learned through physicians and other doctors and nurses what the contraindications for CBD and other medications are, and we let people know under no circumstances are they to start using products without checking with their doctor for specific drug interactions, because it's really, really important for people to understand that this is something that can severely interact with other drugs, and it could make their other drugs far more potent or far less effective. So we need to make sure that we are informing our customers walking through the door of these indications.
Wonderful. That's great.
We need more of you.
I have a testimonial about CBD. I broke my collarbone playing racquetball 5 weeks ago, and wandered into a lovely store in Magnolia Park called Your CBD Store. It did not look or feel like the dispensaries I know from up north, from Berkeley. And they gave me this vial and explained how to use it. And here's the deal. I mean, the doctor had said, when he looked at the x-ray of my shoulder, he said, well, if you were young, you might heal in 6 weeks. But at your age, it could take 8 and we might have to do surgery. In 4 weeks, the bone was healed. What is in that stuff? I mean, look, this is the broken side. I mean, I'm cooking, man. I mean, so.
I have a better story.
Testify.
I just had my hip replaced 8 weeks ago.
Wow. Yeah, wow.
And I just got back from Hawaii yesterday. And I went hiking all over the place.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
And I've been using CBD all over, no pain meds, hip replaced, full hip replacement.
Awesome.
But I'm young.
No, I mean, look, personal resilience comes into this, but you know, I mean, if I were 17, I would have healed, you know, in 5 or 6 weeks, but I'm a half century older than that, and I'm cooking. And I attribute it to a combination of the CBD I was taking regularly and this, you know, lovely topical stuff, which you guys, as you address lifestyle, you know, are going to be selling. So let's wrap all of these things together. The known salubrious impact of this stuff. Well, it's not, we don't know how, but we know that CBD seems to be a systemic thing in the body. But how do you reconcile the concern about keeping both the sacredness and the specialness, the community specialness of this experience with the commercial experience that's not only inevitable, it's already happening, it's already flowering. How do we do that? How do we keep it high? How do we do that? As we get, you know, big brands, you know, and big money into this business.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm on the corporate side, but I don't think big is always evil. big can be good, and I think some brands have proved to be intimate at scale. So I don't think scale is the enemy here. It's how a brand consistently does something small but at a bigger, as it gets larger and larger in it, and it gives more and more opportunity. I also think, back to your sort of kind of question there around, I think great brands survive where it's the intersection of commerce and culture. If it does go just purely down the commercial route, it'll absolutely lose the Lord Shiva and all the spiritual qualities. And I think that would be a crying shame, absolutely. So it's got to be building culture and commerce together, and not one at the exception of the other. And I think that's...
So how do you do that, Dean? How are you going to do that?
Well, certainly distribution of content is challenging for cannabis. I believe a big part of what needs to happen is purely storytelling. I believe consumers need to be exposed to stories and products that work. And your story, right? If somebody your age saw that story,
it's real.
They would embrace it. We're, again, because we're not a plant-touching brand, and we're, a voice for the consumer, and I have a long storied career in media and just programming. A major network called me and said, "Hey, Dean, we don't want to have our head in the sand. We can give you 25 million homes. We're launching a digital network. How can you help us tell stories? We won't take advertising, but we'll take responsible storytelling for our viewers to learn about what cannabis can do." I think one of the biggest things is just if we just focus on CBD and the health and wellness of CBD, you can buy CBD in a CVS or a gas station that's not tested, right? And if you go to a lab and they tested a lot of those products, they would probably show you that a lot of them have zero CBD value. It's breaking down when it's being integrated into the lotions or what have you. And that's the importance of shopping at a dispensary where things are regulated and things are tested, and there are stories to be shared with those products. So it's, there's no easy answer to how do you get the word out, but I do believe it has to start with storytelling, and I believe that if good stories are told and things aren't heavily branded as my product, but really it could be brought to you by, because viewers are used to brands paying for things because it's just the way the world works today. But if the industry would grab a piece of content and celebrate it because it's responsible, it's well done, and it's promoting all CBD, I believe it's going to start there and hopefully organically grow. But distribution for cannabis is challenging. There's no doubt. But we believe as marketers and media experts and curating a front of vendors that we can use, we're going to start using Flowertown as an educational mechanism to get stories out and probably get through some barriers, even on the paid social side, that a lot of plant-touching brands can't do. But again, it's all storytelling to me.
One of the things that we do at my shop is, before we do a yoga class or a meditation, we allow people to use CBD as part of that holistic meditation or ritual. And a lot of people engage with that. We have people who come in that have never used CBD and don't know anything about it and get some information about it. They get a chance to try it, and they find that using that before yoga, whether it's a topical or a tincture or whatever they're using, they can't smoke in the store. We have flower, so we don't allow them to smoke that in the store. But people are finding that this is an amazing way to drop a little bit deeper into a meditation or to find a little bit more movement in their body through yoga. And I think that that's part of the sacred part of this plant, whether it's CBD derived, cannabis derived, whatever it is. But I think that having these spaces for people to come to is important, and the storytelling and the anecdotal stories and having people learn what a lab test means. We refer to gas station CBD. I get people walking in the store, vendors all the time, selling gummies that have been sprayed with CBD isolate and claim that they're infused. And I ask the people who are selling them, "What are these infused with?" And they look at me like, "What are you talking about?" They don't even know what they're selling, and we kick more people out of the store than we bring products in. But no product is allowed in my store on the shelves without third-party lab testing, and then I pull products off the shelf and go send them to the lab myself to have them tested, and we've told people to come back and get their products because we're not selling them with what was in them.
That's great.
So I think it's really, really important for us as the people who are owning businesses to be responsible. And since cannabis and CBD, or CBD isn't even regulated yet, although they're trying to. I think it's up to us to regulate, just like cannabis was being regulated by the responsible people in the industry before regulation came out.
So Alistair, how do you, I mean, this wraps up what all four people have talked about, but how do you create, as it were, in the branded realm of locations that people are going to go into, how do you create sacred space? And how do you communicate, a serious question, from the marketing, PR, and reality side? This is responsibly sourced. This is, you know, the best of breed. This is stuff that can heal. This is, how do you encapsulate that? This is cosmic. It is.
Well, I don't have the full answer to that, but I'd say, you know, the best way for storytelling, which seems to be a cross-sectional of these conversations, is person to person. But as the industry goes larger and there are way more consumers coming in, there isn't always the opportunity for a fantastic person like yourself in your store to have a face-to-face conversation because it gets busy. So I think the storytelling has to evolve. So sometimes it's going to be verbal stories. Other times it needs to be, in a store, it needs to be like, I can start maybe reading something myself and then a staff person helps me answer some questions. That's more like an assisted sell. But a lot of the stores, as they move to more scale, the communication and the sort of the shopping style needs to be just sort of self-serve, as in they can consume an amazing story maybe through print or through digital, and then they can narrow down the conversation that hopefully they'll have a moment with the staff. But I think it would be naive for the industry to think that every communication can be verbal, face-to-face. So we need to become much more sophisticated in the mediums that we tell that through in retail and out of dispensary as well, would be an observation.
There's this, Dean, please.
I was going to say, you know, another thing that we're doing is, you know, we're hosting consumer events, and we're doing them in thoughtful locations to where we're going to where people are. So we did a really successful event at a WeWork in Playa Vista. We literally had 150 people from the WeWork building come and attend our event that was CBD helper hype. We had a panel of experts. Some folks were here today that were at our event, but it was a 2.5-hour event. It was an hour of like meet 5 brands, mingle, an hour of, you know, a conversation, and 30 minutes of a Q&A. Not a single person left the room. And everybody within that environment, I would say, you know, I go to a lot of events, and if you go to an event where people are coming to, you tend to get the core, right? People just, you see the same people all the time. But if you can bring events to locations where, you know, all these co-op working environments and places where people are, and do it within an hour that, you know, they're not, you know, it's after where they would normally go home. And we're starting to scale these events around the country with large multi-state operators. It's also starting that conversation, right? And it was 150 people, which, you know, 150 people somebody might not have touched. So it's, you know, we are also big believers in consumer events and doing things that would drive somebody to your studio and promote, and it's all about localization, right? Because it's all about community, and all retail is local, events should be local. We couldn't have an event in Playa Vista that was promoting something that was in Hollywood because you just wouldn't get the traction. So, you know, we're going to start moving around the market, moving around the country, and doing true, you know, B2C type events, not a lot of the B2B that exists today. But it's another way in beyond the cost of marketing and things that become cost prohibitive for a lot of retailers or brands doing it independently. So.
Has to be brief because I want to give these guys 5 minutes for questions. You got something, Bruce? Want to add? Let's open it up.
Yes, I would like to say that I'm totally down for the idea of the community taking hold of having gatherings together so we could discuss these things, not from a salesman, but from into the anecdotal closeness to people getting together. Matter of fact, I do have another website besides my 420 Laws website. I have 420yoga.com, which is to have people participate in having people come to their home, have a yoga session, talking about the herb, how it affects them, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just throwing that out here because that's what we're losing here, and I don't know what we can do about it. But yes, it's wonderful hearing you speak. You sound like you're really down for the cause and you understand these issues, okay? But I've come to some of these dispensaries, it's very disappointing. I mean, it's the worst. First, they don't know what they're talking about. They have no time to explain it to you. They don't really know really their product. And it's unfortunate we have so little education in that area. Now, we have enough regulations that we don't want any more, but it would be good if we had some kind of qualification for a bud tender to have some experience in what they're selling. And so this is another part of the problem. We don't have the right people that are really like this woman, beautiful woman here, just trying so hard to do the right thing. Very few and far between like her, from her. And so I don't know what to do about this problem except just express it. Well, so thank you for the opportunity.
Dean mentioned, and Alistair as well, have implied or mentioned, professionalization. I mean, it's something that comes, and it actually, maybe it's not too early to begin pushing that in the community of the green folk, the people who are in the green rush, need to start setting standards internally, and including, don't propagate stuff, don't bring it into the dispensary, the store, unless you know what's in it, period. Just don't do that, and you don't get certified if you won't comply with that. Let me give the folks, sir, shout.
Hi, I'm John Nine from House of Gong, and just thinking about the development of the sound healing community, almost evolving at the same rate as the cannabis community. Have any of you ever done any kind of co-marketing or co-experiential events with sound healing and CBD or other cannabis?
We have a full sound bath every Thursday night at the store.
Right. This is quite popular, sound bath and in yoga facilities. It's happening a lot around the county. Sir.
Is there any CBD oil that a person can take and for sure, 100% guaranteed, not test for any marijuana in the body?
That's interesting.
Isolate.
Is that a yes?
CBD isolate.
So, in other words, there are extracted oils that have no THC. Quite typically, I mean, the thinking, and this is part of the science that's evolving, is that you need some THC to fully activate the CBD, and so you hear numbers like 18 to 1 and so on, for the minimum that's required for the body to take maximum benefit from CBD. But understand that if you're going to be tested, you want to not have the chemical in your body. Right. So there are ways of isolating the chemical, and this is done. Where do you get it? I don't know. Contact the store that I went to is called Your CBD Store. Talk to somebody who's responsible in the business. And
Can you take it without it affecting your mind in any way whatsoever?
I can testify myself.
Yes.
As a former profound stoner who hasn't smoked in a good chunk of a decade. No impact. Maybe a little bit of, enhancement of my meditation experience, but I'm not the least bit stoned from this CBD stuff.
My experience with CBD isolate for those who are being drug tested, airline pilots, police officers, those type of people, they come in and they want something that is not going to test them positive, and we make sure that the products that we have that are CBD isolate are THC free. And those products will not cause any psychoactivity. They don't cross the blood-brain barrier, so it's impossible.
That's great.
Yes, in the back?
What a bummer.
2 minutes. 2 minutes ago, we got to cram in any. Yes, sir. So this is, a good point. I mean, I'm sure most of you are aware. Think about the chemicals that are required to extract the active elements that you're seeking, and there are poisons and there are bad things that are used and common and they're distributed widely. We don't have the testing and the regulation that we will need and will have to make this the business that Alistair wants to have. Basically, the Dom Perignon people set up stores all over the country. When it's convergent. The two things will happen at once. Okay, we have less than a minute.
So I've noticed a distinct age bias when I go into a dispensary. Most of the bud doing to help educate dispensary owners to hire older people to serve older people?
Talking to a wall.
Except when I went to that CBD store, everybody in there was over the age of 65. There were a line of people, there were 4 people. The employees were under 30, but they were conversant and they were sensitive, and it was a comfortable situation. But you're quite right about dispensaries. That's different from these.
All my employees are over 40.
We have to make pot safe for the over 40. And one last. All right, thank you so much for your attention. Thank this panel, and bless you all. Stay well.
Before? That's a private joke. I've been doing this since 1991. I got one laugh, that's all I need. 2, 3, that's bonus. Thank you for that. Let me just call up my little notes here, not that I really need them. This is pretty good. We're only missing one person here, so I'm just going to put it in order.
I don't know how it happened. I don't know how it happened. We can take that. Yeah, all right. Thank you. So you are. Sundar. I'm sorry. Sundar Krishnan. Yeah, my background practice. My pleasure. Research went right to NIH. That's cool. So oncology research was always our thing, and we're seeing. Then we'd see patients come out with all kinds of debilitating conditions that were symptomatic.
Okay. Okay. Survey, how many people can raise their right hand?
I gotta send them to a stoner.
About half, that's pretty good. Those of you who have been to my panels before know that my goal is to get to conversation as quickly as possible so that everybody gets value, including my panelists who have come from far, wide, and actually not narrow, because everybody here has deep vertical expertise. I'll introduce myself first simply because I'm a mental health educator and a deep narcissist. So it's really important for me to see who in the audience even knows what narcissism is and where it comes from. That's the challenging part. Childhood, I got a good grade on that one. So I'm a mental health and economic development educator through entertainment and technology, which is a natural segue to cannabis, of course. It's not that far off. I produce movies, games. I've helped start a bunch of companies. My first company was doing something called Windows in 1984-85. We were the first company bought by Microsoft. And my most recent big movie was Steve Jobs. My most recent not so famous movie was Laborshnik. They said we had a branding issue. I didn't buy it. God, this is a good crowd tonight. I'm going to go really fast, though. I'm also a hypochondriac. So this panel is important to me, very important to me. I work pretty closely with Victor, modestly. I mean, Victor thinks all this stuff. I helped him pivot into cannabis just a little bit. I didn't help him pivot, but I helped populate the board, not the board, but these panels. And I have 2 panels that I'm doing this time. I do them both yearly. One is matching strains to maladies. And to my shock, on the very first panel, I had the doctor who got the first patent ever on using cannabis for epilepsy. And she, like a Monty Python movie, said, well, actually, you can't do that. You can't match maladies to strains, but we'll get back to that later. And my other panel is, what are the pains and challenges that the wellness industry is dealing with as we begin to slowly but surely upscale or up-res these CBD, CBG, the CBGBs. I'm sorry, that was my own invention. As parents, until they see the beautiful results this brings on their children and themselves. That was pretty funny, actually. I would laugh myself if I wasn't professional. Anyway, we have a great audience here, and I am actually in this business thanks to Tim Blake, who in 1986, he and a couple of his associates, they were quietly the biggest, or amongst the biggest growers in Northern California, but they all had children. They couldn't believe the dreck that was out there from video, so they banded together and put their own video company together, started producing educational videos that all the major VCs started buying for their kids. They found me because I was doing something called digital media in 1985, 86. 203, had a little party at his house, invited me to come, and there were 100 people there. Last year there were 25,000. But that's just the Tim story, that's the Emerald Cup. Everybody on the panel right here is massively accomplished, massively esteemed, except myself, of course, because I'm massively humble, not in the cannabis space. I do have a couple startups in the space, but I'm gonna dive right in. So I really started thinking a lot about, well, what can we talk about that gets right to the point when you start talking about cannabis relative to the mainstream markets? Now remember, this is a couple years ago. Started thinking about myself. I got into the industry in a deeper way and in a passionate way because I had a friend that I met at one of Tim's parties about 13 years ago who 2 years later had stage 4 pancreatic cancer, stage 4 lymphoma, given 15 days to live. I visit with him in hospice. He was given 15 days to live. He got his doctor to inject CBDs into his pancreas. I believe he just raised a couple $1 million. 14 years later, he has his own cannabis brand. He was actually here in the audience last year. Another friend of ours had, his daughter actually had cervical cancer, twice surgically removed, came back a third time, injected CBD, never came back. I became a believer at that time. So I started thinking, okay, what is it? How does this stuff actually get into the mainstream? Well, you need research. You need third-party university validation. And you need to be able to perform this upside over and over again. And I'm speaking in my movie producer, social impact movie producer lexicon, not technical or scientific, because I'm neither technical nor scientific nor a lot of other things. And so I came up with this idea of matching strains to maladies. And again, it was on one of my panels that this woman, Dr. Catherine Jacobson, some of you know her, she actually developed through her postdoc work at Stanford a cure for her own child that was having 100 epileptic seizures a day. And after she succeeded, his child was having 3 seizures a month. And she received the first patent, I think about 9 months ago. So on this panel, she raised her head and said, well, because CBD and because cannabinoids are in our receptors, are already in our bodies, and because it's operating at a genetic level, one cure does not fit one all. It's genetic disposition, really like the way most medicine is. So you can't really do what I understand in my layman perspective the FDA is used to. And I say the word FDA gingerly because there are people on our panel, one in particular, Dr. John Powers, that happens to live in Maryland, very close to the FDA, and has a long history with his associates in his company, RX Remedies, to be working hand in hand with the FDA and other folks to smoothly and harmoniously transition in the kind of regulations that we need. So you're no longer having jet fuel or other forms of non-human friendly ethanol being used to cut your CBDs in order to make people a lot of profits. Anyway, I'm not going to go much further other than to go into the next mode because I want to get to the conversation as quickly as I can. I am often asked to give my one joke that I created, which is my feedback joke. Can I give you guys some feedback? You're a very good-looking crowd, but that's typical for Los Angeles. Even though none of you are, it's the atmosphere minus the smoke. That joke was for Marty Perlman. Are you still in the room? Marty left. I won't do the other form of feedback, which is, that's what he wanted me to do, but I won't do that. Okay, I begin with my first guest today. Krishnan, please introduce yourself. Thank you. That was the beginning of my first applause, unless there was a mosquito there. Krishnan, please introduce yourself. I tend to blow things up, so I would rather the humble genes take over. These men are all humble, and I know that personally.
Hey guys, Krishnan Barrier. I am with Arcadian Capital Management. For those of you who are expecting my business partner, Matt Norgren, to be here, sorry to disappoint, he's not here, so I'm here in his stead. We are a LA-based, cannabis-focused VC fund that has a focus in investing in non-plant touching or ancillary cannabis companies. And I would say that there was a period of doubt during 2019, probably earlier on, that we were missing out on some of the plant touching opportunities. But as the years progressed and valuations have reset across the board, we feel really fortunate to be in the position that we're in because our portfolio of companies is very strong, and we look forward to seeing how consolidation down the road continues to occur. We're one of the more active names in the cannabis industry with over 25 portfolio companies. We're also in the process of raising our second fund. So if you have a startup that has a couple of years of revenue, come talk to me because we would be interested in investing possibly.
So your portfolio did not lose 2/3 of its value because none of your companies went public on the Canadian market.
No, none of our. No, we've got 2 or 3 public companies, but for the most part, our companies have remained private, and as a result, there is no public valuation to speak of, but at the same time, the valuations that we entered in at were relatively modest from a fundamental multiple standpoint.
And just to reinforce the didactic, and by the way, I have a master's in education, so I'm always interested in those cognitive neurons being reinforced. You probably like companies that say to you, we want to build a company to be sustainable, to grow through M&A, not we want to exit 3 to 5 years, right?
Look, our focus is actually to help companies grow. So we're not investing in pre-revenue companies, generally not seed stage. So Series A, or at least companies that have 1 or 2 years of revenue. We're really looking to come in, bring our network and expertise to help companies scale up. So what we're looking for is a sales process, a product, and a business that is scalable, but just needs the capital and access to expand their market footprint. And that's what we bring.
And just one last comment. I was on the phone yesterday with one of the largest wealth funds, and they're giddy about their new philosophy as a venture and wealth fund, actually helping the entrepreneurs, besides just sitting on the board and giving some advice for 20 minutes. I assume that you guys are more venturepreneurs in that sense. Hands-on a little bit.
So we are hands-on in the sense that we do everything we can to help our companies grow. A lot of times it's making connections with potential customers. So being that our companies are largely non-plant touching ancillary companies, the cross-section of the types of businesses that we're investing in are largely tech. We do have a few non-tech kind of IP-related companies as well. One of them was actually supposed to be on the panel, Cameron, with Kelsey Bio, but I'm not sure where he went, so I'll text him after this and figure that out. But Kelsey Bio is a great example of taking intellectual property and out-licensing it to create a brand.
And I will channel Cameron, minus the fact that I'm not a Native American of the leadership class. His nation was 50,000 strong in Northern California through Oregon. Today it's about 500 because they all received blankets with smallpox. And so he committed his life to taking antidotes for various diseases, got a license on anthrax antidote, and converted that into a CBD delivery company, and is doing quite well. And I know that Krishnan and his company are one of their very fervent supporters. Speaking of fervent, and speaking to the rich part of the world where so much intellect and formerly British high-end education come from, let me introduce you, son. You are also very much in this space in terms of accelerating the capacity for high-quality product to be grown and tweaked on minute levels with measurement and particularly artificial sunlight that actually mimics the actual sun. Please introduce yourself and tell us what you're up to these days.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me back. I will just start out with the word love. We in our company center around love. And our most important is love for the plant, and then love for the patient, and then love to make a lot of money so we can do more plants to serve more patients. So if you do it that way, you understand that outdoor growing is the best way to do it. Absolutely the best way to grow. And you can do it in living soil. No Miracle Grow, no any of those kinds of products. And with Tim and the group around the Emerald Triangle, the way they've been doing it for years is the best cannabis. However, we've been getting into a significant amount of challenges with climate change, with the fact that hemp is now allowed in California. We don't know what that's going to do to a lot of the outdoor grows because obvious reasons. And
explain those reasons, please.
Well, basically, you don't want contamination between the two. They get very excited.
What's the danger of that parallel cropping introduced?
Well, it's going to basically infect, but it's going to propagate into your cannabis. It's basically going to create issues.
So you're talking about feminizing, crossbreeding?
Crossbreeding, feminizing, all of those things. So you don't know at what point in time, and it's very invisible, right? You don't know when it happens. I mean, you only know after it happens. You can't really, it's very hard to prevent because it's going through the air. So our goal at our company, we're a wellness, sustainability, and emerging technologies company. My background is I'm a plasma physicist along with a mechanical engineer, and I got my MBA as well. But that's just the education part of it. The other part of it is I started doing cannabis in Berkeley when I was 16. And if I didn't do any of that, I probably wouldn't get the degrees that I've had. So I quite enjoy it to this day for many things. I had rheumatoid arthritis, and I've been able to get off that. I'm vegan and gluten-free, but I'm an old guy, so I have to be able to live a little bit longer. So anyway, we take biomimicry and create situations where we're being regenerative, we're not being resistive. And most of what's going on in the California market specifically, we know that 80% of cannabis is grown indoors, of legal cannabis, right? So what happens then is you're really creating something that's not good for the plant. And so what we do...
Why is that, please?
Well, because you're only growing in 21% of the sunlight. And everybody knows 21% to 23% of sunlight. And that's if you're using a high-pressure sodium or an LED. The sunlight, you need everything from infrared all the way up to UV. And if you don't have that, you're not stressing your plant. So what happens outdoors, it sets the immune system. It allows you to get full expression. So we developed a technology that's fusion, that's 50% more efficient than LEDs, and covers 100 square feet, now 144 square feet, this newest generation, with one 1,000 watt light. So we can replace buildings that are 25 to 50,000 watts of power, depending by just a few lights. So our goal really isn't to sell lights. Our goal is to get more medicinal plant out. So it takes living soil, and if Jeff Lowenfels were here, who's on our board, he'd be talking about living soil. And now you can do living soil indoors without any of those inputs and be able to grow Nigerian here. We've done Molokai frost, and since we can adjust the sun to any latitude and longitude, we can grow whatever grows there by looking. We obviously can't do the terroir, but we can definitely do the soil and do the amendments and bring that in. For outdoor growers, we help them overwinter. We help them do their R&D and their genetics. We always like land races, and the major problem has been is you haven't been able to grow land races here, and now you can do that. So at least you can do that, cross over once, come back if you want something really unique, but at least you've got those genetics.
So somewhat, I'm going to nip it just a teeny bit.
Sure.
But before you leave for now, explain to me, or explain to us, how explicitly having this capacity impacts the quality to deliver certified organic, medicinal quality product. What's the relationship between strains and maladies and lighting?
Wow. Well, when you have Mother Nature that's created these genetics of the land races, the 120 of them around the world, that is not a go bro, what I call a grow bro, right? You listen to your bro, or what I call a Google grow. You know, you go up and look up what your friend's doing next doors. This is something that nature's developed for a significant amount of years. So I think by doing land races, you have genetics that have been been in service and being used. The former panel was talking about India, where I'm from. This has been being used as medicine for a lot of maladies for years and years. So coming up with a cake or a kush, all these were just done because you were forced into doing it because you didn't have the sun available. So you were making other inputs to make up for 75% of the energy that plant is looking for. And the plant has more genetics than we do. More genetics than we do. And in fact, it's a beautiful lady that wraps the grower around their little finger. It starts turning different colors. You run and you try to do something. You think you're a master grower? No. That plant is doing it for you. It's more amazing. So the reason why sunlight is significantly important is because it is the energy source. Without sunlight, we would not be here. Think of your microbiome. 70% of your immune system in your human body is there. We need vitamin D. We need to be in sunlight. It's the same thing with the plant. The microbiome is the soil. If you do all kinds of other additives, 80% of what's in a lot of these shows, they're mitigating the fact that they're not in sunlight. And so what they do...
Sorry. I just wanted to stop because we only have 25 minutes left.
Absolutely.
And everybody could do this except for me.
Yeah.
I still spell pot with 2 T's. So on that note, Tim Blake, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Tim Blake. I started the Emerald Cup 16 years ago. I've been in the cannabis industry for 47 years, so I've watched all the decades go through. Emerald Cup's always been organic.
You got to be, okay, go.
That's funny. I try to match David's humor. So about 12 years ago, I came down with some serious illnesses from working in the cannabis industry in the indoors and stuff. I got 3 types of mold: Sportigatus, Candida, and black mold at levels that would kill you. Blood tested, and it ruined my immune system. So I then had to go through a series. I started working with the best healers on the West Coast and learned a lot about healing, but it wrecked my immune system. I ended up getting major rounds, 3 rounds of cancer, learning this. I healed that with black salve, which is Native American material, which we don't have to go into here, but I also used the original Simpson oils. And so I really realized at that time what a tremendous healing nature cannabis could be. That was about 12 years ago. So I started studying all that. And we talk about matching strains and whatnot. I'm an old school guy, and you can do your indicas and your sativas. The indicas are pain relief and sleep and whatnot, and the sativas go for the for the energy, creativity, and the suppression of appetites and different things. And you can get Charlotte's Web to do something for medicine, for help and epilepsy and whatnot. But if you're really talking about medicine, it is what he said. It's no longer strains for specific. It's really the combinations of cannabinoids. And with them coming out with the knowledge of not just CBD, but CBDA, THCA, CBDN, all the variations. We were just talking with John here. The Israelis have a clinical trial going, 17 of them, and they've discovered 3-119 and 3-VGO, which one of those, I believe, heals cancer. So the things we're coming on to very quickly now are these combinations of cannabinoids. I take a combination of CBDA, THCA, CBD, and THC every day. The rest of my life I will. So you really want to find what the combination is. Now, everybody's different, especially with cannabis. There is no set formula or no set strain that's going to work across the board. It doesn't work like that. You really have to find out what's going to work for you. But the important thing is, I've always been a proponent of organic farming, just like organic food. You go to the farmers markets, the quality, energy, the food, but it's about whole plant extract. A lot of these medicinal companies are using CO2, or they're using distillates, or they're using direct infusion. They're taking apart the terpenes, they're tearing it down, and the only way that you're really going to get true medicine is through whole plant extracts with alcohol and ethanol coming out, and really getting the whole plant in there. And you got Rosette Wellness and you got Aunt Zelda's with Mara Gordon that are doing that. That's the only type of medicine that I myself, after these years, people come to me daily. I used to be the main stoner, the king of the Emerald Cup, get high. I don't get high that much anymore on a daily basis. I really spend almost all my time helping people heal. I've got one friend with throat cancer right now. I've got an uncle, Parkinson's. I mean, daily I tend to people. And so I study a lot and try to figure that out. And so it's really about going back and, even with Harry, my partner Rosette, he's explaining to me that it's about taking the cannabinoids on the same time of the day, every day. it's about separating it into 3 times a day because it only lasts for 7, 8 hours. So you've got to take it on, multiple times a day. It's these little things that you learn about the healing that you need to find out. But they're going to now, I'm so excited because we're going to end up very soon, and I'm sure John will tell you that we're going to end up with a customized formulation for everybody where they can put it in a pill, edibles, tinctures, whatever it is. And they can really, scientifically, they're going to be able to decide what's best for you, and they're going to be able to give you that formula. I mean, Harry Rose will tell you that it's a 30-30-30-10, 30% THC, 30% CBD, 30% CBD, and 10% THC as an overall general wellness blend. And it's going to be one of those that people want to take every day. You can definitely go smoke cannabis. I recommend vaporizing it because I have COPD also, and I healed that through vaporizing cannabis. Vaporization is the only way to go. I don't think smoking. I'm not against it. People can do it. Burn your lungs up. I did, but it's really those combinations, and that's what we need to get down to. So I'll let John speak.
So let me just do my little introduction here. It's actually an amazing pairing that we have these two folks. West Coast, East Coast, an artisan grower who had the genius to figure out how to have the 200 best strains, or whatever the number was, in one room, and figured how to get the judges to be able to judge them without all going unconscious. 13 years ago, I was at the first party. There were about 100 or so people there. Next week, there'll be probably 25 to 30,000 at Tim's little party. Sitting next to Tim is the East Coast. Former, I don't know, exactly how fully to describe John other than buttoned down, East Coast, FDA aligned, a doctor in multiple areas, a brilliant chemist and entrepreneur with a couple exits, the real deal. And John can communicate what he's doing right now, but it's a very interesting confluence that's happening at this table and in the industry today as the FDA and the DEA come together and separate the cheaters and those that are not ready to comply to the benefit of consumers into the next wave of pharmaceutical blessing from the last 100,000 years. John Powers.
Thank you.
Dr. John Powers, excuse me.
I have to tell you, Dave asked me, we've been working on a business project together. Dave asked me to come out here and speak, and I'm going to paraphrase a Groucho Marx line that, the hell would I want to come talk to a group that would have me as a speaker? That doesn't make any sense. I told him no, and then he reminded me of the weather difference between LA and Baltimore, and I'm here. So I'm actually president and CEO of a holding company. We have 10 verticals. We believe that having verticals in multiple aspects of this industry is going to be critical because we have no idea which way this is going. One of those verticals is RX Remedies. It is a CBD manufacturer that makes pharmaceutical products. My background, I did the MD PhD program at University of Maryland. My background is oncology, and then I went and got an MBA to realize what everything I'd been doing was wrong. So I think the message that I want to share is that FDA is coming, and it is a game changer. It is no different than any other drug that's out there. So somewhere between the historic growers like Tim and the pharmaceutical people like us is the reality of this plant. It is novel, it is different than anything else that's ever been out there. My wife's a professor of genetics at the University of Maryland and did Penn State. So we joke about this is our last hurrah. We have been blessed to have been built and sold many biotech companies, but we looked at each other, we got 6 kids and 7 grandchildren, and said, when we were in med school, if you pissed positive, you were out. What a great opportunity now to show our grandkids, oh, this is some really cool stuff, right? So that's kind of how we got into this industry. In my company, there's 6 PhDs, 2 MDs, and we are a keenly pharmaceutically based company that is doing clinical trials in this arena. You can think of this, any CBD, THC, any of them, as pseudo ibuprofens, right? So if you take ibuprofen in 200 milligrams, you can go to CVS and buy it over the counter. Over the counter means you can self-diagnose and self-treat without any serious adverse effects. SAEs is what the FDA calls that. And that means someone died. That's a nice acronym for somebody died on the medication. We have no deaths with THC or CBD. There's 0. It's an astounding compound that we're just beginning to understand. But ibuprofen, if you take it in 200 milligrams, is an over-the-counter product. You take it in 800 milligrams, it's a prescription product, right? So this, we think, is where this CBD, THC, all the combinations of all the cannabinoids and all the terpenes is heading. You'll have a recreational use, which this guy gets to judge, and I'm really jealous.
Then you'll have a over-the-counter use of a certain concentrations, and then you'll have a prescription. And I'm convinced that the prescription, and this is why we seriously got into it, the CBD THC combinations for symptomatic relief
So
is
John,
really
you do think that there will be the equivalent of nutraceuticals over the counter?
No.
Because it seems like that's on the way out.
No, the FDA has expressly said that that's not the case. So, but it is no different.
So what do you mean by over the counter if it's not considered nutraceutical?
I'll get into that in 1 second if I may. But so what I wanted to tell you though is the recreational component might be like you can make beer or wine at home, right? You can do that today legally, and that might be where we're heading with this class of compounds. What's important to understand is there's so many. Tim was mentioning that you need the whole plant medicine. The issue there is that is the antithesis of what the FDA likes. For pancreatic cancer, we have gemcitabine. It was one chemical that we studied. I was part of that clinical trial group that said this is the active pharmaceutical ingredient, the API that he was referring to. That's what gets you home. When you have two, now I have to do a 2x trial, right? When you get to the hundreds, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. So what happens in botanical medicine, and it's no different, malaria treatments came from this. Aspirin is a chemical called acetyl salicylic acid, right? They noticed, and I'm paraphrasing here, but natives were chewing on the bark of a tree back in the 1900s. And what the hell's in the tree? Well, they synthesized that compound, found out it was an analgesic, and now we make it as an API, acetyl salicylic acid and aspirin. That's how it comes about. This is no different. So this is nothing new to the pharmaceutical industry. That the horse is out of the barn before we ever got a hold of it is what's new. That's the critical piece. If I went to the FDA and said, I want you to approve gemcitabine for pancreatic cancer, and they said no, he ain't gonna know, he ain't gonna care. No one would know. If I said put THC back in the barn, good luck, right? So that's where we are. Our companies are a OTC and script, and that's where I'll come back to this. But we have to recognize, and I'm not being pejorative, but we started as a stoner industry. I mean, that's really what we started as. And there's room for everybody in this because, again, it's a drug that you can't put back in the barn, but we're taking a purely pharmaceutical approach. And if you think Merck and Pfizer and Monsanto aren't in this too, I mean, they're all there. Because of our federal handcuffs, we're not allowed to do the trials and the clinical work that we would like to, but it is being done overseas. We're actually doing animal studies overseas ourselves, and it'll come full circle. We believe that the FDA will be in this within a couple of years. So that's the difference between if you go buy the drug at CVS or if you go buy it as a prescription or if you make and sell it for yourself at home.
I want to actually come back quickly. John began the second move. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
And through my healing discovery and research, I agree with John that that's the way the FDA is going to want it. They're going to want to single isolate those cells or those cannabinoids. But Harry Rose, who was Steve Jobs' right arm for all the productions he did, 250 employees, he got stage 4 autoimmune. They gave up hope on him. And he's the one who went and found Ringo Lawrence, who was actually the one who discovered the original Charlotte Web strain, Sour Tsunami, Ringo's Gift. All the CBD strains, the major strains, came through Ringo. Harry went and found him, and they spent 15 years ago the time developing those strains to heal Harry. And Harry healed himself of that stage 4 disease and then spent his last 15 years dedicating to getting standardized SOPs for his farm so it all comes out right, standardized extraction techniques. He developed those genetics. He developed 10,000 case studies, which the Israelis now say he has the largest body of work of anybody in the world. He can tell you exactly which formulations of each of those cannabinoids will work for different diseases. Okay, and he is a very strong advocate that single cannabinoid isolates may be fine for certain diseases or illnesses, but it's the whole plant extract of putting those together. You need to have the THC and the CBD and the combinations. It's the entourage effect of those coming together that equals something more. And because of Harry's research and what I've seen him do, he was on the phone with the lead Israelis doing the 17 clinical trials, and I can tell you I was on the phone with him after 30 minutes. They were saying that he was the finest medicinal person, the most brilliant person I've ever seen in the world. He was supposed to be here today, but he's busy making our products and getting ready to launch at the Cup. The Cup has gone from one flowers contest to 27 different contests. We do all the CBD side of the contest too, but I'll tell you, it's very difficult to judge Because when you get these people together to judge CBD or the different elements of it, they all get different effects, and it doesn't happen immediately. It's over a long-term period. So it's actually very difficult to judge the CBD side of it. The recreational side, we'll have you come in, John.
We appreciate
One
it.
last comment. Tim didn't tell you this, but
Can I address that for 1 second?
Go ahead, please.
Let me be, two things I want to say. That the FDA is in a real pickle here. So I want to go on record as saying that I'm not advocating a single-use drug. We are absolute advocates of multiple, but we have to know what they are, and we have to know how they work together, and we have to do trials on that. The FDA's pickle is that clinical trials always go animal studies, phase 1 for safety, phase 2 for efficacy, phase 3 for safety and efficacy, right? That's the traditional model that's worked very, very well. The issue here is, if I tell you you have to take 2 or 3 years and do a safety study for THC or CBD, what are you talking about? There's hundreds of thousands of users every day. Now that's anecdotal, it's not scientifically reproducible, but it's very compelling data. Now if I tell you effectivity, right, that's the next phase. Well, those same 100,000 use it tomorrow. Yeah, they're not all idiots, something's working, right? So we have a safety and efficacy that are 4 to 6 years in the average model that the FDA is going to have to figure out how to handle. Now, we propose that we'll go from animal studies to get the base science right directly to trials with humans, comparing, for example, opiates or anxiolytics or things like that. So that's the first thing I wanted to share. And second, most important, I want to be the only killjoy. CBD does not cure cancer. Right? If the FDA is watching, we never said it, okay? The reason we can't say it is you cannot make a medical claim without the clinical data to back it up. There's anecdotal data to suggest that this is a very compelling drug to study. There's a lot of people that, and I will say off the record, that we help in this arena as well. But we cannot make those claims, and that's the FDA's major issue with all of us, that we make medical claims that are unfounded. That's the problem that we face. So we got a race to get this through, to use people like Ringo Lawrence, who I definitely want to meet, and bring this all together. So
I understand that. That makes real sense and stuff on one note, but in the case of Harry, is the Israelis are actually doing 17 clinical trials, and they're the ones that said they thought they found the compounds, which you're aware of, 3119 and whatnot. I didn't make that, if anybody saw that. And so the other side of that is that Harry, like they said, he's already done 2,000 PET studies and 10,000 clinical studies with patients, all done and with SOPs that would be standardized. So like the Israelis said, he's already years ahead of them. And he's already got it all built into what heals. So if you go on and look up Rosette Wellness, you'll see who Harry Rose is and what he's doing. And you should meet him because he's really the most brilliant researcher and developer in the world of this. But I understand the way the FDA works, but do we want to wait 6 years and go through PETs and through all that, or we want to go back to somebody like Harry Rose who's already done it, get their formulations and start saving our children and our kids and everybody else? I mean, I understand where John's coming from because it has to be done that way too. There's two sides to that, and I recognize both.
So 3 quick comments, because we've only got a few minutes left. I actually had a vision because of the capacity of AI and data capture. Why not get 100,000 people to get an upside by reporting their ongoing experience? Far bigger than any trial. I mean, there may be a way to harness some of that data. And speaking of anecdotal data, I've seen Tim's bone before in his leg because he had cancer rooting right down to his leg, and Tim does not go to doctors or hospitals. He cured himself with cannabis and other natural medicines. He shouldn't be here today. His immune system is completely compromised. He shouldn't be here today, but he's looking pretty good. Known him a long time. Now I'm going to go ahead and Sun and Krishnan, I want you both just to, I know you have a comment, Sun, just give me your trend just a little bit. Please. Try to keep it to a minute or two. You as well, Krishnan, because I want to get it open up to the audience. A third of you who could be on the panel yourself, and then you're going to be my first question because you made the mistake of raising your hand to stretch. So I will ask you a question, so prepare it. Son, go ahead.
So I guess I want to do, yes, absolutely, I'll answer that. I think we cannot take, we have to take cannabis into the corporate world, not put the corporate world into cannabis. The reason I'm vegan and gluten-free is, look at Big Ag. I mean, seriously, are we going to follow that? And if the FDA, I mean, Harry Rose and Rosette, by the way, Harry was supposed to be here, but he's so busy helping people heal that he couldn't make this meeting. I talked to him this morning. That plant, in full plant extract, has already engineered it. For us to do extraction and become pharmacists, is extremely, it's like eating the seed of an avocado and saying, oh my goodness, and throwing the rest away, as though we can somehow do that. I just think that we have to, the people who have core values and understand this plant, why do you think the underground market is significantly large? Because they're helping people, not because the money is there. In fact, some of their product is actually cleaner than what's legal, especially with 25% mold that's allowed by California standards and testing. Okay, sorry, I'll go to my trends.
Okay, do your trends really fast.
Okay.
60 seconds.
60 seconds. So the trend, I think, is that the trends I'm seeing that are bad is the CBD without THC. And on topical, that's great. It's like you can, you know, I can clean my window with it. I don't know what else I can do. I can put it in my car and drive it. So CBD is making all that problem. That's a big issue.
And Tim will argue that without a certain amount of THC, the CBDs are not fully triggered.
Exactly. It isn't.
Maybe not. Am I correct?
Yes.
You're absolutely right.
And then the second trend, I think, is people mitigating and not using, and obviously I'm involved in that, is creating the whole atmosphere for that plant as though it's outdoors, if you're going to do it indoors. Otherwise, please do it very well outdoors. That's the best plant. Okay.
Krishnan?
So one of the trends that we're seeing in terms of the types of companies that are pitching to us that fits within the whole plant extract kind of ethos, but also with taking drugs through the clinical trial process, is the proliferation of companies that are trying to develop biosynthetic cannabinoids, or chemically synthetic cannabinoids. And so when the FDA process as it is today requires that you really take one compound at a time through a clinical trial process, and then if you've got one compound that gets approved, such as CBD, that is the active pharmaceutical ingredient for Epidiolex, or THC. I don't think there are any specific drugs out there that have THC as a compound, but you're going to have, there's also a number of other compounds as well, THCV, THCA, CBG, things like that, that aren't found naturally in as high of concentrations. And so these companies that are using mostly yeast-based processes to develop these cannabinoids synthetically is going to be I think whoever figures it out and who's ever able to scale it up is going to find the holy grail, and particularly as it relates to taking drugs through the FDA clinical trial process.
For or against synthetic cannabinoids?
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
But think about.
But it's not going to replace cannabis.
But think about what we do with even aspirin. We take a synthetic aspirin, we add caffeine to it, a botanical extract, and we call it Excedrin migraine, right? So there'll always be extracts that you use and combinations of terpenes, botanicals, and so it's coming. It'll happen, but it won't take over.
I combine aspirin with cannabis.
I still use the old-fashioned willow bark aspirin. I don't use any of that stuff. And you can use pure CBD for things like anxiety. The vets they were doing one suicide a month, and they haven't had one in 3 years, but they're doing massive amounts of CBD, like 500,000 milligrams a day. Unbelievable amounts, but they're finding that it gets rid of all that anxiety. Now, there's no THC in that, and for some epileptic issues and stuff, it's just CBD. But for most illnesses, you need the entourage effect. You need that whole plant combination of cannabinoids that really bring the healing together. And I'm just an old-fashioned guy who just looks at it like that's just simple. We don't need to go play Frankenstein with Mother Nature.
You want to finish?
Yeah. So in terms of isolating compounds versus a whole plant extract, I think there's a place in this universe for everyone, and because because isolated, these compounds do provide specific benefits. Is it going to provide the same benefit as consuming a whole plant? No.
No.
Absolutely not.
More the FDA model. That's actually interesting.
But they do have value in and of themselves, and I think it's important that we continue to research that.
You can get CBG, CB, and CBC from northern India, from Libya and Central Hemp. You can get it CBL from Afghani, from Pakistan. Land races, you can get THCV in Africa. So I don't think it's that, it's just getting to scale. So what we're doing is treating the symptom rather than the cause and making these other synthetics.
I'm getting, that person's not stretching, they don't have arthritis, they're telling me to wrap up.
Lady in the back.
Yep, exactly. They were talking about my intellect. So a couple quick announcements, and then maybe one question. Yes, you'll get it, 1 second. Sean asked me to advocate his medicine or poison. How do you know your children or your cannabis? 2 o'clock tomorrow here, because they moved it. Number 2, we're all gonna have to get out of here in about 2 minutes, because they have to set up lunch. Then you can come back at 12:30. Also, just FYI, my biotech company is about accelerating the capacity for CBDs and other medicines to go directly to the brain instead of through the bloodstream. 1 question. Maybe 2 if we're lucky. Go ahead fast. Go fast. So obligation to educate, social impact, and tips. Quick.
Ever since I've been there with the Emerald Cup, that's our whole motto. Teach people to live organically, grow organically, and to heal and inspire themselves through natural living. We do a lot of education. Education is the whole thing. That's why I'm here. That's why we're all here. Education across this country and across the world is the most important facet of cannabis, so that we can all work together to really improve our health and for our families, our pets, and everybody. As far as the event thing, we're having a panel at State of Cannabis on Friday that I'm moderating. The event thing was overlooked by the BCC, same with tourism. We had to fight the BCC for 9 months to even get on their schedules. They just didn't understand it, and it's been very challenging, but we're really pushing hard so that all the events, farmers markets, and everybody else can have access, because we need it.
And this is a new kind of industry. I'd say more than 2/3 of the people have social impact. This is a social impact crowd. There was one last question standing. Last one, go fast.
Can you test CBD oil for sure without testing for...
I wouldn't take anything unless you know it's Providence where it's from.
No, come on up, I'll talk to you about that afterwards.
Go ahead, John. Or ask John afterwards. Or just give him 10 seconds, John.
No.
Go ahead. You're allergic to CBD?
I'm gonna suggest that it's not the CBD you're allergic to as a chemical. I'm gonna suggest it's the carrier, whether they use a coconut oil, MCT, depending on what they use. We can talk about that if you wish.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Get out and then come back in.
start refusing to appear on panels that didn't include that.
Thank you.
They were horrible panels. We're gonna get the Lisa. Oh,
Hey, Will, get a picture of all of us.
Okay, friends, quiet chewing. We have a remarkable panel. And finite amount of time. We have 100 minutes left and there's much to talk about.
All right. Yours is this, mine is this.
This is you, this is me. There we go.
This remarkable assortment
Okay,
of,
so you're not a fan of forced
individuals
marriages either.
Will be moderated by David Welsh, who is an extraordinary lawyer. There are many lawyers in the house, but this one is special. So, David Welsh, take it away.
And love are kind of hard, right?
Hey, good afternoon. How are you guys doing today? Thank you for joining us for this luncheon to talk about social equity. Social equity is something that's close to my heart, and in fact,
Get closer.
close to everyone's heart here. Let's take this off. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, social equity, what is that? And in fact, it was something that was, something that was due. After decades and decades of criminalization of cannabis, plenty of people went to jail. And nothing has been in place to correct that until recently. And that's what we call social equity. The ability to create programs, to create systems in which we can allow people who are disadvantaged and communities that were disadvantaged by the drug war to get back involved in cannabis or other types of business or in the community itself. And so today I have a great panel. I'll tell you, it's probably the best panel today and one of the best panels in cannabis of everyone here that cares and his social equity is close to their heart. So to start, I'd like to introduce Senator Steve Bradford. Senator Bradford is a veteran of the Senate, but also before that the Assembly, and before that the City Council of Gardena for 12 years, every step of the way believing in social justice, supporting social equity, and making sure to support the people that are disadvantaged getting into the cannabis business. Most recently, just last September, Senator Bradford's bill, SB 1294, which is Cannabis State and Local Equity Program, allows funding for social equity programs from the state at a local level to not only allow for social equity, but to educate and train those people that need to be involved in social equity. So without people like Senator Bradford and Senator Bradford, these programs would not exist. So again, thank you, Senator Bradford, for joining us.
Thank you.
To Senator Bradford's left is Katrina Rossini. Katrina started on Wall Street, worked in media, and is the founder of Blunt TV. It is the first and currently only cannabis-centric, female-owned multimedia company out there. Katrina is also very involved in assisting cannabis businesses come into compliance with their experience not only in biotech, but also on Wall Street. But her focus primarily recently has been on women businesses that are entering the cannabis space. And if anybody knows, and I've been in this industry for over a decade, there are not enough women businesses in cannabis today. And so it's great to have people like Katrina on board with such experience helping improve that. Sitting to the left of Katrina, and you all might recognize this gentleman from his 16 years in the NBA, Mr. Al Harrington. Earlier, a friend said Mr. Al Harrington is a Renaissance man. He excelled in the NBA, left the NBA, became a businessman, started a brand in 2011 called Viola. He named after his grandmother, who found the benefits of cannabis in her life. He is now owner of the largest black-owned cannabis business in the country. It's in 6 different states, various dispensaries throughout California. It'd be hard to find a dispensary he's not in California. And not only the product's great, is what I hear. So thank you, Al. And to the left is Courtney Eder. Sorry, Court.
You're good, Peter.
In 2017, Courtney started Shelf Life Distribution. It is one of the largest distribution companies in the state of California. Currently, Shelf Life Distribution distributes Ocean Grown Extracts, which is Damian Marley's brand, Sticky Vape, Gold Flora, and Fruit Slabs, which is an organic, vegan, edible brand. It is amazing what Courtney's done in just a short period of time, but also having a female-centered, female-owned business in the state and being one of the biggest and best. And we had to save the best for last, or last but not least, is the father of modern cannabis. That's Steve D'Angelo. Steve D'Angelo, for me at least, coined the term adult use. Steve has been in this business, has been a warrior for the cannabis industry for over 20 years. Steve has the dispensary Harborside, which he just took public on the Canadian Exchange. Steve has been a warrior in the sense that he's been fighting the federal government since day one to legalize cannabis. And much of what we live in today, much of the things that we are experiencing today, the legalization of cannabis, regulations, if it weren't for Steve, we wouldn't have that at all. So, you know, being last, but again, not least, Steve D'Angelo. It's an honor for me to actually host this panel because social equity is how I got into the business. A friend of mine, the reason I got into it is that a client and a friend of mine ended up going to prison for cannabis for 3 years. But even though that occurred, there's different ways people see it. So, I mean, I'm going to open up to the panel. And Steve, being in it the longest, how do you see social equity as it is today?
Well, you know, social. Hello? Can you hear me? No. Yes, you can now. Okay. You know, for me, social equity in the cannabis industry is a matter of simple, basic restorative justice. The racial disparity that we've seen in cannabis enforcement, which is a minimum of 4x for African Americans anywhere in the country. In some places, 9 out of 10 cannabis arrests are of African Americans. We see similar numbers for brown people as well. And this is not a unintended consequence of the war on drugs. Racial control and the displacement of racial communities was the original animating purpose of cannabis prohibition in the first place. So if we do not create a cannabis industry that includes people and communities of color, we will be compounding decades and decades of injustice with even more decades of injustice to come on. So it's basic restorative justice.
Now, a lot of the programs that are involved in social equity have given licenses or approaching licenses for social equity applicants. And I know that's going on throughout Southern California and Northern California. Courtney, we talked. You had some thoughts on this. And if you could share about your ideas on social equity and also just experiences you had with regard to social equity.
Yeah, it was interesting. When we were preparing for this panel today, they asked about experiences, and I'm here representing a small business owner and our path that we've taken over the last 4 or 5 years as we've transitioned into regulated cannabis. Now, 2 experiences come to mind when spoken about social equity. One happened about 3 weeks ago in the hallway of the facility that we own, and I was walking down the hall, and a gentleman who works for our company, part of a distribution company that we acquired out of Los Angeles, also leases a facility in in LA. I apologize, we're in Orange County. And I'm walking by him and he says, "We got our distribution license in Los Angeles." Keep in mind, I've worked on our application since October of 2017 in Orange County, which is a feat in itself. And I looked, and as much as I wanted to celebrate his success, I went, "Oh my gosh, how did you get this done in 3 months?" And it wasn't until the next day he came and he said, "We took on a social equity partner." And in that moment, my heart was sad for the way that conversation was communicated. That, yay, you received a license. Why was it necessary to tell me the following day that it was due to a social equity participant? Now, cannabis is in my life the way that it is because of a man who's very influential in my life, my dad. And cannabis was a conversation early on in our lives, and he is a social equity participant. He is a participant in our company. He always has been. And his participation is due to legal and general counsel, not because of the time he served. And so for me, I have this disconnect between something needs to be done when I hear the word social equity, and are we in the right path of doing that? And then secondary is the implementation of what we're trying to do truly being achieved. And so that's, I would say, where my experience has been and why I'm here today to share some thoughts.
I mean, Al, we talked, and you had some thoughts on this as well, about the process.
Yeah, so, obviously, I didn't really pay attention to social equity until, I would say, probably about 2.5 years ago. Obviously because, my journey through cannabis, especially once I realized that this was something that I wanted to do and be a part of, I was able to, fund my start, right, without any real issues, right? And what happened was, as I was growing in the space, I would be in rooms like this, and I would realize that I was the only person in the room that looked like me in the room. And after a while, I realized that that was an issue, because when you think about the war on drugs and what it did to my community, because, if I wasn't, fortunate enough to play in the NBA and see the benefits of cannabis through my teammates and stuff like that, I would have been afraid to touch this industry just because of the way it was policed when I was young. The way that, my grandmother used to kick my aunts and uncles out the house for coming in the house smelling like reefer. It was one of those things where I probably would have never touched it. But what happened was, after I saw how it affected her life and then how it affected so many other people, I realized that this plant was, I've been lied to for a very long time, and a lot of people have been lied to about this plant. So now that there's this new booming industry, our community is still afraid to touch it because we're still scarred by all the lives that it affected, to this date. You know what I'm saying? People don't understand that this is a real thriving industry, and that, I feel like cannabis, if social equity is done correctly, could be a form of reparation for the black community. And, I feel like if, people like myself and people like us on this stage, if we don't stand up and fight, for this opportunity, it'll be lost. And it'll be a shame, because you think about industries before this where, black and minorities had, huge impacts: rice, sugar, cotton, the lottery, alcohol. We have no representation, no ownership in any of those industries. And, my biggest thing is I don't think we can sit back and allow that to happen with this.
Thank you.
Good job.
Senator. Katrina, if you could, I know we talked about this as well, but I'd like to share your experiences with social equity.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very passionate about this topic for various reasons. One being, I've worked in very male-dominated industries, from Wall Street, politics, biotech, biomed, healthcare, being on board of directors. I'm always the only woman in the room. And when you think about over 50%, I think the number is around 52% of consumers are women, it is insane to think about that number. So it's a missed opportunity, whether you look at it from a Wall Street perspective, an opportunity perspective, or a change perspective. So the passion I come in with is, I'm an immigrant child myself. And having that background and being a woman and seeing all these changes, and also being part of this emerging market and making history, and being grateful to be on this panel and honored to be sitting next to the OGs. I take this pretty seriously because I have used my knowledge and skill set recently in helping not just women, but people of diversity learn how to get into the space, be polished, and be able to communicate effectively to those VCs and investors and lock the deals. So aside from Blend TV, by being in the space in this way, I'm seeing the challenges. This is a very tough space. This is not an easy money-making space, which a lot of people think it is. It is extremely tough for various reasons. And so I found that and Dave and I spoke about this, on the industry side, where a lot of the folks are seeing challenges, is the money is not reaching them. The investors are not investing in them. They're investing in the male-dominated brands. No offense, guys. And women are missing out. So they're coming to me and talking to me about, why am I missing out on this? My brand's great, my product's great, my company has a trailing record. How do I get the money? And then on the investment side, I'm sitting with the VC guys and gals and the angels, and I'm finding that their feedback is, these folks are not polished, they don't speak the language, they don't come in with the financials to get the point across. They're coming in with fluffy pitches. So mentors are needed. A lot of work needs to be done in this space, and I'm here to help.
Everything that Katrina said, I think, it really goes to what Senator Bradford has done with his bill. So, Senator Bradford, can you tell us a little about the bill that you passed last year?
Well, SB 1294 is the Cannabis Inclusion Act that encourages us to invest in women-owned, minority-owned, and disabled veteran-owned businesses in this space. And it's an area of great concern to me, not just because of cannabis, but because of who we are as a state and who we are as a nation. Our industry should look as diverse as the tapestry of this country, and many times we find it doesn't. I'm one of only 2 African American senators in the state of California, a state of 40 million people. That should concern each and every one of us. But I commend the diversity in this room, both of gender and of race, because this is the most diverse audience I have spoken to on this issue in the last 3 years since we're talking about diversity. So you should give yourselves a round of applause, because many times when I'm addressing a crowd, it's usually 80% white men. And no knock on them, but if this industry is gonna survive, it has to have everyone at the table. And as Steve spoke to, the prohibition of cannabis in the 30s was directly to incarcerate African Americans and Latinos. That's the only reason it was ever made a Schedule I drug. You know, it was no great epidemic like opioids that were killing people and all of that, 70, 80 years ago. It was a way to criminalize black and brown people. But if we don't know that history and we just look at it from the lens in front of us right now, we miss all of that. So I legislate from a historical standpoint. So that's why this is critically important. There's currently $40 million on the street for social equity, but I'm here to tell you, I'm disappointed in how it's been rolled out so far. It is not touching the communities and the people that it was intended to touch. And you all should be alarmed and concerned and let your voices be heard. The first 10 million was supposed to be released on April 1st of this year. 2 weeks before it hit the street, I got a list of where it was going. I immediately ran down to the governor's office and said, hold the money, which he did. Of the first 10 million, 3.5 million was going to Humboldt. And if anybody knows Humboldt, they haven't been impacted by the war on drugs. It is not a diverse community. And they surely don't need a handout, because there's billions of dollars buried in the Emerald Triangle for 20 plus years of growing cannabis in that region. So we have to have people at the table. I've challenged Lori Ajax to make sure that she has a diverse representation on her work staff that knows something about cannabis. And that's critically important. So 1294 helps create that. It created 4 positions on the Bureau of Cannabis to make sure they hire people to help with social equity. But the bill I passed this year, 595, that the governor just signed last month, is fee waiver and deferrals. Again, even when people with business acumen and resources are having trouble entering this market. So we're seeing what other ways can we help bridge the gap, because as you know, it is expensive to get in this business. There's over 17 different licenses that you can apply for. So we hope that fee waiver and deferral will help the entree for a lot of folks here in this area.
Senator, on the bill itself, how does the money flow down to the cities? How does that work?
Yeah, again, we're looking at how we're going to distribute this money. We want to target first those communities that have social equity programs. When 1294 passed last year, it was only 4 cities that had social equity programs: LA, San Francisco, Oakland, and Sacramento. Now there are over, 15, I believe, or so that have already put ordinances in to establish, and a whole lot more that are talking about it because they want the money. But I want to make sure that it's real social equity and not using what I call social lubricants, bringing black and brown and women in front for, again, white male companies. I mean, really, and we got to make sure of that, and that's our greatest concern right now, that equity is real. So those are some of the safeguards that 1294 has done. Ms. Ajax hasn't hired all of those 4 positions so far, and that's another issue of concern for me. Those positions should have been filled ASAP so we could really get this program rolling out.
Yes. Thank you. No, you bring up a great point, Senator, about people using those at a disadvantage. I call it capitalizing on suffering. And they're using that in different programs around the state. I know that's something you were talking about, Courtney, earlier, how you're seeing that. And Steve and I were talking about that earlier as well. And Steve had a great idea. I sort of want to share that idea, if you could, with the crowd about how we can make, and just everyone knows, we have a state fund, which Senator Bradford helped set up. That money flows down to municipalities that have their own social equity program for them to use that money. And various cities establish different types of social equity programs. For instance, in LA, they intend to issue licenses to people that own a certain percentage of a social equity business, whether it's 33%, 51%, or I think at the least it's 20 or 25%. But a lot of times those applications are abused. People are using it and having a front person stand in for that percentage.
A social lubricant.
Right, and as Senator said, social lubricants. And it's something where at least I don't feel that actually doesn't accomplish the end goals. And I wanted Steve to share his idea, because I think maybe that is something that was worth it.
Yeah, David, I'd be happy to share that idea. Let me just briefly comment on what I call, excuse me, forced marriages. Or what my friend the senator calls social lubricant, which I think is an also excellent descriptive term of what is going on, except maybe the lubricant part. What happens in these situations is you have very sophisticated, very well capitalized investors who are in a business negotiation with people who have not had anywhere near the same opportunity to develop those negotiating skills and power. And so what happens is you're sending folks into a situation where the same imbalance of power that we're trying to address is being replicated. So I would much rather see a situation where the general license applicants are taxed appropriately, and then those funds are made available directly to the equity applicants rather than these forced marriages, right? I also think that there's a variety of other tools that municipalities can use in order to help equity applicants, that help people and communities of color succeed in the cannabis industry. So one example of this, in San Francisco, we have this place called the Ferry Building. And it's this very, very popular retail area, and it's on a pier in the harbor. And along that same stretch are numbers of other piers that are not developed right now, that are sitting empty. And they are in prime, beautiful tourist retail locations with tons of foot traffic, right? So imagine if one of those piers were to be developed into a training center, so people who have developed their skill set in the gray market have an opportunity to develop the mainstream skills that they will need to be successful, so they can sit at that negotiating table and be equally empowered someday, right? But then create a dedicated retail environment for these equity applicants and now equity graduates of the training school to be in. So imagine a Ferry Building that is populated by the top 10% of the graduating class from the training academy. And right? They graduate and they immediately have a spot to go into, and it's a high visibility spot, and they have an opportunity, can't last forever, but for a year or two, to be in that spot. And the aggregate of that, of having 10, 20, 30, 40 different socially conscious equity cannabis businesses in one place that people can go to and be introduced to these brands and these experiences would be invaluable. It would be hugely popular. And it's something that cities can do just with some creative licensing. So that's the kind of thing that I think is going to be necessary to tackle this problem. We're trying to tackle centuries of entrenched racism, and we have this magnificent opportunity to do it with the cannabis industry, but it's not an easy thing. We're going to have to be creative about it and really start thinking out of the box to accomplish it.
Yeah, please.
So I wanted to chime in on this. Is my mic? Okay, there we go. I've sat with, as an example, executives at the State Cal Asian Chamber and the Sacramento Chamber, and I've had discussions where they're discussing the same thing, the incubator approach, and looking at going to the private side to do the raises to be able to create these programs where they can graduate folks. They're already somewhere in the process where they're trying to formulate it, and I'm hearing little things here and there come up. How can we get them all to come in together and create one pilot program that's successful based on obviously what you're sharing, which I'm 100% in agreement with, and showcase that success and what it's done for the community tangibly with numbers, and then go from there. Because if we showcase that something is successful in multiple forms, then the growth will come. Build it and it will come, right? So I'm gonna throw a question out there if you don't mind. So how do we do that to where we get the right minds who are passionate about the topic and also who will back it up? Because money has to be there to build the programs, to get the first round going. What do you think on that?
Well, the first city that gives me a pier, I'll be right there to put the project together.
Does it have to be a pier or just a building?
Hey, just give me the most prime retail foot traffic space in the city. I'll be happy.
Let the negotiations begin. All right.
I think the biggest challenge we have is time, though, because they're trying to issue these licenses right now. These states are trying to get this tax revenue in right now. So I don't think we have time to build these buildings, get these people in, show 2 or 3 people be successful, and then go from there. You know what I mean? So I think is what is. I don't have a solution, because if I did, I would probably be a billionaire right now, right? But I think that the solution, it has to involve, like you said, people that are doing it for the right reasons, coming together, because I think if we pool our resources together, the money will come, right? Any good business idea, good business plan can be funded, right? I think it's tough to fund a social equity applicant that has to have 51% ownership when they have no business acumen. So that's a failure, that's a setup. You know what I mean? So from the beginning, that was a setup. I think that, if that's gonna be the way that they do it, I always feel like it should scale up. So I feel like, maybe you come in, the social equity applicant starts with 30%, and as they continue to learn the businesses, there's certain milestones that they meet that they will end up getting controlling interest in the company. So it's so many, I have so many ideas, but timing is the key, right? And we don't have time to build these programs slowly and methodically, because these licenses are being handed out next week.
That's
You know what I mean?
And it's building to be an incredibly competitive landscape. I mean, everybody's seeing that. So to me, the barrier of entry is already difficult. It's incredibly difficult. I've been at it for a very long time. And so I think one of the things that we have to do is, one, it takes somebody of passion to want to be in this industry. Now, a social equity participant might be passionate about graphic design. They might be passionate about the flower itself. They might be passionate about growing. They might be passionate about becoming a lawyer. So why do we dictate what percentage of ownership comes with that? Proposition 215 in the state of California started as a collective, as a collaboration of people and ideas. That's exactly what the business we run is. It was people who came together that had a commonality of being passionate, and we all had different skill sets. Now, the percentage of ownership that met that skill set was conducive to allow us to form a business. My husband and I, who run that business, did not own a majority share of our business when I was working over 21 hours a day some days. So I just think that they have an unrealistic approach for that percentage, for understanding the barrier of entry. And I think the second problem that we run into is cannabis is hyper-localized. So you have a local jurisdiction that's creating the process for how a social equity participant is going to achieve this license. Why not on a state level recognize licenses are going to be hyper-localized, but keep the social equity piece maybe something that's broad throughout the state of California, so now we can have a peer collaboration and learn how to get through this together, because it's just too disjointed right now. And that's where I think some of the challenges lie.
If I could add to that, as Al stated, timing is critical to this process. And I totally embrace the incubator concept, but I think it's not the only way. Anytime you talk about social equity in the state of California, across this nation, we start as if minorities and women have a deficit, as if they need to be trained in business, and as if they don't come with business acumen. And that's where we make that flaw and make that mistake all the time. I know plenty of people of color with business acumen who have the resources and are still running into barriers of entry into this industry and all industries. I did social equity in the utility space. We have something called GO 156 that now says you have to contract with women-owned, minority-owned businesses. That started some 30 years ago. I've enhanced it since I've been in the legislature. This year, we will do over $12 billion in spend, at least utilities will, with women-owned, minority-owned, and disabled veteran-owned businesses. But those utilities also started with, let's spend $1 million to train them. You don't have to train white businesses. So why do we always have to start as if they need to be trained? And especially for those folks who were in the underground economy, who made millions at this, who probably did 20 years of time. Obviously, they've been very successful at what they were doing illegally. They know how to do it now legally, so they don't need to be trained. Give them the opportunity.
But on that same note, they were not, I'm challenging you. On that same note, they were not facing multiple challenges that industry, the legal industry is facing. Everything from lack of enforcement, challenges of overtaxation, and no banking systems in place. And again, being a Schedule I drug. And I mean, these challenges are, when you can't go pay your bills, how do you anticipate that these people, have it equally as before? It's much easier staying in the illegal side, which is why, as you read the news, they're doing better than the legal market.
Without a doubt.
So, that being said, there's still, I believe that aside from the incubator side, the mentoring needs to be there to mentor folks as this industry develops, changes, grows, and eventually becomes federally legalized.
But again, those folks who are being successful in this business weren't mentored by anyone. They figured it all out. And I'm saying there are people with the skill set. They meet with me on a regular basis who are successful business people. I have a friend who's an attorney. Graduated from USC Law School 30-something years ago. He said, Steve, I paid for law school selling weed, but I can't get a license now. I can't get a license now. He said, I know about all the strains. I didn't even know what strains were a couple years ago. He says, I know about all the different strains that exist, but he can't get a license. And he's not looking for any handout. When I tell him every year about the legislation I passed that has funds, what he says, Steve, I don't need your money. I need an entree into this business. I need to remove some of these roadblocks that both the state and local entities, as you stated, are putting in place to make it almost impossible to enter this business. And that's what we need to address. The governmental regulatory roadblocks, and as Katrina said, the taxes too. Because now, why should I pay 42% even as a consumer on something I was getting from Bebe down the street, and now I need to walk in an establishment now and I pay 42% markup? No, I'm going to still go down and get it from the homie down the street that I've been getting it from.
Well, I would say your attorney friend got to be more crafty. I say your attorney friend got to be more crafty, because I can say this for sure. Out of the 806 pre-vetted applicants in Los Angeles, that are on the list currently. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the LA list, right? I know you are, but not everyone here. But 12% of it was black. So we have a list because I'm helping with the social equity, and you know, the social equity, like you said, they are smart though, because they went through the list and they started vetting the top 100 people themselves. And they came back and we had a meeting last week and they had pictures of these people through their Instagrams, the value of their homes, like sitting in pools, driving Ferraris, all kind of stuff. How the hell are they social equity? So
it's an incredibly complex landscape, right?
Speechless.
You know, the communities of color are not monolithic, right? So there's lots of different kinds of folks in these communities, and they have different needs. And there's plenty of black business people, Latino business people who have all the mainstream business skills that they need. They might not know that much about cannabis, but they got plenty of mainstream business skills. But you do have folks, and I'll push back on you a little bit there, my friend, the Senator, who grew up in the gray market economy, right? And I grew up in that same economy, right? For 30 years before I got a license, I was selling weed. And there were things, because we were in that market, that we just didn't have the opportunity to learn. Marketing and branding. If we put a brand on our product, it would be followed back to us and we'd be in prison, right? Finance and accounting. Well, financial records were evidence, so we didn't get very good at making projections, right? Compliance. Well, we got very, very good at evading the law, but learning how to set up an organization that knows how to effectively comply with a phone book thick file of regulations, it's a different skill set. And so I think that at least in my experience, a lot of folks, I know it was true for me, as I came out of that gray market economy, there was a lot of things where I was the learning curve was really, really steep. I got through it, but it was steep.
No, I have no doubt about that, but I'm saying there is a great percentage who already have that skill set and are still running into roadblocks. So imagine if you have a prior conviction or, with cannabis, imagine what those challenges are. Again, if you have someone who has big business acumen, who has money, and they're running into roadblocks, those folks from that gray market, it's even higher. And we're just trying to find a way to, how do we level the playing field to allow as many people to participate in this market? Because if we were talking about the criminalization of cannabis, it'd be nothing but black and brown people in this room right now. But when we talk about the economic opportunity, they're few and far between.
Right. And I think one of the things that your bill, Senator, actually addresses some of these issues on financing and funding. So can you tell us a little about how that works?
It's the devil's in the details, but we want to make sure, as kind of like Steve stated, that they have the skill set, they have the expertise, the wherewithal to be successful. Again, that's why I said I embraced the incubator concept, but it's not the only way to achieve this. But one of the issues, I'm not going to speak specifically to what you said, but I want to talk about the banking aspect. And that's the area that we really need to address, and we won't be able to wrap our arms around it until the federal government decides to act and remove it from a Schedule I. But last year, Senator Hertzberg and I introduced a cannabis banking bill. And we're going to do it again until we get it right, but it's critically important because you can't ask folks to open up a legitimate business but then have no way to deposit this money. But every day, you guys as business people walk in to a state agency, the BOE, with sacks full of money, and we take it and we walk it across the street and put it in the bank. Are we now money laundering? Yes, we are. So, but to the aspects of the bill about financial wherewithal and assistance, again, that's what those 4 other positions with the Bureau were also supposed to help. And with that framework, technical assistance, financial assistance, whatever little aid that one might need, that bill tries to address it. It's not a perfect bill, but it's more than what we had, and we're still trying to build upon it.
And so, Al, you shared earlier about social equity and the list, 800, and only 12% being African American. You are involved in that process as well. You shared with me earlier that you are mentoring and helping establish businesses in that space. Can you share a little about your experiences on a local level with licensing?
Yeah, so a good friend of mine, ran into me at Jamba Juice in Woodland Hills, and he was just telling me about, social equity, breaking it down to me here in LA. And, he's from Watts or whatever, and, his group, they're called GGC, and they do a lot of stuff with like giving back with feeding the homeless and, giving kids, school supplies and different things like that. So that was the first thing that attracted to me, is all the good that they were doing in the community. But then he's the one that really woke me up about, this being a potential way of reparations, for the community. And we started the process. So we started with 60 people from their neighborhood, and when I say these people were from the neighborhood, I was cash apping 60 people $5 to get to my office so that we could have our first meeting. So these people really came from nothing. And, we started the process of, vetting them just to make sure that they met the requirements that we had. And we started a workshop pretty much on every Thursday, where we just started teaching them the process of track POS systems, taxes, a little bit of everything. Most of them didn't have email addresses. It was just crazy just to see for it to be 2019 and a lot of people to not have a lot of these things. So once we started this process, we had another guy come in that was in charge of getting them through this pre-vetting process. So my company paid, $5,000 for all 60 people. So we paid $300,000, to start this pre-vetting process. Once we got done with it, we ended up with 32 people. So once we had the 32 people, what was the next challenge? The challenge was they expected social equity applicants, people that came from nothing, from the neighborhood, had no education, just came home from jail and all these other things, to be able to, they had to have control over real estate. So I'm like, I gotta find 32 people, gotta find real estate. They have no credit. So obviously that was a huge challenge, right? And then when I didn't realize how big it was with all these other groups, the other, 770 other people that we were competing with, they had locked up a lot of the real estate. So throughout that process, we were only able to find 8 buildings, right? And what I was able to convince all of my applicants to do was to take a village approach, right? So I said, okay, we only have 8 people, but we're gonna definitely have more than 30 jobs available. So we'll make sure that everyone here gets jobs, and we even, some of our tier 2 applicants, we even have deals with them where, we'll be able to give equity to some of these other applicants as well. So now we're just in the waiting process like everybody else. We had, 3 applicants in the top 150. All the rest of them are in the 300 to 400 number or whatever. So now, the mayor is right now going through an audit of the process. And he said it's going to take him anywhere from 20 to 30 days. So now we got to see what happens with that to see if the program is going to move forward or not. But, my solution is to vet all 800 people, because when you think about it, there was anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 illegal dispensaries here in California, and it was a booming industry. So why would the industry suffer if we have, we already have 160 or 176 pre-ICOs, and we add another, let's say 800, even though all 800 won't get through because they're not social equity. So, and when you think about a lot of these people, some of the people that did have some resources, they've been holding their properties for over 2 years. I've had meetings with people in there crying. I put my house up to be able to continue to pay for this. And it's really sad when you sit in a room with these people, and this is their only shot of a better life. You know what I'm saying? That's what we have to realize is when we talk about social equity, and the people that are true social equity, this is their only chance of giving themselves a better life. And we have to take that serious. We have to take it really serious. And we have to find a way to support these people and support these programs to make them work. And, so I'm waiting with my 38 people. Either way, if we get 8, everybody's gonna, eat at the end of the day. And I'm proud to say that. Yeah.
the challenges you're sharing, you want to add to that those folks who are, and one thing, I don't know if folks are familiar with this. I want to say something that's very interesting. Local jurisdictions all have different rules and different application processes, and a lot of them cost anywhere from $10,000 to, I don't know, I've heard 100,000. I mean, no two sound like they were alike. So you add that to the variable of confusion challenges, and then on top of that, post Prop 64 passing, most people don't realize, they think California is recreationally legalized now. Well, roughly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Senator, roughly 30% of jurisdictions have allowed it in their communities. What that means is about roughly 70% of jurisdictions today do not allow licenses in their communities. Now, they are opening up one by one, little by little. But as these doors open up, listen to the challenges we're talking about up here. It's going to continue to grow unless we fix and have the right solutions for long-term fixes and really figure out how to resolve this if we really want to make a difference in the social equity space.
That's key. What you're seeing right now is a real hodgepodge approach to this. What Al was describing is the city of LA's process. And I just spent an hour and a half last week talking with Kat Packard on how we fix this, because she's working night and day to try to make it right. But where the city of LA erred in this, instead of looking at small geographic areas that were impacted by the war on crime, increased arrest records, they looked at entire zip codes. And within that entire zip code, you capture a whole lot of people who were never impacted, and it should have been a far narrower screen than what they did. And that's part of the challenge too. And then as Al stated, after the first series of licenses go out, they're going to do a reset and you're going to have to reapply again. I says, no, why don't you use those folks who are already in queue, who've already qualified, but you're going to have to re-up again and go through that process again. And who wants to continue to do that with the possibilities of you not being selected or given a license? So she and I are trying to work this out. I'm talking with some of the elected officials in LA because it is a problem, and it's not what we hoped when we talked about social equity in a city the size of LA. They're running into a whole lot of roadblocks, and we have to fix it. And it's not right now the program that I would model if I was neighboring jurisdictions and looking to roll out a social equity program. And as Katrina stated, the majority of cities don't want cannabis, no shape, form, or fashion. And that's part of my challenge. I represent the 35th Senate District. I represent cities from Inglewood all the way to San Pedro. I have Torrance, Hawthorne, Lawndale, Carson, Compton in my district. And the majority of those cities, Gardena, where I grew up and where I live, Gardena doesn't want cannabis. Torrance doesn't want cannabis. Hawthorne doesn't. And you have to work with it. And as I've been making presentations to mayors and council, I says, if you say no to it legally, it's going to be in your community illegally anyway. So let's find a way. But many times, local elected officials only see cannabis in two forms: growing and selling. And as we're trying to tell folks, there's 17 other licenses. You need testing laboratories. And that's what I'm trying to encourage people to do. We don't have enough testing laboratories here in California. Open up a testing laboratory. Whether you want to be in the medicinal or recreational use, you need a commercial kitchen to cook the product if you're creating edibles. And I'm trying to encourage folks to go in that space as well. As someone stated earlier, marketing and advertising, packaging, all of that, delivery, those are all different aspects of this industry that are available to folks, but we have to broaden our horizon and our view on what those opportunities look like.
I want to take a moment. I know, Al, you have to leave. You sort of fit us in your schedule today. Thank you so much. I wanted to give everybody the opportunity before Mr. Harrington leaves to see if there's a question out there for him. We'll do Q&A for the rest of the panel after this. Yes.
As a cannabis entrepreneur, we know that this peanut butter
Right. So for our company, we're budgeting $1 million per store. Because you're right. I mean, you know, it's funny. These programs are just so funny. $30,000. That don't even cover your attorney fees. You know what I mean? So, you know, for us, you know, we earmarked $1 million. And the reason why is because, you know, obviously you have a burn. You have to build out the store. You have to get all the insurance, all the other stuff. You have to stock the shelves. So, you know, we kind of conservatively, we think it's about $1 million, you know, to be able to, you know, build out a good store, a good solid store.
So my husband and I were looking at the grants that have been issued last night to 10 different communities, starting from 1.8 million down to 100,000, I believe, in the city of Palm Springs. And we looked at each other and we said, what do you think you could start with 1.8 in Oakland? It was 3.5 million shared between Los Angeles and Oakland itself. So the way that I see it is Al mentioning 800 applicants and how many are actually going to go through. I feel the approach right now is going, I don't know if it's going deep or wide. It's not going wide enough with as many people as we can affect and bring along. It's not going deep enough as far as the dollars that are available to these businesses. So I think we have a challenge on width and depth, just to piggyback on that.
Well, one reason that the costs are so high and this process is so difficult is because of the overall failure of cannabis legalization in the state of California. You know, in my shop, Harborside, following the legalization that everybody expected, all the pundits said would bring at least 30% increase in the legal market. 51% of the people who used to come into my shop don't come in there anymore. I track it. I know who they are. Now, fortunately, some other people have started coming in, but that 51% was medical cannabis patients who could not afford the taxes in my shop and have now returned to the underground, untested marketplace that, you know, we created all this in the beginning to protect them. And then on the other hand, you have the vast majority of California growers who have not been able to get through the licensing process. And so the combination of the consumers who can't afford the legal system and the growers who also can't afford to get into the legal system has re-energized California's unregulated market. And it's been a complete failure. And so that is a problem that's impacting every aspect of the cannabis industry, and one which we're hoping the legislature is going to take some measures.
And I totally agree with it. If you ask me if I had to grade our cannabis industry right now in California, I would probably give it a C-, because it's failing greatly. Again, that consumer who needs that product from a medicinal standpoint, because we now tax it, where again they won't go into the established retail establishment. But at the same time, you have legislators who know nothing about this industry. You have regulators who know nothing about this industry, and that's why I'm saying we need to hire people with experience, regardless of what their background was, regardless if they did time. Bring those folks in to be the experts here, because I sit here and I tell you, we see 2,000 bills on average a year. If any legislator states that they're an expert on all 2,000 bills, they're lying to you. And I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. That's why I was just telling Steve earlier, number one book in my house is the Cannabis Manifesto, Steve D'Angelo's book. And it's a great read if you haven't read it. And I learned more about this industry. And I've learned more about it from people like yourselves who've come into Sacramento, have come to my district office and educated me on it, because we do need to fix it. If we want it to be successful, if we want it to be the opportunity that we all hope for when we pass Prop 64, then it needs everybody's involvement, and don't trust legislators to be the experts on it.
So I know you've got to take off right now, so I want to thank you for being on the panel. We're going to stay here and ask and talk more, but I want, if we could get a round of applause for Mr. Al Harrington.
Thank you, guys.
So, we talk about the illegal market, and I think, Steve, you brought up a good point. Courtney, what is your thoughts on that? The illegal market and how it affects social equity in general?
How the illegal market affects, oh, sorry, was that for you, Courtney?
We can speak
Go right
together.
ahead.
How about that?
Why don't
Thank you very much. it's there and it's present. I wouldn't be here without my husband, so that's why I reference him a lot. It is definitely a plant that changed his life, and he changed my life, so that's why I reference him a bit. When we go into communities that we have dispensaries in, oftentimes we'll find ourselves in an Uber, and I'll say, hey, what dispensary do you support locally? And I tell you, 9 out of 10, if not 10 out of 10 times, they say, oh, I actually still get it from my buddy down the street. Those taxes are too high. And I'm like, oh, this is devastating. So that to me is really where it shows up. We can find ourselves in a world that's cannabis regulated, and that's all we know is other licensees. And then you really pick your head up and you ask around and you realize how many people just simply can't afford that. So it's cheaper for me to buy it from my buddy. I don't know what you do about that. I don't know. Something, I hope.
Steve, you had some thoughts as well?
Well, you just, look, when you have these onerous regulations, it reduces the pool of the pool of businesses that can get through that maze, okay? And then that affects all businesses, including equity applicants. So it shrinks opportunity massively. I mean, we have in California, instead of growing the legal market by the 50%, at least we should have grown it by now, it has slipped by like 30%. And it's crazy. So it steals opportunity from everybody.
I want to open up for more questions. I mean, you guys have a wealth of knowledge here, so I'd love for you guys to ask some questions. Yes? Senator Bradford, you want to comment on that?
First, the legislature didn't write Proposition 64. Governor Brown had a lot of input on it, but again, one of the challenges, as I tried to explain earlier, is taxation. I have a great concern about that. But again, you have legislators who don't, but I understand that, but you have legislators that don't understand your story and understand the compelling story of medical use individuals. They just still want to see it as some illegal drug, and we have to change that paradigm. I understand that.
Are there any other comments on this?
And that's why, and to Senate, sorry, I don't mean to compete with Steve. You can take it. I want to back Senator Bradford. I've gotten to know him over this past year, sitting down with him as the bills and the laws and whatnot at the Capitol, and he has been one of the most solid voices at the state Capitol, and I mean, it hasn't been easy for him. I'm sorry, I'm speaking on your behalf here. I've witnessed it myself. He is absolutely correct. I have sat down with other legislators who don't understand this space, who are scared of it. It is fear. It is fear, bottom line fear. Now, here's what we can do as empowered individuals. We can share our comments, our voices with our legislators in our communities, right? They have local offices, they have Sacramento. Combine your voices. Take your clients who are struggling. Tell their stories to your legislators. They listen. They have to listen. They need those votes. Yeah. This is why it's important that next time it's election time, vote for somebody better.
Steve, do you have a comment?
And maybe don't
Vote.
even wait for next
Show up.
election. Recall elections and petitions are a great tool, too. They've been tremendously effective in the past. Recall elections.
There was a pending question.
Yes.
Any other? Yes, sir. Yes.
As he takes the bait.
Your question is about the drug facts on the product and whether there's a regulation behind it?
CBD.
Now, there are regulations that are out there, and I can talk to you afterwards about those different regulations on the drug facts. Are there any other questions regarding social equity with regard to cannabis? And, yes.
Yes, licenses are wonderful, business ownership is wonderful, entrepreneurship in communities of color is wonderful, but there are deep, deep wounds and scars that need to be healed, and I believe that community investment should be part of that.
Well, that's not necessarily a cannabis question, and I appreciate it, because I chair Senate Banking, and one of the things I've been challenging are banks, our financial institutions. We have something called CRA, Community Reinvestment Act. Banks control trillions of dollars that they have an obligation to invest back in our communities, and they're not doing that. And that's one of the conversations that I've had since I've been Senate Banking, and we'll continue to have ongoing conversations of how do we reinvest those dollars, because we're not holding these financial institutions to their responsibilities of reinvesting again in those impacted communities, not only on war on drugs that just been neglected for the last 40 years. Mm-hmm. But that's what CRA was passed a number of years ago to force those banks to reinvest that money back in those communities. In most communities now, you can't even find a bank on the corner. I mean, that's why you have all the pop-up check cashing, online lenders, title loans, because banks have walked away from those underserved minority communities. We have 3 million unbanked Californians just here alone. And we're trying to have that conversation. Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who chairs federal banking, she's challenging those banks to reinvest those dollars back into these communities.
So what I want to do is take a moment to give the panelists closing or you have a question? Please ask her.
I thank you for standing up for us and saying that we do have business
have. We do know what we're doing, and don't need that much help. But who do we hold accountable when, the cities, I just received the email that showed that LA did get 1.8, when they've been telling us for years that we're gonna have grants, and we're gonna have financial help, and we're gonna have these different workshops set up, and they lured us out from the darkness, from doing the illegal or illicit market, and now that we came into the light, we have no help. We have no means of financial help, no means of everything that they promised us to take the hit and come into what it is that they're doing. How do we hold them accountable? I've emailed different legislators, I've talked to Cap Hacker, I've talked to everyone that we're supposed to talk to. When does the action actually kick in?
I wish I had the answer to that, because that's the biggest challenge for me as well, as a legislator who secured $40 million, and it sounds like a lot of money, but it's a drop in the bucket. But where I saw that $40 million going out, I was concerned, because it wasn't going, as I stated earlier, to the communities that I intended for it to impact. And so it's a ongoing fight, not only with the Bureau, but with local elected officials, and that's why I'm trying to get us all to come back together and huddle up and fix this problem, because it's real. And if we don't wrap our arms around it and address it in a real meaningful way, you're gonna have the Wild Wild West again with illegal operators. And that's not what Prop 64 was about, allowing the legal market to continue and flourish. And as Steve stated, we haven't seen an uptick in revenues for the state of California and the promised legalization of cannabis, because again, we have put too many roadblocks to entry for individuals. So the hodgepodge approach doesn't work, but that's how the proposition was drafted, to allow those individual cities and communities to define their own program and decide whether they want cannabis or not. Even though it's legal statewide, the proposition didn't usurp local government's authority. So it's an only easy answer there.
I want to get two more questions in. Question?
That's up to the individual cities who have social equity programs and how they market that. I'm not aware of how Long Beach is doing it, but I know from a state level, again, there were supposed to be 4 positions that were hired under the Bureau of Cannabis Control to help marshal this out in a very comprehensive way, and they have yet to do that. So I would say also look at the Bureau's website. My website only speaks to the legislation that I have passed, but it doesn't get to the granular aspect of how it's rolled out in those communities, because again, those cities have their own, individual programs that they want to implement. But again, I'm going to be as vocal as I have been and will continue to be vocal if I see this money not being utilized in the manner in which I intended for it to be. Because as I met with Jerry Brown last year when he agreed for the $10 million, and then when I met with Governor Newsom this year and he had provided additional $30 million, this shouldn't be one-time funding. This should be ongoing funding, but I don't want it to be ongoing funding if it's not going to the communities and individuals who need this money. So we will work on trying to figure out the best way to message that, but it's up to those individual communities right now.
And to add on to what the senator just said, a couple of things. Obviously, local jurisdictions, contact your local jurisdictions to get information from them. Additionally, the Bureau, the State Bureau, Cannabis Bureau, has launched a campaign called #WeedWise, and their whole campaign has been around, I think it was about 1.7 million dedicated to this advertising to communicate various things across the state to the public as well as to industry, so that you can follow the news and what's happening. So so that's pretty much all that I'm aware of when it comes to the state side too.
So, last question in the back.
I think that's the challenge of everybody here in this room that's committed to this industry, to be the voice. I mean, I as an elected official can't do it by myself. Steve can't do it. Katrina can't do it. The people on this panel can't do it alone. This is what these discussions are all about, making sure that we take the message out to the community to let them know what programs are available, what kind of, roadblocks are out there, and how do we fix it, because your voice is needed here, folks. Again, if you leave it up to legislators, we're going to get it wrong most of the time. You will. I mean, whether it's state, federal, or local, we're going to get it wrong. We need to hear from the folks who do this for a living, who are trying to do it for a living, who understand those challenges and what will make it easier. Like I say, Steve D'Angelo is probably one of the best resources you can have. He's been in this industry far longer than anybody I know. And again, far too often they leave it up to us as like, oh, you're a senator, so you must be the smart. No, we're not. So let's trust those folks, but again, let your voices be heard, to let your local elected officials, your state, and your federal elected officials know what you need, what you want, and what is lacking here.
Steve, did you want to say anything?
Well, I do, because I want to, it touches on a topic that we haven't addressed yet, but for me it's a part of social equity, and that speaks to all of the people who are still in prison on cannabis charges. The majority of them that we know of, and it's hard to track, at least 40,000 nationwide, the majority of them in states that have in some way reformed their cannabis laws, many of them in states like California, Colorado, where cannabis is completely legal. Around 50 prisoners that we know of in the United States are serving life sentences for cannabis crimes. That means they will die in prison if we don't get them out. And so I think that when we think about communities that have been traumatized by the war on drugs, one of the very first things that we need to do is go into communities, hold expungement clinics, interact with people whose path forward in a variety of different ways is being blocked by their criminal convictions, and work on getting them expunged. And a shameless plug here for an organization which is dedicated to doing that, which I founded several months ago, the Last Prisoner Project. If you'd like to learn more about it, please come up to me and I'll give you some information afterwards. My opinion, the mission of the cannabis reform movement will not be complete until every single one of our prisoners comes home and has a viable pathway to rebuild their lives.
So, and with that, and a very good point, I want to thank you guys for being here, sharing your time for lunch, and also thank you so much to the panelists today, sharing this experience with something that's so important to us, social equity in the cannabis space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Great. Thank you very much.
Hi. Oh, thank you. Hi, BJ. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Hi, Mark. Nice to meet you.
I don't do mentorships. Here, let me give you my card. What I do is I have clients that have taken on people from diverse communities, women, and so forth, and taken them into their businesses, mentor them, develop them, grown with their brands and stuff. What I do is I consulting companies is I actually work with brands and people, coaching them on coaching them up, whether they're looking at doing raises or media-related spokesperson work. I do strategic growth advising. All that is on there, but that's my information. So I work with brands and develop them because I'm right over that route. I bring that to the accounts. So I sort of like, okay, what the client needs, how do we get them to get them, and then use what I have the business opportunity side down, and then I also know the branding, media, relations side, TV, I do all this stuff. So my information is on there. So this is your company right now? Are you up and running? You do have e-commerce site? How long have you been going? So you're developing it as you go. Okay, well, hit me up, and let me see how I can help you. Yeah, I love working with women. I'm in Sacramento, yeah, but I'm in LA and San Francisco regularly for clients and clients all over. So when I am kind of out here and whatnot, but I do a lot of like FaceTime calls with clients, work with them globally even. So for me, it's not color. See, I can help. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Hi. It's in the development phase. It is. And the whole point of it is we have about 100 videos and lectures, a lot of legislative content. I sat with my two-show talking about all the way through cities and talking about regulations and whatnot. But then we're talking about a social equity component, and we're developing that as a long-term focus. It's been launched, it's just developing. Oh wow. Well, why don't you give me your card and let's talk and see if there's anything I can help you with. Yeah. There you go. All right. Nice meeting you. No worries. No worries. Lovely meeting you. Shoot me an email. Okay. Hi. Hi. Lovely meeting you. I heard you're ceramic client just like you. 5 dispensaries in Sacramento, and she's been going to these. She's been getting the licenses. Her issue has been doing the raises for the dispensaries while the Canadians are giving the money to these men. And like she's challenged with she mentors women of color, men of color, all this, and brings them into her dispensaries and develops them, and it opens up new dispensaries with them. So her whole platform is phenomenal. But what you were just saying, the challenge is I was listening to you, I'm like, yeah, definitely. Yeah. So you're in LA? I'm in Sacramento. I hang out with these guys in Sacramento. That's why it's great to talk to them that way. I have clients in LA, I have clients in San Francisco. I hang out with a lot of the angels and VCs on the business side, but I'm taking on all of California. Yeah, would love to help. Yeah, and connection can email. No. Hi. Good. I wasn't anticipating that one. I am, but I'm in Sacramento, and I don't have time to date. Are you recruiting me? Hold on, where's my ex? My ex-husband is here. He's got to hear this. We can use him as a resource. But thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I gave you my card. Did you hear that? Yeah. Hi. Katrina, nice to meet you. Here's my card. What do you need?
Follow up on that. Why don't you just do 3 minutes?
Billions.com? Billions.com?
I want you to do your thing here. Thank you so much. Really good. Like you and Rapper talking about this girl.
We'll chat when you're at the airport.
Yeah, sure. I'd be learn more about what you're doing. So I during or drop me a line. Yeah, drop me a line and well, I all of that stuff. So we're not really focused. We're helping pleasure. We're not focused on the state level first thing. And we just got part of this.
Drag this out a little bit more. Yeah. I mean, I can drag it out with the policy stuff, no problem, but...
Oh, there's Bruce.
There's Bruce. Glad you can make it. Well, you're here now.
A picture.
Great. Good to meet you. You're going to talk about how consumers are affected by the laws and regulations and how it's preventing them from getting proper access. You got it. Perfect. And Bruce, if our fourth analyst doesn't show up, you guys at the next... She's ready to throw the bill. So we're ready to go. So the next... I'll just knock on the thing when you guys are getting... Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started with the next panel here. So if everybody could please take their seats. Yes. All right, one more time. If everybody could please take their seats now. We're about to start our next panel. That would be appreciated. All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us this afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. This is the Cannabis Legal Barometer panel. We're going to be just talking about things from a federal and local and state policy level and how banking and these laws have been affecting the industry and how it affects consumers and businesses. My name is Brian Bergman. I am a partner and attorney at Nolan Hyman here in Los Angeles. I've been working with cannabis businesses for quite some time now, since prior to Prop 64 passing. And we work on things that go from everything from the business and deal making to regulatory compliance and licensing, as well as different contracts and intellectual property branding and entertainment and location-based services and branding for businesses. I'm excited to be joined by these other very esteemed individuals with me today, including all the way from my left, Bruce Margolin, who is one of the oldest warriors in the business here. He has been practicing since 1967. He's probably won more marijuana defenses than anyone else in the country. He is the director of the LA Normal chapter. He was the prior chairman of ethics for the NACDL, and he's been lauded by the ACLU and even ran for governor and Congress on a cannabis-based platform in the past. So we're very excited to have him up here with us. And also to my left is Jack Thompson. He is a lobbyist. He works with Congress and Senate, as well as the DEA, FDA, and FBI for different cannabis industry issues, as well as other nonprofit and other concerns for different consulting businesses. He's been doing this for over 20 years. He recently formed a new policy group to work with cannabis banking and other issues that are facing the industry, and he has been greatly involved with trying to get some banking reform at a federal level, which would be something we all need. And lastly, to my left is Jackie Rocco, who comes to us from West Hollywood. She is the Director of Public Works and Code Compliance for the cannabis businesses in West Hollywood, which is one of the more progressive cities in our state, and is definitely working to do things which many of the other states are not, including, I think, is the only city so far to allow for public consumption in their lounges and the like. So it's very exciting to see and hear a little bit of getting that curtain drawn back in a little bit later today. So I figured we'd just start the panel just briefly discussing and giving a quick overview that unfortunately cannabis is still considered a federal controlled substance, Schedule 1, and what that means is that under the Controlled Substances Act is that it's basically still federally illegal to be involved in any sort of sale or distribution or other commercial practices revolving around cannabis. That being said, there's plenty of state laws out there, as you've seen, and state law, as long as you're working within your own state's borders, does not get preempted by federal law. It only becomes an issue if you start crossing state lines. And so because of that, there's been a wave of legalization over the last 20 years or so. And back in 2013, the federal government under the Obama administration provided a lot of federal guidelines that was able to help us. They weren't rules or laws, but they gave the states and businesses an opportunity to understand what federal enforcement priorities were. And as long as you didn't really fall afoul of those, more likely than not, due to limited resources, the federal government wouldn't necessarily come knocking on your door. And the things that they were concerned about were things like public health and safety, having undisclosed funds being laundered over to organized crime, diversion to youths and minors, using it on federal land and things of that nature. And so because it's still federally illegal, even though states have been able to come up with good regulatory schemes, including here in California, what it's done is it's created a real patchwork of laws and regulations. It's very MC Escher-like. In one perspective, we have the federal laws that say it's still illegal, and because of that, you can't really get bankruptcy protection. There's no directives from the EPA or anything on pesticide use or other public health safety issues like that. There's a lack of control still. You can't get trademark protections or things of that nature yet because it's still federally illegal. But there's also been some reforms that have been coming down the pike and things that are trying to be done. And I wanted to start today's panel with Mr. Thompson, who has been working at the federal level, to talk with us about what's been trying to be done with banking and otherwise in the industry as we try to seek that reform.
Thanks, Brian. There we go. Thanks, Brian. As he said, my name is Jack Jacobson. I'm an advisor at Thompson Coburn, which is a national law firm here. I've been working as a federal lobbyist for about 20 years. I started out in the energy space, but about 6 years ago got drawn into cannabis policy when the city and county of Denver, Colorado became one of my clients. And that was fascinating. That was my first entree into cannabis policy, and I think you could count on two hands the number of lobbyists in DC who are actively working on cannabis policy at the federal level. So it's been really fascinating, and as Brian said, over the past year or so, I've really refined my focus to really work on cannabis banking reform. And we all know the problem there is because it's still because cannabis is still a Schedule I controlled substance. Know your customer and anti-money laundering laws preclude most cannabis businesses from being able to utilize the federally insured banking system. So that's regular banks and credit unions. This means that only about a third of cannabis businesses have a traditional bank or credit union that they're working with, which means about 2/3 of cannabis businesses operate on an all-cash basis. This leads to public safety issues. It leads to a barrier to entry to the market for folks that don't have large amounts of cash to invest in these businesses. And from the patient side, it means that you have to pay for medicine with cash, which is sometimes a real burden if you're coming to the end of your paycheck and you need to get your medicine, but you can't float for a couple of days on a credit card. That can be a real problem for some folks, and it's a problem that we need to address, and Washington's been working on that. You know the landscape in DC right now. It's hyper-partisan, very contentious. What you probably don't know is that work is still getting done, and that's really important. In addition to the regular appropriations work, there is a bill specifically on cannabis that is moving through the U.S. Congress, and it's moving at a pretty good pace. In Congress, there are multiple committees that are currently working on cannabis policy. Veterans Affairs is working on veterans access. Small business is trying to figure out a way for small businesses to get SBA loans and other support from the Small Business Administration. Appropriations, which is government funding, they usually have little riders on the bills, and there are 3 currently active in the cannabis space. One of them deals with the federal government not interfering in medical cannabis programs. Another rider seeks to continue to prohibit DC from implementing a regulatory regime for cannabis products, which means we only have a black market, which I do not really like. The Banking and Financial Services Committees have been very aggressive at moving forward on cannabis legislation. The thing with legislators in Washington is on an issue that's contentious like cannabis, they don't want to just dive in the pool. They want to sort of dip their toe in the water. And so it's been a real struggle to move standalone cannabis legislation forward. The piece that has been moving is the SAFE Banking Act. The SAFE Banking Act is a pretty technical bill, but basically what it does is it would prohibit federal agencies from interfering with legitimate cannabis transactions in states where there's a legal regulatory regime. Which means in California, if I go to a shop and purchase cannabis for my own personal needs and that shop is a legitimate business, that transaction would be legal. If I went to the schoolyard and bought cannabis from someone who's peddling out of their backpack, that's an illegal purchase, and the federal government would still be able to take action against that sort of transaction. The Safe Banking Act has moved at real breakneck speed. In this year was the 6th year the bill was introduced, and this year they had a hearing in Financial Services in February. In March, they marked up the bill, and in September, they voted on the bill on the House floor under a special circumstance which they anticipated an overwhelming vote, and that held to be true. The vote was 321 to 103, so it was over a 3-to-1 margin, including a lot of Republicans. Only one Democrat voted against the bill, and that's because of the circumstances in Alabama of the cannabis laws and her feeling that equity needed to come first when the laws in Alabama were so severe for even minor cannabis possessions. So there is a lot of political maneuvering going on with the bill. The bill doesn't only protect businesses and the financial institutions they work for, but the bill would also extend those protections to ancillary businesses. If you've got solar panels, you could a cannabis company could do financial transaction with that solar company, or the payroll company, or HR, or the IT company that the cannabis company is working with. Even right now, technically, a cannabis company shouldn't be able to pay their garbage bill unless they're banked, unless they're paying cash. So those are the types of solutions that this bill extends protections to, and that also includes insurance protections. The insurance lobby got in pretty late in the game, but was able to get some corrections in the bill to extend the business protections to cover insurance as well. There is a big tension in Washington right now between, the cannabis companies that really want to be able to bank their funds and the activist community that is really focused on the expungement issue, the setting aside of convictions, and the decriminalization. And you see a lot of push and pull there, but as we saw in the House, Democrats are pretty unified that this is an issue. Banking access is an issue that really does hit minority communities and folks that have been negatively impacted by the war on drugs. And we were really happy that the Minority Cannabis Business Association and patient advocacy groups and unions were all with us in working at moving this legislation forward. The outlook in the Senate is a little more muddled. The chairman of the Senate Banking Committee is a guy named Senator Richard Crapo. He's from Idaho, and Idaho has no legalization, not even for CBD or hemp. They just don't have any. So he's got a real problem with his constituents in that he's got to be responsive to the voters he was elected by, but he also wants to move this bill forward in a responsible manner. He is expected within the next, 6 to 8 weeks to put out his own version of a banking reform bill. What he wants to do is add some additional guide rails to that, which means he wants to be sure that there aren't additional problems created with the bill, that the House bill is as buttoned up as possible, and that we can still make sure that the federal government can take action against illegal or poor operators. So he's really working on that. Another big question on the Senate bill is if that bill will grant access to U.S. capital markets. As we saw in Canada, access to those Canadian financial markets freed up a lot of capital. It's an imperfect system, though, and there are more and more companies and financial institutions and activists that are really working at highlighting the need for cannabis companies in the United States to have access to capital markets. That's a question right now, but it's something that we're really keeping an eye on.
That's great, Jack. Thank you very much. And it's very important to note that it's not as if the federal government doesn't want these businesses to use banks. It's more an issue of because it's federally illegal, the banks are the ones that are being given the burden right now to have to do the auditing and the legwork and have the responsibility of ensuring that certain steps are met, which when you put them all together, it's just too onerous for the banks to do. They love taking our money, but they don't necessarily like to spend that money. So because of that, it's definitely a very important domino in federal change and reform for this industry is seeing what banking will bring. And hopefully with that as a first step, we'll start to see some other issues start to open up as well, including the repeal of 280E, which is a very onerous tax statute, at least as it applies to cannabis state legal businesses, not necessarily as a whole. And it also would lead to other issues that we're seeing as well, where there's immigration issues for many businesses and people who are having issues getting citizenship or coming in and out of the country, because of the fact that they are involved in the sale or distribution of a controlled substance. And so Canadian citizens especially have been noticing that issue and felt that pain recently if they just answer that question truthfully. And so it's good to see that there is a lot of movement, and banking is hopefully what will be the first in many changes, because banking leads to safety. You're able to follow the money better, you're able to know what should be taxed, you're able to make sure that money is safe, it leads to less crime, and it'll also lead to better ways for every other businesses to work together, because most businesses don't like to accept cash payments because it's harder to track. So that's why federal government and every reforms that are necessary makes things seem a little bit difficult to follow. And we're here in California, so that's a real good state to look at as far as what's going on and what happens when you have a state that has decided to legalize cannabis. And in California, much like the federal government, it's also a crazy patchwork of laws and regulations. You have 3 different agencies at the state level providing licenses for various types of activities in the industry, and then they also have rules and regulations about each individual city or municipality or county that can make their own rules. They can ban it, or they can further do further regulations that are further restrictive as well before deciding to license these businesses. You can't even operate unless you have that local approval and state approval. And so it creates a lot of barriers for the end consumer. And to that end, Mr. Margolin probably has a lot he'd like to say as to how these laws and regulations are affecting the consumer.
Thank you. First of all, I can't help. Hello, am I working? First of all, I want to say how much I appreciated your presentation. It was so well spoken and so complete. There's so much confusion going on about what's happening. It's very hard to keep up with it. And as you noted, why I'm here is, in part, I'm a lawyer. I've been a defense attorney for 52 years, defending weed cases, but also another hat called NORML, the National Organization to Reform Marijuana Laws, which I've been the director of since 1973. And our duty and our shall we say, our thrust is to represent the consumer. And so banking laws, this affects us. On-site consumption locations are terribly important to us right now. I've been talking about a lot, and you're going to pick up the ball there, right, for West Hollywood? Yes. And I was there the other night. It was a great event to hear how things are going on that. But see, there's an example. People can't get the money to invest in these different companies that they've got the licenses for because legitimate people don't want to be in a market where they can't really conduct business in a way that's above board. And by the way, John, Jacobin, you forgot to mention lawyers too. I know lawyers, some of them very personally, that they will not accept their money in the bank. Now that's pretty outrageous, isn't it? And how they determine that? They look at their websites, they look at this, they look at that. I mean, it's pretty outrageous what we're dealing with here. So it's like a Orwellian world we live in. But getting back to my efforts here and what my concern is that, again, for the sake of the consumer, we have to get this straightened out. And also for the sake of the consumer, we strongly need to have on-site consumption locations because, as you may or may not know, and if you don't know, you can read my guide, you'll know everything about what's going on. My guide, the marijuana laws, is free online at 420 Laws. But what you don't know is you can only smoke in a very limited location, and that would be in a residence that either you own or your friends own. And that means generally no one can smoke anywhere in the city of Los Angeles or even West Hollywood. You can't smoke in the street, you can't smoke in your apartment unless your landlord allows it. You can't smoke in your condo unless the condo committee allows it. And if you're in a Section 8, you can't even have it in your apartment. This has all got to be changed, and we have to do something in the meantime, and that is where we're talking about, she's going to take over here, on the on-site consumption licenses, right? What's going on in West Hollywood. They're really close to it. I've been down, my practice was in West Hollywood for 37 years. And I will say I got the Trailblazer of the Year award by the City Council. You know about that? It was very exciting. Anyway, so this is something that I'm glad to see you here with. I'm glad to hear what you have to say. And again, I appreciate very much what you had to say. It was very well spoken. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, I'll give it back to the boss.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate it. And it really is a major issue that Bruce touched on, which is when you get past the crush of the licensing and the people that are so concerned with making these businesses, is you sometimes tend to forget where is a safe place for many people to be able to consume, and in many cases medicate, considering that, as Bruce mentioned, social federal funded housing and the like, if you do that, you lose your lease. And what if it really is something that could be of a benefit? And then what are they supposed to do? Go out in the middle of the street where that's illegal to consume in public? It's a major issue. And so we have someone that's at the forefront and on one of the first cities here with us today, which is great because she can pull the curtain back a little bit to help us show how cities are truly trying to work with consumers and with these businesses and with lawmakers, but how detailed and time-consuming of a process it is. And Jackie, if you could talk to that and what you've experienced in West Hollywood, we'd love to hear it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the great honor and fortune of working for probably one of the most progressive cities in the state of California. So for us, thanks. When I started working on the cannabis regulations in our city, about 2.5, 3 years ago, we were very fortunate to bring together and assemble a great group of cannabis businesses and advocates to help inform the crafting of our ordinance because, people in cities, we're not experts on cannabis, and I think part of the frustration that so many people have experienced from the state to the county to the city level and, more broadly at the federal level is that you have a lot of people involved in this process that are not cannabis experts, but if they're not seeking the advice and the input from the cannabis industry to really craft the most responsible but also flexible kinds of regulations, we stumble and we hit roadblocks, and I think that's part of what we're experiencing here in California, where we have 482 cities in California, and I think we were all very glad when the voters approved a legalization of cannabis, recreational cannabis, but did anyone poll all these 482 cities to find out how many of them were interested in enacting regulations? Because a lot of forecasts were made that I think were not based on reality. As you've seen, a lot of cities, I think only about a quarter of the cities in the state have active cannabis regulations. So that impacts, all of these forecasts and what's, we're seeing. The other difficulty, as I see it, and I think, I know I'll be preaching to the choir here, but all of these changes and all of these or proposals that we talk about, to me, I just see them as just nibbling around the edges, because until cannabis is descheduled, this is all just kind of window dressing to some extent, because even the banking proposals, that will help, no doubt. But, what about funding for research? We have major institutions in the state of California that could contribute greatly to educating both, patients and even recreational users and law enforcement and all the people involved in cannabis, but they cannot use, any funding that's federal, or because they receive federal funding, they're not at liberty to do that. How about, we talk about equity, but anybody here that runs a business, you can write off all your business, most of your business expenses as a legitimate legal business. As a cannabis business, you spend a great deal of money. A lot of the businesses that we're working with, they're paying wonderful wages, offering great benefits to their employees and all that, and they don't get to write off any of that. So how can someone compete? How is this a level playing field when, a legitimate business owner, is having to put out all this cash, all this capital investment to start out, and they can't even write off, the business expenses that any other legitimate business can write off. And then lastly, in our city, as excited as we are for all the businesses that we selected to receive a license, some of them are still struggling to secure a lease. Why? Because, this is seen as the, new gold rush, and, property owners, some of them legitimately, they feel they're going to put their properties on the line. They may be seized. So they're trying to protect themselves. So they're, charging 6 figures per month for, properties to lease to cannabis businesses because they're trying to protect their own investment. So all of these things, as long as cannabis remains, a scheduled substance, All of these things are going to continue to provide, represent barriers. And, we as a city, again, as progressive as we are and as excited as we are to, have a consumption lounge and more to come. And, we welcome everyone to experience cannabis in a responsible and safe environment, just like you would with a cocktail or any other thing, that we do enjoy in our city. We do, we're only one piece in the cog. We have to deal with the state agencies. We have to deal with the county agencies, the sheriff's department, the health department, the fire department, all of these agencies that all have a piece in this regulatory scheme, but all for varying reasons are a little bit apprehensive to, just take a dive in the deep end of the pool like we did in West Hollywood. I just think on the one hand, I'm very fortunate to be in a city like West Hollywood, and we, developed an ordinance that we thought was creative and flexible. We had the good fortune to work with incredible businesses and partners in this process that have guided us through it. But I sense the frustration, we sense it too, that we're trying to work with these businesses because we want them to be hugely successful. They have selected our city for a reason. They're making huge investments. They're going to hire people, create opportunities in our city, and we want them to thrive and be successful. And I think the push, I keep saying, I've said this, I think at 4 previous panels here at Digital Hollywood, that I think after the elections next year that we'll see movement in this direction. Hopefully it'll happen sooner than that, but I think the fact that we have a, general election is probably creating a little bit of a barrier in that sense, but I think after that we may see, more movement. But I think at the local level, all of you help with this process, and and I just encourage you to continue to be patient and to continue to work with us, to guide us, to inform us, to educate us, so that we can continue to craft and modify ordinances, because we can't get it right the first time. This is going to be an evolving process, and we need all of you in this process.
I couldn't agree more, Jackie, and that's actually a really big issue, is that patience is very important. We have very earnest people like Jackie at every level trying to do quite a bit. And, it's definitely something that people think that it should just be, okay, it's legal now, or in the state, why aren't we just getting our licenses? What's going on? The time for implementing and dealing with may seem right in a vacuum and what might work in reality. We're still a very young industry. And as a result of that, there's a lot of things that still need to be worked out as in trial and error as we go. And Bruce, I think that you might have some further insights.
I wanted to add something to the conversation, which I typically do when I have an opportunity, and that it's not just like having a cocktail at a bar, smoking weed. Marijuana is a sacred herb given us to by the divine, okay? And people smoke it not just like a bar. Many people use it as a path to God. And people have a right to assemble and be together and talk about what they're doing with the herb, how they affects them, and also it does something special to people, all right? In a bar, they drink 3 or 4 drinks, they want to fight with each other, okay? In a cannabis den, they'll want to hug each other and be lovers together, okay? They say the husband comes home from work, has a beer, beats his wife. The husband comes home from work and smokes a joint, he makes love to her, okay?
Well, there you go.
So
let's do it.
Well,
we've had medical cannabis in West Hollywood for about 12 years, and, we've never had any problems with cannabis businesses, and yet we have other problems with some other businesses that are legal, and, it's just the reality of it. I think there's a lot of fear, and some are just completely unfounded. I'll give you an example. So right now, because we don't have standards like we do with alcohol for what constitutes an impaired driver, right? So all they can say, it's a subjective measure. It's, you're impaired. Well, how many of us see people driving while they're talking on their phone? You're impaired if you're talking on your phone. But yet, people seem to be okay with that.
Because they're stoned, that's why.
And, it's interesting, Jack, because you look at you're looking at one thing, you were talking about banking, but first off, this is a very forward-thinking and socially equitable industry that is trying very hard to be at the forefront of moving the social justice meter as well. And I'm just curious what you've seen at the federal level, because I understand that there's a lot of different interests and a lot of different things that are going on. And so besides banking, what else are you seeing at the federal level in terms of efforts to further move this industry forward?
Thank you for that question. The House Judiciary Chairman, who's sort of busy with some technical issues right now with oversight, has put forward a social equity bill called the MORE Act. Normal National was very helpful in putting that bill together and supporting that, and many folks in the social justice movement and civil rights movement had a lot of impact on that bill.
What is the bill? What is it?
The MORE Act would do everything from decriminalization to expungement of records and everything in between. I believe it actually also would deschedule the drug, although I'm not certain on that.
How about reparation?
Pardon? Deschedule completely, I believe.
How about reparation? Is that in it?
I'm not clear. I haven't spent as much time on this bill. I just know that it's gotten a lot of energy on the activist side, and the folks like civil rights organizations and longtime cannabis activists have really pushed this bill. And we expect it to come to the floor after some of this other stuff is done. Unfortunately, there's really not a path forward to a bill like this that really focuses on national social justice matters that can get through the current U.S. Senate. So that's the challenge, but there's a lot of energy in the House. Everyone from the Congressional Black Caucus to the Hispanic Caucus to the Democratic Caucus at large is really excited about the MORE Act and really looking forward to it coming to the floor. Now, it's an imperfect bill. It's got very little opportunity in the Senate, but it's a flag in the ground for what we need to do and what our federal government needs to do to correct some of the problems from the past.
Fantastic, and that's important. I realize we're talking directly about cannabis today, and sometimes there's a confusion about what everybody calls CBD, even though it's not directly just CBD. And so I figured I'd take a quick minute or two just to explain the difference to everybody, and then we'll open it up for questions to the floor. There is basically two components to the cannabis industry, depending on how the plant is classified. Recently, people have heard about the 2018 Farm Bill and heard that certain types of cannabis have now been descheduled and are no longer subject to the Controlled Substances Act, and that's what's known as hemp. Simply put, hemp is any plant that tests out with less than 0.3% THC, and you have to go through a specific testing structure as you're getting it planted, harvested, and then tested in the products. Now, CBD is known as cannabidiol. There are many active chemical components and cannabinoids, as they're called, in the plant. Two of the most commonly known ones are THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, and cannabidiol, or CBD. Typically speaking, THC is one that tends to give you that more euphoric feeling, that quote-unquote high, that dopamine-blocking receptors that people look for recreationally or to help as an alternative to opioid pain management. CBD also blocks pain receptors, but doesn't give you that euphoric feeling and such. And so when people are talking about CBD, the question is, where is it being derived from? Is it being derived from a cannabis plant or being done at a state-licensed cannabis facility via the cannabis licensing regime, or is it being derived from hemp? If it's being derived from hemp or any other oils from hemp plants, then it's not going to be considered a controlled substance. And so that's why people are saying CBD is legal. Well, it's more legal, but it still is a patchwork protocol that's still coming to place. The FDA just put out some new regulations that are still just being looked at right now. I mean, it's still not entirely believed to be safe for human consumption yet, and there still is certain rules that are supposed to come from each of the U.S. Agricultural Department and how that mixes and matches with the state's hemp programs and such like that. And so because of that, it's not as open or easy to do. You can't just like basically just legally go out and just start selling CBD. So it's something to look at, but it's also something that's difficult to regulate and watch because of limited resources. So it's important to know when you hear someone saying CBD is legal now, just the first question is, well, is it really? Where's it coming from? And so with that, we've got the two differences. And so there's two different ways to business now and ways to consumption. One is through the legal cannabis business by state, and the other is through the hemp industry as a component of hemp. And so there's different avenues and opportunities for each. I always joke that marijuana used to be considered a gateway drug, and in many senses it's now a gateway business. And so, haha. Anyway, we'd like to open it up to the floor for questions, and if anybody has any, I'd love to hear them. Yes, sir.
I have two questions. First, thanks for doing this. Two questions. What do you see as the biggest challenge for ancillary non-plant touching businesses? And then second question is, and it's you're going to get this in every panel, what's your prediction on federal legality?
Well, why don't we, does either Bruce or Jackie want to talk about ancillary, or would you like me to? I'm going to save the federal question for Jack.
So ancillary non-cannabis products being sold, and the city of West Hollywood has been working with the BCC and with the state legislation to craft a bill that would allow that. I mean, the easiest path to it would have been to reintroduce the language that was eliminated that allowed for non-cannabis products. I mean, it was just those few little words that basically, and it just said that non-cannabis products could be available provided that, they're in compliance with local and state regulations. So that's where we thought when we crafted our ordinance where we, would have a consumption lounge that would allow food to be served. To allow for that, and then that information, those words were removed from the legislation. I mean, I think we're getting there. I mean, we're hoping that, probably by early next year, that we will continue to work at the state level to reintroduce a bill that they can support, or to continue to work with the BCC to get the kind of language that they can work within their current regulatory scheme, because I think it's really important. I mean, we want to be able to see, these consumption lounges and these business to be treated in the same way that when we think of a bar, people go to a bar and they don't just drink, they can consume food, they can, have other products that, and the way that the legislation is written right now, you can't even sell a bottle of water. So we think that it's just kind of an unintended consequence of some changes that were made to the legislation or the current regulations, and I think we are working towards that, at least with the businesses in West Hollywood that have been really instrumental in providing assistance to us and helping us craft something that the state can adopt. We're remaining positive and optimistic that early next year we can get something on the books. The federal level, I told you, I think after the elections next year, I'm going to remain optimistic about that too. I mean, I think there is a lot of momentum, and I think, as you see more and more states pass legalization of cannabis, I think the tide will begin to turn.
Yeah, and so for people know, ancillary is non-plant touching businesses. And essentially, I think the two biggest challenges are stigma and banking. And because there's a federal stigma still, because it's illegal, a lot of major businesses that could be providing a lot of services, even just major food distributors who are helping to provide like major, all the components necessary to properly infuse foods and to do their cooking and baking, they may not want to, and you can't get those distribution networks because of what it might mean to their bottom line. And similarly, even though they're not directly involved, if a bank finds out they're doing business with cannabis businesses, it endangers their whole business bank account.
Yeah,
and those
Brian,
are the two big ones.
That's a great point. Well, I mentioned solar earlier. It's because I talked to a banking trade association. One of their members cut off one of their longtime solar client customers because the solar client sold to a cannabis business. And we have those types of challenges, which is really important. And this goes from everyone. My brother's in construction, right? his bank could cut him off because he can't go in there with the $12,000 in cash and say, hey, I just did a concrete pour job and this is how I got paid. Like, that's just not acceptable to the bank, and he would have fear of getting cut off. I agree with Jackie. The next election will be very important on the federal timeline. I think the banking bill in particular could be done potentially by the end of 2020. So probably after the election, but before the new Congress is seated. I think there is a lot of momentum there. In terms of full descheduling, I'm guessing we're still in a 5-year window. I think Mexico legalizing or moving to legalize is going to put even more pressure on us because we're sandwiched now between Canada and Mexico. And we're losing ground, and America, instead of being a leader, is being a follower, and we're losing opportunities.
And that's not America.
There's one answer to all this. Smoke more weed. That's what they got to do. Everybody's got to smoke more weed. And,
all right, we have time for one more question in the back. Mm-hmm.
And the billboards. You know, I know that dispensaries can't be within a certain amount of feet around schools, etc. But, you know, I've got nieces who can now read. And some of these billboards, they're just so blatant. And I don't know if anybody else has, like, brought up concerns about how these businesses, while legal, can actually advertise in a more, I don't know, subtle way. Because we don't have cigarettes advertising. So the question is, how can...
It's a good question, and really it's early on. I mentioned earlier about how it's still an evolving industry and the regulations are still changing. We have some regulations already about advertising, including that it's supposed to be somehow provable that over 71% of the audience is going to be over 21 years of age. There's also rules for, in each direction, how visible it is from schools within a certain number of feet and everything like that here in Los Angeles. The Lanham Act for advertising also has some applications to it, similar to what they do for alcohol. It's one thing to have those rules, it's another thing to have the resources to enforce those rules and to see how those are working out. But I can tell you that the state and the city of Los Angeles are dealing with this and do have laws on the books. It's just a matter of what's the priority today. And so it's something that's evolving still. And, you know, Bruce, do you have any closing remarks?
No, just
besides smoke weed every day?
It's an honor to be here. I love the guests that are sitting next to me. They brought us way up from the...
Wonderful.
In information. Thank
yeah, well, we
guys.
really appreciate
I
all
loved you
three
guys.
of you.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks everybody for listening. We appreciate the time, and thank you.
Pleasure. And thank you.
We'll start 1 minute early. That's unheard of. Hey, I'm Sean. This panel is the art and science of craft cannabis, family farms, art and science of the cannabis experience. So it's a pretty intimate group. So I'll introduce the panelists and then throw some questions at them, and then we'll try to open it up to you guys. So it looks like we don't have Richard Tran on the panel. I don't see him. I'll introduce you guys. So we have Justin, right here, Justin. He's co-founder at Emerald Exchange, founder of the Mendocino Appellations Project, serves on the board of directors of the California Growers Association, Mendocino Cannabis Industry Association. Then we got Michael Katz. He and I are both from East Brunswick, New Jersey. Whatever.
That's true. I don't know if this is on, but that's true.
Is that?
Hello?
Is it on? Is
Nope. Microphone. Yeah. East Brunswick, New Jersey. Represent.
Two people. It's very rare. So Michael's also the co-founder of the Emerald Exchange. These guys are partners. President of Evokes Lab. Is that?
Sure. Evokes Laboratories. Yeah.
Okay. Serves on the board of directors. Also, California Growers Association. Entered into the cannabis community from 15 years in the entertainment industry. And then we have Tim Blake over here. Is famous in some sense. Founder and producer of the Emerald Cup, world's largest outdoor cannabis competition for the last 13 years. Tim sponsored and helped produce the first gathering of law enforcement and cannabis farmers to openly discuss how they would work together, and founding member of the California Cannabis Reform Policy, also founding member of the Mendocino Cannabis Policy Council. All these guys are really paving the way and have paved the way for a lot of what is possible today. And then I'm Sean Gold. I'm a lot less credible than these guys. Was head of marketing for Lowell Herb Company, and then I was an advisor to MedMen, and now I'm launching my own brand called Pilgrim Soul. It's focused on cannabis for creativity. Pilgrim Soul comes from a William Butler Yeats poem that I used to seduce my wife like 20 years ago. We're still together. It's a good poem. And then I'd tell you the poem, but everybody would fall in love with me, and that wouldn't be cool. But Yeats was like Yeats, Robert Louis Stevenson, Lewis Carroll, like all those guys used cannabis. It was legal back then. They used tinctures. A little opium too, but I mean, when I tell people Lewis Carroll, who wrote Alice in Wonderland, used cannabis, they're shocked. Shocked. So just a little background. I pulled some numbers on the craft beer, coffee, wine, and organic food industry. So beer versus microbeer. The microbrewery, craft brewery business is 23% of the beer market now, with a $26 billion market. Coffee versus specialty coffee. Specialty coffee is 31% of the coffee market, $10 billion industry. Wine versus premium wine. Premium wine is 56% of the market, $45 billion industry. And food versus organic food. Organic food is 5.5% of the market, $49 billion industry. But the thing is, all these categories are really up and to the right. So people clearly want a craft product. The craft beer industry survives for two reasons. First, consumers are willing to pay more for the beer that is unique, locally produced, often higher quality. And second, government regulations, empower small-scale breweries to give them fair access to the marketplace. So this is some of the work that these guys are doing that is super important, because it's very difficult for, you can't pay $250,000 for a license if you're, when you're producing $100,000 worth of cannabis. So first, before setting this whole thing off, this seems like a pretty simple question, but I've learned it's not so simple. I'm going to go to Justin first. Like, what defines craft cannabis, and where are the definitions drawn?
So, I'm Justin Calvino. Are we good?
Yeah, good.
All right. So, for me, I would go scale and hand touched. I would go to the farmer's relationship to the actual medicine itself, to the plant, to the soil, to the sun, to its environment. I would go, so how much care goes into the actual plant and the production of the medicine, and that's also in processing and manufacturing as well. You know, like, what is the manufacturer's relationship to the end result and to the consumer? So if they're disconnected, I don't think, you know, and as we scale up, I always say scale to fail, because we become more disconnected to the product in which we're producing because we're trying to chase after the almighty dollar or margin. And so we're taking craft producers who have had an art for over 50 years and forcing them to produce way above what the traditional means of production have been in the region to create what I feel is a subpar product. And so I think to get to honor craft and to be a true craft producer, it's all about the relationship all the way through.
Well, what is the scale?
Scale, I mean, so we're regulated to, in a lot of places in the traditional producing regions like Grass Valley, Mendocino, some places in Humboldt, it's like between 22,000 and 10,000 square feet, so 10,000 below generally in most of the producing regions. And then, then they'll allow us sometimes up to so it's like a quarter acre to half acre. And even for that, that's, we were traditionally producing somewhere around between like 2,500 and 5,000 square feet. And that was our big deal because we were trying to hide from helicopters. So, I mean, it's like what we do. Like, you hear a helicopter, mom takes the kids, gets out of the driveway, and we get into the woods. And you can't hide the plants because they're growing in the ground. And so you don't want to have a 10,000 square foot grow on the side of the hill. And now that now that we're allowed to, we're kind of forcing ourselves into that. But yeah, so I think the 10,000 square feet is a stretch for a lot of us.
Anybody have any points or counterpoints on, like, if you go, like, let's say you grow great weed, you touch it with love, you rotate your crops, you have a good relationship with your wife, and everything's great, but then you go into 30,000, 40,000. Are you like, did you graduate out? You can't call yourself that anymore?
Well, that's the big discussion right now. We were talking earlier, is like, when do you cross that line? The person who won most awards at the Emerald Cup over the years was a guy named Derek, and he hand watered his plants while he prayed over each one. And at some point, you can't hand water and pray over each plant. So you lose that. But I've got legacy growers, legacy farmers that are saying, well, look, I was a legacy craft farmer at 2,000, now I'm at 10,000. I want to still call myself that in an acre. And what Justin's talking about there is right, is like, when do you have too much labor that doesn't care about the plant as much? I mean, to me, it's like your mom's cooking. There's something more to it because they're giving that love to it. They're truly loving it, just like Derek was with his plants. And when you get to the point where there are people that are doing jobs that don't care about it, they're there for the work, it becomes very difficult for that love to be transferred in the same way. So I'm not sure exactly what that size is, because we're going to find out, but I've got people that like to still think they could be a craft legacy farmer an acre. There's a lot of dispute over that once you get above 10,000, it becomes very difficult, as Justin and all of us know. When you start doing 10,000 square feet, that's a lot of square footage to really give a hand tending to.
Sure, and I think that's, I want to draw the analogy to when a band that someone loves starts, they start small and then they start to play larger venues and their music changes because they're trying to play to a different audience. And I think the key with the craft is, in addition to just enabling the plant to reach its fullest expression in this kind of small, cared for environment, is if the product changes when scale increases, then the product can no longer be called craft. I mean, and I think that by having benchmarks of quality and identifying these things that really contribute to the overall the cannabisness of that cannabis that we're trying to call craft, it has to be an ongoing conversation, but ultimately the result of that flower is going to be the decider.
By the way, Michael is a master of analogies. I've known him for maybe a half an hour, and there's been 10 really great analogies. I'm sure we'll hear more. So I got one more question about this is, can you be an indoor craft cannabis creator?
Can I take that one?
You can start it.
Oh, I would love to.
Start it.
So I've always believed that you can have craft indoor for the same reasons, right? It's like you have really, really, really good indoor farmers who grow in about 500 to 1,000 square feet. They're badass. I know. They work in the market. Their stuff sells immediately. It's still selling for way higher than the commercial indoor. I've seen commercial indoor going on the market for $1,600 a pound, while the craft indoor from Northern California is still going for $2,600. And it's like, and you're watching, and because they go in every single day and they love on the plants. Now, because of prohibition, they got to go inside. And then on the North Coast, where we're from, or where I'm from, it's, we have 200-foot redwood trees, blocking our sun. And so, so having a shed out back is what you get to do in our area. It's, and that's how you pay the bills. It's like you have, everyone, even grandma has a 4-lighter in her backyard.
But I would say that there are ways to enhance the connection to the elements that when we're talking about sun-grown cannabis we think of as craft. Like there's the ability to use soil indoors, there's the ability to reclaim water, there's the ability to use solar power to offset energy usage. I mean, the designations for what are those qualifications have not been set yet.
I think those are qualifiers for responsibility, not necessarily craft. Because you can,
that was my next.
So because you can be a responsible cultivator and not be a craft cultivator at a 600-acre scale. You could be dry farming in an alluvia flat somewhere and just keep on going down the river, and that product could be crap, but it could be done as with no water.
So sustainability is preferred but not required.
And sustainability isn't a marker for craft. Not even close, because that's the problem we got into with the Sun-Grown Commission, and here's where I start. You had this group of sun-grown farmers going, oh yeah, we're sun-grown farmers, oh great, and then you had these Imperial Valley farmers, you had these Santa Barbara people coming in with these 30, 40 acres of cannabis, and saying we're sun-grown farmers, and it was like, that didn't make them small, that didn't make them craft, that didn't make them responsible. Scaling at 40 acres versus running a 1,200 square foot indoor, I don't know which one you could see as more responsible, especially if you're going onto virgin land and tearing it up to put in a new crop, water extract, I mean like the whole nine, so it's apples to oranges.
Yeah, but I've seen 10,000 square foot indoor people that work fanatically to put that love in there. I got one guy, Jason, up in Compshe that really delivers. You wouldn't believe the quality of product because he's out there at 6 in the morning. He's going till midnight. And some of the Santa Barbara people, they're all coming from where we come from. They've been long-time farmers and they really know what they're doing. And so people are like, oh, those guys will never catch up with us. And then you look at their OGs coming out and it's like, wow, these guys caught up quick. But that's because they're coming from where we are.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in the cup, we've always said that 80% of the product, for the most part, isn't that good. Most outdoor farmers up in the Triangle and throughout California, for a long time, didn't have to grow a very good product. They knew if they waited till the end of the summer, it'd go East Coast black market, and they'd make good money. So we told people for years there really wasn't any impetus to have to grow a really good product. So you have a lot of people that call themselves craft farmers, but they weren't really growing a very good product.
Hey, Tim, so follow up on that. So you do the Cannabis Cup, obviously you have some of the best. Emerald Cup. Excuse me. Totally different thing. Not as credible as the Cannabis Cup. What are the characteristics? And I think this certainly overlaps with craft cannabis. But what are the characteristics of the best farmers who are winning your competitions?
Well, the characteristics, they care more than everybody else. I got to tell people, if people come up and say, I'm going to be a great farmer, I say, do you love growing tomatoes already? Do you love growing corn? Do you love growing things? Because if you come up and you don't love that, then you're not going to transfer that over. The same people win over and over at the Emerald Cup, just like this guy, Derek, because they really care about what they do, and they really put the time, energy, and that love into it. And you can see it with the terpene profiles, you can see it with the quality of the flower, the trim, everything about it. I mean, the expressions and whatnot. And so there's very few people that go to that level. So when you talk about craft farmers, you still get back to the best of the best if you're talking about excellent craft farmers. And really at the Emerald Cup each year, whether it's 300 entries or 500 flower entries, there's usually about less than 10-20% that are fire. And that's just the way it is. I mean, but like everything in life, right? Isn't there 10 or 20% of the people that are going to do the best music, the best anything in life?
Yeah.
Did you want to follow on to that?
He's brought up the 80-20 split, which is extremely important, and it doesn't mean if even if you have like a 10,000 square foot grow, and 8,000 square feet of that could be your production, and 20,000 or 2,000 square feet could be an appellation grow. It could be in soil. It could have a direct sun-soil relationship. Like, you don't have to grow the same way. So you could have a craft section of your farm in which you still hand water. It's still at that scale. It gets a higher margin because it's a limited batch run. So that's when you get into small batch craft. And then and it can happen in the same place. Just because, a lot of people get confused or say, well, you're growing 10,000 square feet. And it's like, yeah, well, I'm growing 8,000 production. I'm growing, or light dep, or 7,000 light dep, and I'm growing 1,000 indoor, and then I'm growing 2,000, appellation, which is dry farmed, and fully responsible, and meets all the qualifiers for an appellation project. So I think that you can do both. You can live in the both end there.
Although you look at the light deprivation, which if you guys don't understand what that is, people with indoor, they realize that if you're flowering at 16, 17, or growing at 16, 17, 18 hours, then when you cut the hours down below 12, it forces it to flower. Well, people realize they could do that outdoors too. They could just cover their greenhouses and just force it to flower. So that became light deprivation. That's a much faster process. You're doing 3 crops a year. You're rolling it over really quick. Anybody that starts scaling up with light deprivation realizes the old-time outdoor farmers have it easy on one note. They plant their crop, they get it all staked up, they put their drips in, they go out and have a beer. They have a pretty nice summer. Okay, light deprivation people are running all summer long, and so it's by nature harder to be really craft with light deprivation because the amount of time and energy you have to put in. It's just hard to have the individual, love to each plant.
So I'm concerned about validating, protecting craft farmers, the ones who are doing it right. I don't know exactly how that goes. Your competition is part of it, I think, and other things like that. But there's another parallel force happening is the Appalachian Project, where you have. Can I have some analogies for the Appalachian Project in cannabis?
Well, I mean, specifically, we have a map right here of Mendocino County, and if you can see it, it's split into several different regions. So you guys may be familiar with Champagne or Bordeaux, these different regions in, say, France, where if you want to create a product called Champagne that you can sell on the world stage as Champagne, it has to come from this region specifically. And so the programs that are involved in creating those type of protections are appellations. And so what many people are involved in right now, including Justin, who drew this map, and many others, are in creating the standards and understandings of what will cannabis appellations in the state of California look like moving forward, so that these small farmers who are using the least amount of environmental manipulation to create their products can say on the world stage, this is the ideal expression of this plant in this place, and you can actually not get it anywhere else in the world but here. And so this is one major way that farmers will be able to distinguish their unique products when taking them to market. And I think, on the bigger question of, supporting small farmers, this program is one of those things that drives market value, but it really is a lot of the consumers talking about and asking questions that drive to the purchase of products from this community. Because a lot of people go into dispensaries, or licensed or unlicensed, and they kind of just say, well, whatever you think is good, and then that's what they wind up going home with. But consumers have the right and the responsibility to kind of engage with those people at the dispensaries and ask where the cannabis is coming from, how is it produced, who is benefiting, and those types of questions will inevitably lead someone who's a conscious consumer and who's conscious of the food choices they make to choose cannabis that is kind of the ilk that we're speaking about.
And Justin spearheaded that whole project. It was really amazing.
Yeah.
So with the Appalachians Project, so if you grow, let's say Mendocino, if you grow there, are you automatically in that category, or do you have to meet specific requirements of production or quality to be anointed as?
There's a baseline standard. So in the baseline standards we're talking about now have to deal with direct soil influence, native soil influence. So and now here are the qualifiers that are sort of tricky, because cannabis is going to be one of the first recognized annuals as an appellation. right? So which means we have to regenerate our soil every single year to make it viable for the next year's crop. We can't just cut it back like a perennial and then allow it to grow back like wine. So our soil isn't 2,000 years old in that capacity. It's a new soil every year. So we linked up with a lot of permaculturalists, myself being one of them. We, to basically write some of these standards along the lines of permaculture principles, which is a regenerative farming practice, which means that we're taking, forest woody mass from our farms. We're creating hugelkultur. We're creating a full microbiome, which allows us to indigenize inoculants to the region specifically, so we're not going and harvesting forest loam from British Columbia and shipping it in and creating, these large-scale cocoa mass beds. That's not going to work with an appellation because it's not fully expressing itself from the region. So, also, you have moisture content and you have temperature of the soil, not just the altitude and not just the environment. You have the relationship, the lumen count of the sun. Some areas have higher marine layer, influence. So the marine layer, comes in. Sometimes it doesn't burn off till 11 o'clock. That dramatically affects the amount of lumens. So what you have is you have the coevolution of the region and the breeding of the seed. And so we specifically look for cultivars that are bred in that region that will, and usually from seed. And planting in seed so that the taproot goes down, finds the nutrients, finds the availability from the mineral content that was available from that region as well. So there, and I would have to say that we have full flavonoid, cannabinoid, and terpene profiles that are just. I was curing some of my 6 plant, dry farmed Appalachian grown cannabis in my loft last night, and had it in the bag, and you could smell it from halfway from the street, and that you could. And here I have a not garbage bag, like a grocery bag full of Mandelbrot's Royal Kush RK-47. I'm one of the few people who still has that strain left going, and I also have Derek's pineapple curing too. So, I got them both. So, and Derek serves me sandwiches at the Boomberry Farm almost daily. So we're a family, so it's cultural, right? But then it's so we have a lot of cultural aspects, but the relationship to sun, soil, and then how we indigenize those inoculants is going to be really big as a baseline standard. You can't just jump in and say, I'm an indoor grown in this region, so therefore I qualify. That's called a geographical indicator. It's a GI. It's confusing, but most of when Alex originally had rolled out his metric system, track and trace, he was like, oh, we've got this QR code, it's going to scan, it's going to have this product of origin, and then people started putting them on panels with me saying, oh, look, you guys are both Appalachians, and we're like, oh, hell no. It's like I'm a traditional, French wine guy. That's I want to argue with Tim and Frenchie on stage about my terroir. I will next Wednesday. Frenchie and I are the best arguers ever. So and I want to get passionate about the shit. It's like that. Stuff. That's.
So how do you protect it? How do you do you have a logo? You have a hologram? You have how do you anoint it?
Well, we're in testing, right? So when we get in the appellation system, we're going to be getting into what's called a metabolomic testing regimen. So they have Prague, Mandel University in Prague is doing this for the appellations of France. We're going to be doing it in California. We will be the first appellation in the United States. All the wine regions that you see are currently GIs. They're all geographical indicators. They call themselves appellations, but that's not true.
Okay.
They don't do metabolomic research. They don't do the data capture. They don't look at the Brix counts, the sugar counts. They don't see how the relationship to mineral content and how the plant expresses itself. They just say, hey, we were grown in Napa, so therefore we are. And Richard Mendelson will sit right here with me and tell you the same exact thing. He'll be like, because he drew the map and he knows that's true. So when we have a metabolomic expression of the plant and the cultivar to that region, we'll be able to designate it as an IP, and then we will petition for IP protection for that region. And once it has that IP protection, no one else can get it. So no one else, it becomes ours. And then those margins belong to the farmer and to the land and to the community, and not to a corporation or not to some weird dude in a law office. That's ours. And so then we get to start allotting batch sizes, through an AOC, an Appellation Day Origin Control Board, which will be assigned per Appellation petition. And then you get to, then the real magic starts. Then we get to hold ourselves like we have 100 pounds of this, that's it. And we get to charge $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a pound.
Well, I'd also like to point out that while many of these things are desired, there is not, that standard has not yet been set.
You can dream it.
And you can definitely dream it, and we can work towards that standard, but it is important to realize that in this highly politicized environment that we live in, obviously someone is educated as and passionate as Justin, there's going to be someone on the other side who's trying to, take advantage of what this could be in the way that it is, you mentioned with the wine, and say, well, let's water this down so other people can get the benefit from it, even if they don't really have the claim to it. And so that process is still ongoing with the state, and we encourage people to get involved with the Mendocino Appellations Project and Origins Council, and just going to the state and talking about the importance of keeping this appellation designation very, very specific, so that we know that we're creating the most unique product in the world, as opposed to some watered down version.
And this is going to be a very small fraction of the market, though, when you really look at it, because I used to argue with Ed Rosenthal, and he used to say that once this goes legal, you guys are wiped out. You're up there in the mountains, you have no topsoil, it's all clay. You have no labor force, you have no homes, you have nothing to really build a market off of. And he was right. I argued with him, and then I went back and apologized years later. So you're like with light deprivation, how do you get appellation with light deprivation? Because it's 3 crops, it's covered. What's the difference between Santa Barbara and there in some extent? And you get to large scale. People weren't growing in the valleys in Mendocino or throughout the Emerald Triangle because you got arrested there. We were all up in the hills hiding out under the trees. So it's a whole different world now, and the way they're making it with the water board, and what he said was that the water board and Fish and Game is that 75% of these farms are going to have a hard time ever getting permitted because they're on steep slopes, they don't have the access to the water, they're really not built for commercial farming. So this is going to be a small niche market that will get really good prices because there's not going to be a whole lot of it. I mean, as we move on. What Michael's talking about is that a lot of these larger farms in the valley, they're now going to move up into 1 to 10 acres, want to be able to be designated for that too, even though they're going to be doing a lot of light depots and large-scale agriculture. So that's what we'll be seeing.
I mean, there's even indoor proponents who have suggested that there be indoor appellations, which is the, which, to Justin's point, geographical indicator. I believe there's a city of origin that will go beyond the county of origin. So there are mechanisms that are being designed so people could be like, yeah, hey, we grow the best stuff in a warehouse in Long Beach, and God bless everybody who's having that competition. That's not the appellation conversation if we want it to be recognized at the international level as a true designator of quality.
That makes sense. So I want to switch a little bit to sort of the economics of craft cultivators. Like you guys, there's a need, you have the Emerald Exchange, which is a co-op, or I don't know how you kind of position it, but obviously there's a need for that, for marketing, for just selling. Obviously if you're a small farm, you don't have the resources. Can you talk a little bit about what that is like, cost and product, and like what they can get above, I guess, average price for the work they're doing? Like, share some insights into the economies of scale and how to build distribution networks if you are a craft farmer.
Should we start with them?
Sure.
Yeah. So when we built the Emerald Exchange, and Tim had thrown the first cannabis farmers market in Laytonville, and I was like, all right, Tim, I'm taking this one to the coast, and we took it, I was like, this gets to happen for everyone, because what we need is a direct-to-consumer facing marketplace. When this goes into retail, if the farmers aren't at a market, then we don't get those margins. And I'm a small scale food producer. I know that for selling to institutions, I get 80 cents to $1.50 per bundle of kale, which if I'm at a farmer's market, I get $3. And my kids get to have fun bunching kale in front of a bunch of people. And so we get our community. I think our first market, the kids were all pressing apples out there.
Oh, you had the apple press at the
we had the apple
too,
press,
so.
yeah. So I mean, and so basically, like that connection to your farmer, that connection to your consumer is paramount to craft, but it's also, those margins belong to the farmer, not the middleman. And if we give more access for the farmer to the consumer, then it gives us more of a chance to get a leg up. You know, when we sell wholesale, we're scraping by. And then we're praying for it. And then the 80-20 split is really good, though, and that's a really good marker. It's like, let's ship 80% of our stuff down to a distributor, and let's take 20% of our stuff, let's jar it ourselves and do a direct-to-consumer marketing.
I'd say that the thing that's made it hardest for craft product to get to market has been legalization. The implementation of Prop 64 created a tiny number of retail outlets that are licensed. And so when you have the farmers who have been doing this for generations and who have put their necks on the line and gone out and gotten licensed and say, okay, we're going to follow these new rules that you're making so that we can participate in this industry that without us would not exist. Now we're going to follow your rules to participate. And then when they do, they come into a market that has been dominated by big money and, you know, created a really bottleneck situation in getting small batch product to retail. And so what we have worked to do is create a platform that enables these small producers to come together and to have more of a voice as a group than they're able to generate individually, whether that be at a retail pop-up, online, doing media things, or, you know, going to events and having them come together and try to sell product under the mechanisms that exist now. And that's been our goal, is really to create an economy of scale by bringing smaller licensed producers together. However, that doesn't always work. A lot of mechanisms are set up for, you know, if it's license based, then bringing small licensees together doesn't create any economy of scale. Like if it's license based, then someone who has a gigantic brand and only one SKU is going to pay the same thing as someone who has a 2,500 square foot farm because they both have one license. And so those things can be very complicated. So it really is navigating this very complicated bottlenecked world to try to help provide as much access as possible, educating consumers about asking for conscious craft small batch product from these small Northern California farms.
You know, you have to look at the beginnings of this. Indoor took off because they took all the Thai and the Mexican and all the worldwide products off the market. So these ingenious people went and started growing under lights. You know, some outdoor, but they busted. So it was mostly outdoor. And it was really intense light, so you ended up with a really tight bud. And the whole dispensary model became indoor, while we outdoor people were hiding under the trees, like Justin said, trying to grow shade bud. You're lucky if you grow a quarter pound, and shade bud isn't very tight, it's larpy. So people got this idea, this prejudice that, oh, outdoor, it's not that good. And that's been a very hard thing to break down. You still got this thing where indoor is much better. So it's been this educational process through the Emerald Cup, through Emerald Exchange, and what we're really doing is showing people that if you really take the time to look at it, in fact, the other problem is the very finest of all our outdoor up north got bought by the middlemen and brought down here and sold as indoor for high ditch. So then on top of it, even though then they weren't seeing very much of the good outdoor because it was called indoor, and they were really only seeing the B-grade outdoor, it still gave us a bad name. So we've been fighting this uphill battle to really let people stop and say, hey, let's look at really good full sun grown. So when we got to be able to grow 99 plants outdoors in the full sun with the Mendocino 9.31 project, people for the first time got to really see that, well, yeah, you know, you can compete and bring it. And that's what we're still teaching people and educating people. And as we go along with these markets in the Emerald Exchange and the Cup, and we bring the Cup down to LA, people are going to see that we can compete just fine.
And it happens with the experience of any individual person when they're given that opportunity to learn about the process that creates this craft cannabis, especially from a person who has created it, and then they experience it, that changes their entire relationship with the plant. In the same way that, you know, there are people who go to vineyards like they don't sell their wine, they only sell it to private members, people who've actually been to the vineyard. Like that whole model where, you know, wine is special because the rain comes in at this angle and it only gets this much light, like all of those things overlap into cannabis completely. And so educating people about those relationships and saying, if you're not asking the same questions that you ask about your food and you ask about your wine, about your cannabis, then you're actually limiting your experience of cannabis because you're not necessarily getting the full expression.
Another amazing analogy I just want to add, by the way. Hey, so if I'm a pre-roll, small pre-roll brand and I want to put like great cannabis in my product, what's the best way to source and evaluate craft cannabis farmers? Are they are they still kind of slightly underground because of, or do they want to be brands, or like how do we find, are there directories?
Well, I'll start by saying this. I would say call us at the Emerald Exchange.
Thought you might say that.
We are, because basically it comes down to legitimacy, and we've been, and Tim has been creating this community of people who really know what they're doing. And there's a lot of people who will say that they know what they're doing, and there's a lot of people who know what they're doing. And it really is having those relationships, being able to make those connections, because the truth is that many small farmers who even want brands are also interested in co-branding and collaborating with new people who are coming into the space who want to consciously source from the pre-existing community. Product manufacturers have the ability to source from anybody. They can source from the gigantic 400,000 square foot grow. They can source from 100,000 square foot indoor grow. They can source from small batch farmers aggregated by groups like us. And so we suggest, work with the heritage community to support that, because that's who we want to see thrive in the space.
Yeah, and I would, from a consumer level, it's not a business level, but from a consumer level, ask your dispensary, kind of demand small batch craft products from Northern California. As I say, that's what I want. It's a heritage region, it's a heritage growing region. That's where I want it from. And secondary, go to a distributor. And then say, this is the product I want. We are all the time just shoving our product down distributors' mouth because it's a bottleneck at the BCC. So we want the product off our farm and into the market. And so a lot of times our product is sitting in some distribution warehouse waiting to be sold.
So. I'm going to open this up to questions if anybody has any. You were first.
I'm in the educational content marketing side of things, and I'm starting to see this phrase behavior reactions to estate growth. Mm-hmm. It just seems like a marketing term. Am I missing something?
Repeat the question.
So what he was talking about is the term estate grown, and I'm the founder of Green Goat Estates, right? So I founded that in 2014, and I decided to move the appellations and the estate model actually directly in alignment. Where it's gone from there is sort of, is going to be going between the GI and the appellation system. So it's like no one is policing protected terms as of this moment in time, and that's what's really important with the GI versus appellation is like what is the protected term around, and what are the qualifiers around sustainability versus versus appellation versus origin, right? And not saying anyone is right or wrong, but just make sure you stay in your lane. And that's what we say. So if it's estate grown, that protect the term estate grown, it means that it was grown from the estate, not on the estate. Does that make sense? Yeah. So grow from the region, not in the region. So so we say the word of, and it's more poetic.
And I think the important part to identify is that there is no regulation on who can use these words yet. Yep. Anybody can say anything about anything. So 100,000 square foot indoor grow can say they have a craft brand, and that who's going to stop them? Like that, but it's educating the consumers to be, what do we identify as craft? What do you identify as what does that really mean to people? And, there are overlapping characteristics that can be seen where it's used, but there is this need to self-police because the enforcement mechanism isn't really there.
Yeah, if I were you guys, I would be certainly creating a logo and signs that go in dispensaries that say, "We sell Mendocino craft cannabis." So people know to ask for it.
Multiple times. Tim and I have been doing this from his couch for almost a decade. So literally, there's no bones on this board table.
It's different now.
Oh.
Thanks.
Emerald Exchange several times, and Emerald Exchange and Emerald Club, and they're both amazing. Thanks. A couple questions. One. Michael, you mentioned go in the dispensaries. Ask your dispensaries for this certain thing and ask them about the different features of it. In my experience, depending on the dispensary and the bud tender, it's such a wide range. You could just get someone who's like, well, I don't know, I like it. to someone who's like, well, oh, actually the terpene profile on this one, and so I'm not even sure that that we can rely on that kind of education in the bud tender community. I almost think it has to come to picking and choosing which dispensaries are going to maintain that level of knowledge among their staff. And then it's just like you could go to a bar that serves Budweiser and you could go to a bar that serves craft beer.
Yes.
And usually they're not the same bar.
Right, and I think that's a great point. I mean, and it does take, the conscious consumer wants to do research.
Let's reframe the question for other people.
So is there, among the growers, is there a kind of idea for operating more vertically and creating your own chain of dispensaries that then become like the
All right,
upscale
let's get to the answer. Is there? You can repeat the question.
Well, the idea of creating dispensaries or mechanisms for the farming community to sell their own products or get direct access to consumers. And we actually developed a platform just like that called the Emerald Outpost, which is set up at a dispensary in Malibu called 99 High Tide. And that's a place where people can actually go in and be educated about all the small batch cultivators that we represent. And you can get more than just this, who's been giving the most free stuff to the bud tenders kind of information. And I think consumers researching where that's happening is really important because it isn't everywhere. But yeah, 99 High Tide, Malibu, check it out.
When our supervisor, Ted Williams from Mendocino County, did his own survey, came down to LA and went to about 50 clubs, and he said only about 2 were aware of outdoor Mendocino cannabis. He said he could not believe the lack of knowledge or any integration of our medicine to LA. It's still that uphill battle that we have to go to. And as far as the craft, you still have to really grow fire. The bottom line is if you don't have something that's fire, then you're going to be a contract farmer. And with all the edibles taking over and the tinctures and the cartridges, I mean, there's just going to be a massive amount of people, just like wine, are contract farmers at a bulk price because they don't grow a good enough flower to be a brand. And then the ones that want to be a brand have a really hard time because most of these people, they went to be back to landers in the hills. They're not social media beasts. They don't want to be out there. They're more introverted. They don't have the brand technologies and stuff. So it's really a number of challenges there.
And also you have to put into, some of these companies have larger marketing budget, way larger marketing budgets. I mean, they're like, this is a Titanic compared to a dinghy. And, and what ends up happening is they go into the dispensaries and we go into the dispensaries too. We're like, hey, love us. And they're like, oh, that's amazing. That's great. You guys are great. Great story. And then some guy from, another store comes in and, brand with joints for all, vapes for all, everybody, here you go. It's like the the Prozac at the doctor's office and the guy's giving out free samples. It's like, for us, it's like these huge companies come in and just inundate the staff with free product samples, and so they remember or don't remember much. And
Select spent $40 million to $50 million. Their way to go at it was just to buy their ways onto the shelf, and then they sold for several $100 million. So that's the way it is now. Nikki and Swami, who have a small craft brand, Swami Select, they were going into a large dispensary, which I won't name, and to get on the back wall poster, it was $36,000 a year cash up front to get on there. Okay, so how does a small farmer compete with that?
Are we going to take one more question? Right here? Okay, right there we have an aggressive asker.
Dave and Lauralee, they told me about you. Hi.
So one of the problems that they have been facing is that they actually had to sell in bulk in order to survive because of all of the licensing costs. And so to that point now, they are able to have affordable flower in the market. And so you have to close the gap between Humboldt and here in Los Angeles. And a lot of people here in the county, they are becoming more conscious about the things that they smoke. And so you introduced me, and now I'm kind of being that sort of connector. So my question to you all is, does the consumer now, and I understand there's two different consumers, medicinal and recreational, does the consumer care more about taxes or do they care about Appalachian Mountains?
Well, okay, so it's not the Appalachian Mountains, but it is the system. They do care more about quality product. I mean, that's what they mean. The Know Your Farmer movement is huge. And the ones that don't know, even if they're educated, don't want to know. They are more focused on pricing. So I can go into some of the larger dispensaries or the larger distributors here in Los Angeles, and if it doesn't hit a price marker, they don't care. It doesn't matter if Gandhi grew it. Like, they're like, I don't care. It's $6 an eighth. That's my bottom line. And we're like, oh, none of us. And David, we brought that up to David. I was like, hey, an $8 eighth would really work well down here. And he was like, exactly. A $12 one is twice the cost of the largest delivery service in Los Angeles baseline for what product they'll take on, because they've revolutionized the $15 eighth out into the market. So they're saying, like, there is no, and I said, well, differentiate on the market. On the menu, say, like, offer a higher end product lower. And I said, it's not in the question. Maybe someday.
There's a lady here, I can't remember her name, but she's opening up Green Goddess. And we were talking out there, and she's going to only do solventless. She's only going to do, clean organic medicine. And that's what we need, is more people like that. It's that small health food store rather than Whole Foods or Safeway.
Hey, we got to wrap. We're out of time, but I want to thank these guys not only for the panel today, but like decades previous to this, for when I'm like sitting at the Lowell Cafe smoking a joint, like it's possible because of a lot of work you guys did. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Women! Yay for women! All right, you guys. Yay! Aloha. Thank you guys so much for being here today. I'm Brooke Bergstaller. I'm a cannabis writer and reporter. And with me today are some incredible women cannabis entrepreneurs. All right, so we are live streaming this today, and also if you guys are taking any photos or sharing any content, please tag these women and their incredible companies because it's the era of content. So I'm gonna give brief introductions. Just really quick, we have Erin Gore, who is the founder of Garden Society. We have Madison Margolin, co-founder of Double Blind and also an incredible journalist. Courtney Dorn, who is the president of Vertical Brands. Yee. Nicole Fox, founder and CEO of Aeon Botanica. And Elizabeth Barron, who is the CMO of the Shrine Group. Woohoo! All right, so you guys can probably say it in better words. I'd love to just go down the line and spend 2 minutes briefly introducing yourself, your company, and how you found your way into the cannabis industry. What started the path for you? Erin.
Thank you so much, Brooke. Is this on? There we go. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. My name is Erin Gore. I'm the founder and CEO of Garden Society. We're a women's lifestyle company focused as a benefit corporation for products and education for women. Interestingly, 40% of our consumers are men. I started the company out of self-need. I needed to find something to make me feel better through chronic pain, and then the stress of being a modern woman, trying to have a career and a family and everything else of the pressures that we deal with, and kept turning back to cannabis and realized there was nothing for me in the market. And this was in 2015. So I started tinkering and creating products, and then I realized I was in the closet and ashamed about it, and created a movement with friends, realizing we all wanted to explore cannabis and how it could help us. And that was really the precipice for how Garden Society came to be.
Awesome. And now they make these super beautifully packaged
Thank you. Shameless promotion.
Thank you so much. Madison.
Hi, I'm Madison Margolin. I am a journalist. I've been covering cannabis for about 5 years. Currently, I work as an editor at Civilized, which is a cannabis lifestyle publication, and I've also freelanced about cannabis for a number of other publications, Rolling Stone, Playboy, Vice, stuff like that. And most recently, I co-founded a magazine on psychedelics called Double Blind, so we're biannual print and digital. And I kind of see cannabis as a gateway plant or a gateway beat into covering all sorts of plant medicine and other types of ways that people can address their wellness. So that's my relationship to this.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Courtney Dorn. My background is food manufacturing and distribution. Cannabis has been super personal to me. I've had 3 spine surgeries. I have 6 fused vertebrae. I'm allergic to narcotics. Have had a medical wreck since the 90s, and I've really been passionate about the industry. I sold my food company actually 4 years ago today, and have been in cannabis full-time ever since. I joined a group that we created Vertical, and technically, I guess, we're a house of brands, and everything else we do is to support the supply chain of our brands. So a lot of trial and tribulations over the last several years, but we grow, extract, manufacture, distribute, and everything in between.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Barone, and I have a couple decades of experience in marketing. I had the privilege of representing some of the finest brands, from potato chips, Lay's potato chips, to Pepsi, to Crown Royal, to Hennessy, and so it was a natural transition for me to go into cannabis, which is something people enjoy as well. So I love to build brands. I find this a great opportunity to enter into the new frontier and sort of apply principles of big brand marketing into this space, destigmatize the category, and invite new consumers in by educating and inspiring them with this flower.
I'm Nicole Fox, and
I come from the time when we called cannabis a movement and not an industry, and it's still a movement to me. I've been involved in cannabis in Los Angeles since 2003, and I always like to say cannabis found me. I just finished grad school as a dietitian from UCLA, never smoked pot in my life, didn't really drink. And who did I fall in love with the summer after grad school? A grower. Yeah, it's like that. So within 6 months of meeting him, 6 months of graduation, I opened the 10th dispensary in Los Angeles. It's called The Higher Path. A few months after that, the Green Goddess. I don't own them anymore, but that was my kind of entree into cannabis. And about 80% of the people that came in were, young guys just wanting to get as high as possible. But there was about 20% of our customers or our patients that were coming in that really had legitimate, chronic pain, anxiety, nausea from chemo. And those were the patients that I loved because I would work with them with their diet, their lifestyle, their sleep, as well as with cannabis, like really creating this cannabis wellness program for them. And that inspired me to just stay in cannabis all these years. And so my newest ideation in cannabis is a vertically integrated brand called Aeon Botanica. We have a cannabis wellness product line that has, minerals and other herbs that we've developed with an herbalist that are in all of our products. We have a retail space and on-site consumption lounge and wellness center opening in West Hollywood in March. So I'm really bringing my cannabis wellness vision all to life. So I always say I'm in the middle of raising capital right now, if anyone's interested. and I always say, that we're a startup, 17 years in the making. Truth.
Thank you so much for that, everyone. And thank you, Nicole. Very excited. I live in West Hollywood, so that's an amazing location to peg. You mentioned something interesting about a lot of your customers coming in very masculine energy, wanting to get as high as possible. And that's something that I have observed so much of is the desire for people to seek the highest THC concentrates and get fucked up from weed. And what I would love to know, Erin, I'll start with you. What do you think is the most authentic offering that the feminine energy can bring to the cannabis space? And what is our service to the cannabis space?
Sure, that is a loaded question for sure. The cannabis plant's a female, right? A lot of people don't realize that. That's what we consume. And so I think it's only natural for women to lead the movement from a healing perspective. I think, obviously, traditionally men are part of corporate. When you look at big financing, big corporate, what's happening in the cannabis industry, it's extremely male dominated. I think it's our responsibility as women to continue to have a presence and grow that presence so we can do things different, both from a value-driven business lens as well as from a healing lens. So whether that's compassion programs, veterans programs, whether that's looking at social equity in a different way that provides authentic opportunity, all of that is being driven by the feminine voice, looking for equality in the marketplace and equality in the social place. So I think there's a lot of responsibility that lands on us as women, but also a lot on the consumers to choose products and brands and to choose to do business and consume in a way that supports the values you want to see from the women you want to see.
Absolutely. Vote with your dollar. Elizabeth. There is a lot of flexibility. I think women are just naturally gifted at being flexible and adaptable, but there is a lot of flexibility required no matter your gender in the cannabis space to stay committed to the path. You are constantly being hit with lack of funding or legality issues, etc. So how have you learned to stay grounded in pursuit of your cannabis endeavors?
That's a great question. It's an ongoing process. It's a commitment to managing ambiguity and being okay with it. It's constant change, and for me, I like a good challenge, so I'm up for it. So really, it's about sort of throwing all the rules out the door and being able to adapt when regulations change, when the investment doesn't come in, when valuations are down, and what do you do next? I think when you build a brand for the long run, you have a different mindset. And I think as women in this industry, we stay connected to our values, both personally and what we commit to. And I think that stands the test of time, no matter what waves we encounter along the way.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone want to add to that? Just think it's...
Yeah. I think women by nature, you said, flexible and adaptable. I think we're also our sensitive side, right? Yes, we cry, guys, I know. But the upside of that is we're really sensitive to the world around us. So most women I know can tell when, exactly what a customer is, needing, and then something going on with a team member, and their child may just be about to have a fever, and is that person at the bank kind of sad today, right? And we're just doing that effortlessly. We sort of effortlessly know what's going on. So when we're leading and growing companies as women, I think we have a unique perspective to being able to really I feel like I'm always micro adjusting little knobs and levers in my company, and moving things around, and just that ability to be global in how we think about cannabis and how we think about our offering to our customers on just many levels, right? Men, and I'm not all men, not all women are like this. I don't want to sound like I'm stereotyping, but men have that amazing ability to just laser focus, kind of tunnel vision and get shit done, but they sometimes can lose that, that global perspective.
Wow, I love that. And a word that was coming to mind when you were talking about this is patience. A lot of patience is required in that adaptability. Just a lot of faith and a lot of patience. Madison. So Madison Margolin is an incredible journalist and been following your work as long as I've known you. You've broken a lot of ground as a journalist because since the cannabis movement became an industry, there haven't been a lot of literal media outlets dedicated to cannabis journalism. So now you've branched off into the realm of psychedelia, and I would love to know what are some of the trends that you're noticing in regards to women's response to mind-altering substances.
So I think that, and you just touched on this a little bit, but women are natural caretakers, and so naturally women know how to hold space for people, whether they're going through a psychedelic trip and they need support, or if you're using cannabis and you need more attention to your wellness. And so I really do, when I say that cannabis is a gateway plant, I really mean it in that cannabis is like an introduction to having a more holistic approach and perception of your own wellness, and then you can apply that to other plant medicines or chemicals like MDMA. So I see the psychedelic industry sort of following the cannabis industry, and so my hope is that cannabis, we have a lot to learn from the cannabis space and a lot of also mistakes that have been made within cannabis that I hope are not repeated within psychedelics. But one thing I want to touch on is kind of this really subtle nuance, which is that women get periods, right? And so you have a couple days of the month where you're not really feeling so well, and I think, right? I know it's crazy. I would never really tell my boss, I'm not coming to work today because I'm not feeling well for my period. But I think it's something that really does put a dent in sort of the capitalist workforce, and it forces people to acknowledge their own humanity. And so I think that cannabis and psychedelics also are forcing people to deal with their own mental health and wellness more holistically, and I hope that the companies that are in the cannabis and psychedelic space can have a more holistic take in regard to how they treat both their employees and then also how they function in the market more globally speaking. So my hope is with cannabis and psychedelics, using that as a jumping off point to look into questions of social equity and other forms or other ways to approach wellness and mental health, both in our economic system and broader than that too.
Beautiful. Do you also think, this is more just a personal question for me, will we see the day, Madison Margolin, where my microdose mushrooms look like this?
We're already seeing the day. Today's the day. No, but really, Denver has decriminalized psilocybin. Oakland passed a measure that has decriminalized all entheogenic plants. Portland has a measure on the table. New York has one that's getting started. Chicago, Dallas, Santa Cruz, Berkeley. It's a movement that has taken off since May, and there are more than 55 cities across the country that are now considering how to implement this kind of legislation. So in the places that are already decriminalized, you are seeing mini, businesses where people are putting like, mushroom powder into capsules. There's obviously like the Venice chocolate mushroom guy or whatever. So, we're seeing it. It's happening.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Courtney, speaking of products and product design, under Vertical Brands umbrella, you have multiple cannabis companies that you work with. What are some commonalities that you're witnessing that women want from cannabis products? Is it more aligned with the actual content of the product or the packaging or how it's presented to us?
I think it's all of the above. I have really been focusing on the wellness space, working with organic Ayurvedic herbs from India and coming up with products that appeal to, my mom, who is a yoga instructor and doesn't take a pill to save her life and has used cannabis the majority, as long as I can remember. And also for me, like the soccer mom, and really changing what that looks like at a kid's birthday party, and how do you talk about it at school, and how am I discussing it with my children. And I'm finding that the female consumer wants to really educate themselves before they just dive into the product. So I've been really focused on using my voice and helping guide the consumer through that, and the patients. I mean, I think there's so much that we have to do to help people, and we need to educate.
Absolutely. I feel like all of you guys are very aligned in the cannabis meets wellness sector. And Nicole, particularly you are the only healthcare professional in California to have founded a retail cannabis operation, which I think is amazing and also insane. But yes.
Right. If you guys know any other ones, I'm forming a club.
Say that again?
There we go. If you guys know any other healthcare professionals in California or across the nation that have plant-touching cannabis businesses, please introduce me, because we want to form a club, because I really feel like that's the intersection.
I'm gonna make some introductions for you.
Oh, please. Great.
So how do you see cannabis as a wellness tool? Maybe not even necessarily in the broader sense, but what is your personal relationship with cannabis look like, and how do you promote thoughtful consumerism?
Yeah, so my personal relationship with cannabis, I am a cannabis consumer now. Not early in my life, but I am now, and I really do use it medicinally, mainly for sleep. It takes a lot to shut this down at night. And Erin's Garden Society chocolates are my friend. That's my little treat at dinner, and then I like when the back of the toy winds down. So my husband's like, whoa, there, it just kicked in. You're going to sleep. So definitely for sleep, definitely for, cycle related, issues are like my main uses. But I've always seen, as I mentioned at the beginning, cannabis being, repositioned as a wellness product. Like that's where this is all going. And if we look at the new market, right? Those of us creating, and putting products to market, the person that wants to get our super stoned guy we talked about at the beginning, or woman, that person kind of already knows where they're getting their products from, right? Whether that's on the illegal market or, at the dispensary that they've always gone to. Our newer consumers, our female consumers, our older adults, PS, fastest growing demographic for cannabis, they are the ones who are wanting lower dose products, 5 milligrams or less. They are the ones who are looking at cannabis for a health goal, right? And that's what Aeon Botanica, I built it for that, where there's cannabis, we sell cannabis, but we also have a whole line of non-cannabis herbs and supplements that are dietitian designed with an herbalist that is also on our team, because we think cannabis is an amazing master plant, but there's this whole host of other plants and then lifestyle practices. And, you can come to Aeon and get a massage and get acupuncture, eat in our health cafe, and buy cannabis. Like, you can come spend the whole damn day with us. Like, we would love that.
Are you opening up any rooms for rent?
I went?
Are you opening up any rooms for rent at that location? Now, Erin, you're also obviously in the female-centric wellness cannabis space, and you were like the origin of Garden Society. You were the first influence for a lot of women, introducing them to cannabis. How did you design your introduction to women, or how did you try to present this in the most
Yeah, interesting. I didn't actually, frankly. I found cannabis to help me more than anything. So I was using it in the closet because I was afraid of what people would think. I managed a $100 million business. My husband and I have a joint venture with Constellation in wine country where we have a national wine brand with them. And I was ashamed to tell people that I was using cannabis to replace my alcohol, to just have a really good time, to go to bed, all the great things that we know cannabis to be so powerful for. And my husband would grow. I'm a chemical engineer by degree, so I was making hash and tinctures and oils, and like, you should have seen my kitchen lab. It was pretty good. And I wasn't telling anyone what I was doing, and my friend called me out on it, was like, so your husband's telling me you're making edibles and you're not sharing. And so I was like, well, come on over. Sure. I mean, I didn't know you were interested. Okay. And so two of my girlfriends came over. My in-laws, who I love dearly, live across the street from me. And so we started having high holiday baking parties before like every awkward holiday get-together with your family, which is often in my life. And so my party started growing. So it started with 3, it went to 6, 12. All of a sudden, 46 women were at my house wanting to learn about cannabis. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. First of all, I realized where I was ashamed that I wasn't happy when I was having all this external success, I was ashamed that I couldn't find more joy in my life. All these other women were in the same place, and I was like, holy shit, I'm just normal, first off. And then second off, they were all there because they wanted to learn about weed. They wanted to eat it, smoke it, try it. Anything they could do to touch cannabis in any capacity was why they were there. And so it dawned on me, and it was really my purpose is to do something about this. It was also because they were there because there was nothing for them, just like there was nothing for me. And so that was a precipice of how we started Garden Society. Today, we actually do in-home parties for women where we drive education front and center, and then we run a statewide delivery service. So our products are distributed in 81 dispensaries across the state. So we're here in LA. We're going to be in Nicole's Cafe shortly. So you can access this through the retail channel, but what we found is a lot of women don't even know what to ask. They don't know where to start. They don't know how to begin the conversation. Where do I go? What's THC? I don't want to talk to that 24-year-old bro. I'm uncomfortable. How do I talk about my period to some young guy? And I'm 50. What the hell? How do I deal with menopause? So we actually put education in their home with their friends in an intimate way where they're comfortable asking questions, and then they can either go into their dispensary through a promotion with the retailer, or they can order on our website and have it delivered to their home. And it's been really resonating with consumers. We have 26 parties booked between now and Christmas, so we're a little bit frantic with excitement. But it's good.
That's amazing. Gone are the Tupperware parties.
Tupperware parties for weed. Tupperware parties for fun. Who wants leftovers?
Keep your weed in the Tupperware. Good one. There's some integration there as well, I see. Now, Elizabeth, from a marketing perspective, you've worked with a wealth of different companies, and what I'm curious about is, are there any, surely there are cliches that marketers are leaning off of to lure in female consumers, but what are some of those cliches, and then how do we break the hell out of them so that, we're not bikini-clad ladies on billboards?
Yeah, I just read something about how it used to be about bongs and thongs, and I was like,
I saw that.
Yeah, and that's hard because at the helm of many successful cannabis companies are men who still want to portray women in a way that is maybe over-sexualized or stereotypical. And I think it's incumbent on us as we grow in this category as women that we sort of carry the torch that showcases that women really purchase products based on education and how you connect with them in an inspirational way. What are you doing? What does the product do? How does it deliver a need? And how does it make me want to contribute to your business? Are you giving back to the community? Do you care about the same values I care about? So I think it really is back to basics. I think packaging that is reflective, that is beautiful. I worked on Candescent, and it's a beautiful package with beautiful product inside. And so these products are nice and maybe attract women, but it doesn't need to be pink to attract women. It doesn't need to be sort of positioned in a certain way. It's really about delivering on the health and wellness. And in my career, I've only worked on one brand that I can say targeted women, and it's because historically brands would always target the man and the woman would follow. And I think it's a new day, and it's a new opportunity for us to change, to shift the paradigm, and to lead with brands that attract women, and then the men will follow. This is our opportunity to make that shift.
I have a fun fact add-on there. So I read this recently that, so looking at all the 11, I think we're up to 11 adult use states, and the POS data is still showing that only about 28% of dispensary sales on legal markets are made to women, right? But then you look at survey data across the whole United States, and it's pretty much 50-50 men and women using cannabis. Like just as many women are using it. Yeah. And then one more statistic, I know it's late, math, that across all consumer packaged goods, right? From things bought at Walgreens, cat litter, eyeshadow, like things brought for the house, 76% of buying decisions are made by women. Yep. So women are normally buying all these consumer packaged goods, but they're not buying it in these legal dispensaries yet. So what's the disconnect? And that's what Ann Botanica, that's like our mission solving for as a female-founded brand, as an education-focused brand. Carrying wellness design products that really have a lot of educational backbone in their brand as well, right? You can't just rely on the retail staff and the retail brand to do the education. They should as well, but double duty with brands like are represented up here that are also educating that. And that's what's going to reach women. Women that are going to cannabis for wellness are not just, like, they're not doing it to get super, super high, right? They're doing it to just balance out their mood and their life, and they need the education, behind it. But anyway, I just thought that was interesting. So creating not only retail environments that women are comfortable in, that's an additional thing besides the brands.
Right, absolutely.
No, I think that's so interesting. And also, a woman's relationship with cannabis, or at least for me, is improving the quality of life. Like, that's why women tend to buy things in general. Now, I have a question. I don't know if there's any mothers on the panel, but there is. Okay, great, amazing. Oh, great. Okay, cool. Madison, sit this one out. But there is a lot of stigma or self-deprecation of women feeling like they need to be closeted about their cannabis usage. Even my own mother. And now my mom and I, she visited California and we went to the Lowell Cafe together, and I was like, what is happening? This is insane. But it was amazing. But something I'm really curious about, and I'm not a mother yet, but what do you think is the appropriate relationship of a mother with cannabis? And do you think that's like the next step or the next stigma that has to be broken? Is you're a bad mom if you smoke weed to go to sleep?
I'm going to say no. I don't think I'm a bad mom because
I don't think you're a bad mom.
to go to sleep. I try to have the conversation with my kids about plant medicine, and instead of taking drugs and pharmaceutical, my kids have seen me go through 2 of my spine surgeries and have seen me crawl on the floor, be down where I couldn't move, and they brought a skateboard over to get me on it to wheel me into the bedroom. And my kids are 9 and 10, and this was a few years ago. So to them, I am actually a more present, get down on the floor, relax from my day mom. And I guess when they started kindergarten, I was a little scared of like, what's this conversation going to be like? And I remember hitting a vape pen at a party, and literally, that vape pen passed around the room. And then I started going, okay, you know what, there's something here, because they woke up in the morning and they didn't have a hangover, and they stopped popping bottles of champagne and opening bottles of wine, and they started asking me, what do I do? This is what's happening. This is how I'm feeling. How can I feel better? How can I sleep better? What should I try? My elbow hurts. What topical should I use? how many milligrams should it have in it? And then I just started talking about it. And I just said, you know what, to hell with it. And now I'm so unapologetic about it. When somebody asks me what I do, I'm in the cannabis industry. It's my passion. I feel that I was meant to be in this space. Thanks. And the more I do that and the more I say that, the easier it becomes. And I think all of us, especially that are in the space, need to talk about it.
I agree. I think there is some caution to be had when you're, unfortunately, cannabis is still federally illegal, so Child Protective Services is still involved in the equation. And I think there's a lot of privilege as a white woman that I have in this relationship, and I think it's really important from a conversation perspective, we understand that privilege and we do everything we can to address it and to address equity, and we do everything we can do to address disproportionate communities with the war on drugs, because that's real.
Yeah.
So I know women
agree.
who can't smoke pot because they'll get arrested and their children will be taken from them. And that's a real situation. So we can't pretend that that doesn't exist today, but I do think from a place of privilege, we can educate and we can destigmatize and we can advocate and we can do everything in our power to get better policy at the local and national level. So
I agree. And to add to that, I'm part of a lot of these like cannabis moms groups around the country, and everybody's talking about it, and they're worried of these canna babies and pregnancy and consuming cannabis. And I've really enjoyed watching it evolve over the last several years of the conversation, and the medical community and the physicians and the doctors and the hospitals getting involved more.
For sure.
Is there anything you wanted to add, Nicole?
I mean, you guys kind of rounded it out. I just because I've been in cannabis, so I have one son, he's 10, and we've been involved in the industry, my husband and I, for a very long time. And I remember the first time him, seeing us smoking a joint, passing a joint around at a barbecue at our house, and he just learned about how bad cigarettes were. And he's like, Mama, he's like, you can't smoke. You're smoking a cigarette. It's bad for you. He's like freaking out. And I just looked at him. My friends all looked at me like, what's she gonna say? And I was like, it's fairy flowers. He's a Waldorf kid. I'm like, it's fairy flowers, and it's from the fairies, and it helps everyone feel better, and it's just medicine.
That's awesome.
Like that, and everyone was like, so for years, up until he's 10 now, up until maybe like 3 years ago, finally, I was like, okay, bub, so fairy flowers is cannabis, and that's why, because he saw a billboard, he saw a MedMen billboard that said cannabis, and he's like, cannabis? I think I know what that is. I'm like, yeah, fairy flowers, that's it. And then we kind of started having a whole, conversation about it, and then it's been really, and for years, for those same reasons, right? Because up until Prop 64 passed, there was no legal grows. Do you guys realize that? There was legal medical dispensaries, but like the weed store brought it there. So like, as growers, as part of collectives, that's been a very interesting place to to be in. So we've kind of kept it quiet that that's what we do, that like his father, my husband's a very accomplished musician and producer. He's also a very accomplished cultivator for 25 years. But we've kind of just in the last couple years been like, hey, guess what? Like this is also what your father does. And he's very good at this, and really starting to show him. So that's been really special for me to kind of come out of the closet, right? And now all the moms at the school know. I think any moms in here, if they want a garden society to do a party at their house, right?
PTA party.
I've got a purse, so come see me later. I think the other thing we do that I think is relevant for all the moms is we talk about how to talk to your kids about cannabis, especially as teenagers, because there's a lot of moms who are afraid to have that conversation. They'll say, I had a mom the other day say, oh, well, I'm really happy you're in childproof packaging because my 17-year-old won't be able to open it. And I was like, well, that's like, your 17-year-old can open a bottle of vodka, and they can definitely open a thing of joints. I hate to say it. So this doesn't take away parenting, and so arming moms with tools to talk to their kids, just like you would with alcohol, just like what you would with unprotected sex, like all of that, it's just another piece of the parenting dynamic and how to have that conversation like Nicole, like Courtney, in a way that drives education and acceptance, I think is really powerful.
Beautifully said, thank you. This is some practical advice, actually, so thank you so much. I would love to open up to some questions. Oh, great, beautiful. If that's all right with you, ladies? Cool.
I just want to say thank you all. It's so validating. I am co-owner of an edibles company, and I insisted on going toward an upscale image that women would be comfortable with. And it's so validating to hear all of you speak. Thank you so much.
Wow,
Thank
awesome.
you.
Keep going, sister.
Cute. Does anyone else have any questions that they would like? That's
Yes.
right.
Right.
She
The
is.
future is female.
Future is it's true.
Yes.
Question on funding. Can you guys talk about funding and what are some tools and things that you would recommend
Yeah.
Blood,
Erin,
sweat,
Erin
and
and I are looking
tears.
for- We're like
wanna
capital
start.
raise sisters.
What- can you give
We're
us some
We're like
context?
in the grind together.
What kind of funding are you looking for? How much? Just rough context.
non-plant touching data analytics company and really creating platforms of, technology is very, very expensive. So we're looking for a seed of 1 million we're launching, but to
Cool.
help us excel.
So I think, so I'm a plant touching business. We're vertically licensed in Sonoma County. For us, it's different as a plant touching. If you're non-plant touching, I think you have a lot more opportunity. The world is your oyster for investing. I think you're a woman, so you're automatically at a disadvantage. So you're gonna have to get really tough and gritty. But I think you should go to the angel networks. I think there's a lot of really wonderful angel networks that support women entrepreneurs, especially with technology. So look at Silicon Valley, look at Females Founders Fund. There's a big angel network out of New York that's funding ancillary cannabis technology companies. So I would just get really good. What I made the mistake of when I launched for fundraising, so we closed our first round last year, we're closing our second round now. I would like walk into like the big funds. Like I'd go into like Courtney's office and be like, I'm Garden Society, I need $500,000. And they're like, yeah, we write $25 million checks. And I'd be like, oh, okay. So, I mean, I go through my whole pitch and they were like, cool idea, you're great. No. So I didn't do my education on who I was pitching and why. So my biggest piece of advice to people fundraising, especially early stage fundraising, is do your research on what your potential investors invest in and what size check amounts, and make sure it aligns to what you need, and save yourself a shit ton of time.
Excellent.
I don't know, Nicole?
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, if you've never fundraised before, getting somebody that can actually advise you on like how to make a really good pitch deck. I
Get a
think I'm
mentor.
on pitch deck number like 917 now, like I've just, and then also reiterating it, right? Like after every pitch that you do, or if they say no, ask why. Like so many women I think are like, oh my God, they said no, shit, get me out of here, right? Instead, go, okay, you said no, well, I'm just curious, what that is. It could be something like, oh, this fund that we have only writes $25 million checks, and that's it. But they could be like, well, this doesn't make sense to me on your model, and then you go, back to the drawing board and figure out, what that piece is, and make sure you raise enough money. Like statistically, women tend to not raise enough capital. It's kind of like this systemic fear of asking, I think, that women have, and it's really pushed my envelope to, to really make sure that we are, have like raised enough capital and be confident. Yeah.
If you're doing a tech company, you should double or triple it.
Yeah.
Because it goes fast. The other thing I would say, just to add to that, to what Nicole said, is you need to look at investors for the long term. So every investor you meet is a relationship you want to keep. So even if they say no, so for example, I had an investor last year tell me no, and then I would send them little updates, and I'd say, oh, guess what? We just launched statewide delivery. Oh, check out this amazing feature in Forbes. Like, hey, hope you're well. Weather's terrible here in Sonoma. We're burning down. Here's a cool piece of media for you. Literally. And guess what? Awesome. Send me your deck. Yeah. So you want to be topical, you want to be top of mind, you don't want to overburden the investors, but give them value, give them nuggets, show them progress, right? Show them that you can execute, because they're investing in an idea and an executor on that idea. And never, just because they say no, doesn't mean give up on the relationship, because they'll come around.
Excellent. I think we have time for one more question.
Come talk to us.
I
There's like 3.
I'm happy. So I'm a plant touching company, and I mean, it took us a while to raise, but we raised a significant amount of capital. We raised $58 million in our Series A. But it was literally like high net worth individuals, and we got a lot of no's, and just as a team, we're very persistent. And I always say, I don't collect things, I collect people. And I just have built my relationships and network, and just, like Erin said, you're not gonna have returns immediately. I mean, this is startup, and we're years into this, and it still feels like a startup because there's just so much. And when you can't lease your real estate and you have to buy it and you have to build everything ground up, it's just very capital consuming. When you're buying a huge farm and then you're planting 50 acres, it costs a lot of money to do that.
So I have a follow-up question on this, and I'd like to talk about due diligence in the industry. This is an industry where my feeling is you have to have the highest level of due diligence in this particular industry, or you're going to get burned. Partnerships go bad. There are horror shows, and this is years and years and years. Everyone has one. So could you guys speak to is like fighting the sense of I'm going to take the first money that comes. I'm going to work with whoever comes, so that you make the right deal for yourselves. And is that tougher if you feel like you're not taken seriously, that avenues are cut off for you? What are the challenges in that there?
I'm happy to start.
Due diligence.
Yeah. We've made a lot of mistakes along the way. I don't think that there's a perfect science to this. I think we've gotten better at it, and we certainly, we say we have a no asshole policy, but it doesn't mean there's no assholes around. It's like, okay, if you know you're an asshole, it's gotten to the point where we do as much due diligence as we can, and people are doing so much due diligence on us. And I try to, lead with my reputation and integrity every day. But you know what? We don't always get it right, and we upset people along the way, and deals go bad. But this is no different than any other business out there. It's just with a giant spotlight on you.
Yeah. We do a lot where one thing I've learned really quickly is ask for references. So with potential distributors, send me your top 3 customers and let me talk to them. With retail partners, negotiating terms up front. Everything has a signed contract. I never do a handshake deal, because if you do a handshake deal, you will get screwed. Like, there's simple business lessons that I think are really applicable, but there's a lot of pressure not to follow the true comments, like your true business intuition, because everybody wants to go fast and everybody's a shyster jiver. We got to do this right now. And if you just are very disciplined in saying, you know what, if I wait 1 week to sign my distribution contract to make sure I sign a good contract, that is going to save my business the potential risk that 1 week of business on the upside wouldn't really matter. So I think some of those fundamentals are really important in this industry, and you'd be surprised at how many people don't do them.
And that's no different from any other industry. I mean, in every other industry, you're doing that deep due diligence, and sometimes I think investors in this space just want to get into the space.
Yeah.
And
they aren't doing their diligence. Yeah. Yeah.
I have
on both sides.
I have an investor questionnaire. And so it's 3 questions, and you'd be surprised how many people can't fill out the 3 questions. The third one being, what's your favorite type of chocolate?
Wow. Right.
But if they can't do that, then why would they be a good investor for me?
I know, I'm blown away by how little diligence investors actually do. The ones who have actually ended up, investing in this round have, they've done their diligence. But we've actually had a few that just haven't. I was like, really? Like, you don't really? And we just had a pitch last week where they sent this 35 question. My CFO was here. This 35 question questionnaire that they wanted the answers back in writing. And like most of the stuff was in the materials, but I was like, wow, you're really wanting us to put this together and do some homework. And I got on the call with them. I was like, this is great. Like, thank you for this homework assignment that really made us, you know, dig deep. And also to everyone's point, like, if you're raising money, don't be desperate if you can avoid it. Like, if you really, you know, can bring in the right investors. I always tell investors that, like, once you're an investor while we're in this like back and forth pitching period, but once you're in, like, you're part of the Aeon Botanica family. You are our family, and we're going to treat you like that, and we want you we want to be like that with you and have a real open door relationship, because a lot of these partners I've brought on have been extremely successful in other industries, and they have strategic knowledge that I do not have. I always joke, like, only in cannabis does me with an MPH, no MBA, no finance degree, get to be the CEO. Right? It's very, my Rolodex, my experience in all of that, but I'm, surrounding myself with people, mainly our investors, that are true strategic partners for, building and scaling the business.
So they bring more than just money to the table.
Exactly. More than money. That's exactly what
Money's not bad, though.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Anyone want to write me a check? I'm just kidding. What's your favorite chocolate? Just kidding. Sorry. I'm not desperate.
Perhaps we can continue this conversation off the stage, but that wraps up our time. Thank you guys so much for being here today. Thank you to all of you. It was wonderful to meet you. Thank you.